Futures relatively flat to start on the back of a huge rally to kick off the holiday shortened week on Monday. We're back to the downside so far this morning. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll get the ADP employment change number. And then at 8:30 this morning, a few key economic releases. PPI for September on the month-over-month basis. We'll get retail sales coming up for September as well. So a couple of market moving or potentially market moving numbers to deal with so far this morning. Lots moving around on the individual basis so far. Well, to the upside, ZM, Zoom, nice beat right across the board. Looks pretty good so far this morning. The market, though, starting to weigh a little bit to the downside once again. Meta in focus here. Barely a so far here for Meta on the back of news surrounding Google potentially switching to, I mean, we were just sitting here talking about Google's TPUs yesterday, and then here comes the story with Meta this morning, potentially kicking the tires on switching from NVIDIA over to Google TPUs for AI purposes. But I mean, Meta very strong on that, Google very strong on that so far as well.
Yeah, what's interesting too, some of these chip names, obviously not NVIDIA, but Broadcom in particular, are strong in it too, because not everybody's going to NVIDIA, which has been viewed as this undisputed king of the AI space for so long, right? Google has a chance. Now names like Broadcom. And it's interesting. You mentioned ZM, of course, with earnings, but ZIM also on watch here, gapping up. They're apparently starting a strategic review because they received a sort of an acquisition proposal. So interesting look here for ticker starting and all of the Mag 7s pretty much. Yeah,
we thought it was going to be a little bit of a quiet week. I mean, volume-wise, we're still to the downside overall. I mean, yesterday was anyways. We'll see how today goes. Lots to talk about on an individual basis. That's a daily chart of Google right now, just gapping higher almost on a daily basis here. We're back up significantly to start things off once again this to the tune of about 4% on this. So mega cap tech, as you were mentioning, Adara, definitely on watch. Again, some macro details to think about this morning as well. Again, PPI coming up. It's the first real reading on, if you want to call it that, in a long time. So we'll bring that to you live when it happens at 8:30. Benefits of us coming on a little bit earlier now. Every single morning we can bring these numbers to you live when they happen. Again, 8:15, the employment change, ADP employment, and then PPI coming up at 8:30 this morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. And
some numbers.
Well, obviously a good morning for Alphabet shareholders. Who else gets the benefit? SanDisk. Nobody had SanDisk joining the S&P 500.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Kalshi didn't have them joining the S&P 500. I didn't see anybody that picked them. Betting markets got that one wrong. Sit right as always.
Bananas from the pocket. Nice. You're pulling out your guns. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for that one there.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
Well, apparently nobody did, as you said.
No.
You know.
So out of nowhere, SanDisk, which was getting punked a couple of days ago, the stock was down like 20%, and now it's up 5%. But eyes $4 trillion. Pretty much everything is. I mean, most things are looking pretty flat. I mean, the market's overall flat, but you do have a kernels of strength, and of course, NVIDIA kind of taking it to the downside on that news, as well as AMD had a choice of Alphabet for their AI chips. Yeah, so lots in play. Kohl's reported, NEO reported, Alibaba reported. So you have some earnings names to get through as well. So Chinese stocks on the line. Looking at some NEO today at $6. Yeah, of course, we'll have that number at 8:30 for PPI and be able to react to that live instead of, oh no, what's happening, and like reading it out as the show's starting off. So yeah, like this, sort of like what we see in the market, but can we crack that 25,000 all today? That's
I'm not sure today because where NVIDIA is going. But yeah, SanDisk right here up 3%. Great news, because this is one that I want to short. So if we can get back into this area, just such a exuberant move, and obviously Micron is part of that as well. It moved 8% yesterday. Some of these names I think are coming right back down. And yeah, not a good day to be NVIDIA, AMD, but a good day to be Broadcom, a good day to be Google. There's NVIDIA again getting smacked a little bit here down into that 175 area. We'll see if there's going to be some whole spots here. But guess what, man? There's more competition now as people flooding to TPU usage from Google. If they can start providing chips in a deal with Broadcom and can get these over to Meta, then what does that mean for OpenAI and things? Like if OpenAI had a stock, I don't even know how much that would have been down yesterday and today. It's kind of news, but there goes Broadcom right there. Like what a monster now, taking out all-time highs here today and just smoking and Google. And I mean, Google was just a $140 stock, 6-8 months ago. You're 332 here today. And as Brendan said, it just keeps on ripping. It's just an absolute amazing story here for Google and their shareholders. And I was saying that Nano Banana is incredible. I was telling that to Brendan. Generation there for Google and everything. Mark Benioff from Salesforce said he used ChatGPT hundreds of times a day, doesn't even open it anymore, only uses Gemini. As this starts to happen, I just feel that, Google has just so much upside here. I think it's overdone. I could see a pullback, but not today. Google just continues to win, and I don't know. It's 330 right now. I have it trying to think about some levels to get in, watching it and see if there's going to be some levels built, because now it's blue skies. I mean, it's 4%, and you get so much more competition for NVIDIA now because Alibaba comes out with a great report.
It's not just Alphabet. They're coming at NVIDIA, but that's the thing. If you are the king and if you're at the top and you have all of the market share, then at some point the competition at you, and it's a matter of where things end up settling. I think it can be a little for AMD because like how much market share did AMD finagle before the competition comes at NVIDIA? I mean, they're supposed to be taking that market share, and if it's going to other places, I think that's part. You'll see AMD actually down more than NVIDIA and continuing to look weak. It's down 5.5%. NVIDIA's, and I think that that narrative of, well, they were supposed to be anointed next, and if it's not, then are we filling this gap in on AMD? Because that's what I'm sort of thinking here. Yeah, because I'm looking. It's not weird, but I'm looking AMD short, not NVIDIA today. It maybe doesn't matter. That's the one I'm thinking, because that story for them seems like it could almost be worse in a lot of ways here. And then, of course, you mentioned Alibaba, still holding the gains, only 3% now. It was it was like 5% at one point in the pre-market as that's gapping higher, and then NEO also reporting. We don't want to sleep on Tesla either. Say that nice and quietly after that big rally they had yesterday. Not a and there's some minor lawsuit you'll see in the, well, we'd like to think minor lawsuit that's going to be in the watch list, but couldn't quite break away from that 420 yet. So this is on the back burner. So I think if we take 25 and we have that upward momentum, there's just a little bit more room that this can have if we're able to take out that top.
I've written down on my sticky note so far, NVIDIA, Tesla, and AMD. So I think we just covered most of those right there, looking to see some Apple. I feel like the move may be a little overdone here on NVIDIA, but remember, we kept on talking about this circular financing, and it's like if all of a sudden OpenAI, which makes no money apparently, something happens with that, there's going to be a huge problem in NVIDIA world, and I think that's what people are gearing up for. I mean, I don't want to be, bearer of bad news here or anything like that, but, you really haven't moved at all here for 6 months or so. NVIDIA now, right? We had that great move up to $200. This is just a daily chart. You're still up nicely on the year. I mean, worse investing somewhere else this year, but NVIDIA still has all that revenue, and I don't worry about it. Just when competition comes in, we do margins in NVIDIA, and that's going to create a little bit of a problem here for them as we start to see the trend is your friend, right? I mean, this is just not good. So I do have an NVIDIA short looking at that if we can get that somewhere. Now we're just moving lower here. So some of these levels that I wrote down, like I wrote down AMD, if we can get back up to 210 area, you're nowhere near that anymore. So like 208, like what AMD in the last 2 minutes, basically? Like this last 5 minutes has been brutal. Like I wrote down 208 to 210. Like, well, okay, like, yeah, puff, pass on that, unless the market just starts to rally. But the thing is that, Brendan, and you mentioned, have coming out today quite a nice set of economic numbers, right? And so you can get it on the watch here. I tweeted it out. This is 8:30 PPI all over the place, right? And so we're going to get all that core retail sales coming. Then consumer confidence and pending home sales. So these are all exciting little numbers that are going to be coming out here. Effect, of course. But the thing is like this number here that we're looking for, let's see if we can get a little refresh on the Fed. Yeah, so it's 83. Like, again, used to be 29%. We talked about that. It was 90% a cut just a month ago. And right now you're up to 90% again here for that cut. So we can resume sort of, you know, trying to take out that 25,000 there on the NASDAQ as it looks more and more likely that rate cut. And then, you know, heading into January, we can just extend this all the way out. January, another chance, 22% chance for another quarter in January. So, you know, the Fed rate cut cycle starts to happen soon. And hopefully that starts kicking with that cut. I mean, we've already started it, but can get back to that cycle now. NVIDIA just took down 175. You know, I mean, you looked at the other day, but like, what is gold doing? I mean, we have the US dollar, yeah, 380. Okay, it's better than it was yesterday. We had the US dollar moving around yesterday as well, and then the VIX was up to 23, and I think closed around 19. The TSX, the Nasdaq, 2.6% day yesterday. It was an absolute monster recovery day, only putting us now down about 4% from its highs. So I think we're okay, you know, after all. But this is not a great story for NVIDIA, but it's nice to see that NVIDIA is down 4% and the market's flat.
Yeah.
Like, that's good.
Because you have enough strength. Because Google and Meta and probably Apple are going to offset that. The other thing to consider here is, and I just...
This is flat.
Who made it? It's Delmont. More competition means more discounts. And in theory, should mean some depressed margins for potentially NVIDIA, but it does mean that your CapEx can get potentially cheaper, right? So that's something to keep an eye on maybe for next quarter. Like, do you see any revisions on CapEx for some savings? That could be interesting. But Meta getting that bump and also breaking that trend, looking pretty good in here. And for everyone out there, just a reminder, this is not temporary, this 8 o'clock. It's permanent for all the questions. Hey, the stream started early today. Well, we're 8 o'clock every single day that the market is open. So today, tomorrow, obviously not on Thursday, and then again on Friday, and going forward. It's about that 8 a.m. start. As always, you know,
tell your friends. We got like 1,400 watching. We need to get
let
more
everybody
people
know.
up in here. Yeah, exactly.
And Wayne Griffin in the chat. I always call somebody out because I let you call me out when I type. If I type a symbol in the chat, and I use the $, then I want to get roasted for it. So if you do, then see that nice little board, which has Alphabet and NVIDIA and A&F and Broadcom and Apple's on there. Those are the names that are the most highly mentioned, but only if you type that $. So hit the like, hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat, and then sign in there. And I'll just say maybe, what's a symbol that people aren't talking about that's up 25%? I just typed K, so it'll probably pop in there somewhere. Kohl's having a big day after their earnings. Lots to cover. Let's get back up to desk. And I believe we also have Mitch.
It's going to come through probably around 8:30, just after that data we this morning. So we'll check in with him on a couple things he's watching this morning. About 2 minutes ago here, we'll get this ADP employment change number as well. Again, as we were saying yesterday, it's not significant from the sense that, unless it's way outside what is expected, typically doesn't cause quite any move. Expected, or prior anyways, was negative 2,500. So we'll see what happens coming up in about 2 minutes. I was just checking with the Fed Fund futures, and they actually up yesterday. So I was just calculating there off camera before I came back here, the percentage change. It's still around 4%. Fed Fund futures are priced on the actual Fed funds rate, not the expectation of the change. So it's still around 4%. So we'll see what happens. Maybe after this PPI data this morning could change things. Yeah,
I think PPI data is going to be key. But what's interesting is I've kind of noticed lately it's relied a lot on what the Feds themselves have been saying, right? That's when you usually get these changes. Like we had coming from Fed's Cook on Thursday. We get a massive decrease. Then we got Fed's Williams coming out Friday morning for a cut. And then again, the chances of a cut go up. We had Fed's Waller and Daly yesterday, both saying that they could case for that December cut, specifically with regards to labor weakness. So with that in mind, I think this ADP number is going to be interesting. Employment is one of the biggest watching right now, maybe more than inflation.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye out here for this. A couple more seconds and we'll get this number here again. 15, the prior number was negative 2,500 on that ADP employment change number. It's worth noting Scott speaking currently on a wide range of topics. It's his daily TV spot. It's almost, but I mean, he's talking anywhere from Ukraine to Mamdani, it looks like, in New York, and the situation with that. He's back on the Fed governor situation. But as you were saying, there was Mirren speaking. Fed's Mirren was speaking a little bit. Not sure if that is still taking place, but still some comments rolling through.
Yeah, I think one thing that was pretty interesting that's was Trump basically saying that he would fire Bessent over not firing Powell last week. Bessent has now clarified that was a joke. So that was probably, I think, one of the most interesting highlights of that series of comments. But we know that Fed is, or Mirren, however you pronounce his name, he is by far the most dovish member of the Fed. So certainly keep an eye out. But yeah, either way, I think this December 10th meeting is going to be really interesting. We're continuing to see that division in the Fed. And yeah, I mean, as always, kind of worth noting too with regards to how the Trump administration is viewing the economy at that time.
I don't know what to tell you. They're still trying to figure out these releases and the timing of said releases. I just saw, oh, there it is, finally coming through here. 13,500 on a different screen. I'm just looking. Negative 13,500. Again, the prior number there was 2,500. So this one not populating, but a little bit delayed there, guys, for that ADP employment change number.
There, negative 13 versus minus 2.5. It doesn't really, this one doesn't move the future. Like you're actually basically exactly where we were. So I think 8:30 is going to be a little more important with that PPI. Certainly, I think right now the thing going into the next 10, 15 minutes is there even a bottom right now, and what starts to form? NVIDIA, both NVIDIA and AMD, like they're both still looking pretty weak here. 201.5 on an quarter, NVIDIA 4 1/3, 174. I just want to double check, see if we're, I mean, I would make load up. Yeah, the assumption SMCI is also kind of rolling over a little bit, down 2% here. So it is sort of yeah, we're going to be flat on the market because you have so much weakness in specific areas. CoreWeave only down 2%. That's interesting. I would have thought that CoreWeave might get hit a little bit on this NVIDIA pullback. I suppose part of the story is going to be how far they've already fallen. I understand that we care about the labor market a little bit more going into the next meeting, but we're at 83%, and that number is not going to move the needle. We'll see if PPI does much of anything to us, but I think right now it's got to be the chips that are leading the way, or some of the earnings. So that doesn't really change my focus at 8:15 here. If we challenge that 25,000 number at 8:30, I think that'll be a bigger story. And I guess Baba's making some moves back. This was pulling in the gap. This almost gave up everything pre-market, Alibaba, after their earnings beat. Big for them.
Yeah, it's. I really like Alibaba. I was just looking at it here to see if it can hold, and it looks like it is doing that. Some beat up names though in the crypto space, continue to look to rally as well. I mean, Coinbase right now down today. I mean, we were watching out for Bitcoin, but this is another one that's been beat up pretty good. That had some nice momentum there yesterday. So we can see if Coinbase pick up off that 250 level right there. IBIT. I mean, we can look. It's 87.6 right here, but percent or so heading into today as well, 1.6%. So that's going to try to battle again, like dollar areas. I think we could see a little bit of a rally back there in crypto today as well. But like a name that we never really talk about that I think is just going to get, honestly, like Intel's in a completely different game, not in this high, networking sort of area that AI chips seem to. So not having too much of an effect on Intel today, any of these stories. So we'll have to wait to see if there's a story or if there's a here for Intel. Of course, U.S. government taking a stake and nicely bouncing off of that 33 back up to 36. So looking pretty interesting. But like, why not rotate, out of Intel into Broadcom or something like that? But Broadcom, you always hate buying high. And right there, like Broadcom, you had such a great opportunity just 2 days ago to buy this name at, like 2 days ago, you buy this name at 15%, you know, in 2 days. So this just continues to work itself out. And then the big apparently now is Meta. They can find maybe a cheaper alternative here to OpenAI and to NVIDIA, and you know, get their data build outs here with some Google chips that they've been talking, new TPU processing from Google and Broadcom. So there goes Meta again, making, you know, dip $580 to $600 area, you know, happy that that's making a rebound back up. So I really like that. I mean, the big one yesterday, you can get all of this wrapped up in this MAGS. This is the MAG 7 here, a Round Hill ETF. So if you're not sure what to choose, and you know you like Amazon, you like all these names, you could just grab this ETF and 15% of each with a small dividend. We talked about that yesterday. I think that's a good way of playing this without, you know, to necessarily pick a winner and enjoy the move up. Of course, you're going to pay a little small management fee to that as well. Not until or anything, but I do like that opportunity to get a little bit of diversification in your portfolio away from individual names. If you want to get those 7, it's similar to, you know, the way the Nasdaq's going to move. But here's Amazon. This is why picking single stock is also a very good opportunity. Like there's the 200 period, 200 period, 200 period. You know, it's like you just got an opportunity to buy this name at let's even 220, you know, 215 low side there. So yeah, Amazon working out again from here. Like the last time went back up to all-time highs, came back in, hit the 200 period again. So you're a couple of stories now from Amazon, you know, being, what if the story today was Amazon chooses to use Google? Like, then that would have been up. So that could be tomorrow's story. Amazon looking to diversify out of NVIDIA and maybe get over to Google. And next thing you know, that's going to pop up like Meta. So there's a lot of stories in the market here. I think to get diversified away from these chip names is a good idea, but right now they're still pretty hot. You just got to pick winners. Looks like most of these Mag 7 names continue to work out. And we didn't even talk about the check that Google's probably going to write Apple. So Apple, like, remember Apple getting that deal with Gemini? Okay, so first of all, Adair, was that I don't even know if there was even a deal there or not, or that was just talk. Yeah, because now all of a sudden Apple is going to get somebody to write for their install base for Gemini, just like they give them $20 billion. Google gives Apple $20 billion for the install of Chrome. So Gemini talking with Siri properly, and this, all these things, man, that Nano Banana Pro is crazy. I was fooling around with that last night. And now you have possible integration into Siri. Like, this is just going to be, honestly, I'm really excited for Apple moving forward, and it's not doing anything today. So we'll just have to you know, keep our money tight to the vest right now and see what ends up happening. I mean, I hope no one sold too much over the last, but it doesn't mean that this Nasdaq's going up here. I mean, the Nasdaq right now is flat today.
Well, that's the problem.
And you know,
NVIDIA's
there's some stocks up, some stocks down.
Well, if you want to diversify, throw up the super chat. What's crazy about this PW, I swear, I promise, had Eli Lilly up, because Sean was talking about the Mag 7. Right. I was about to say, why are we throwing these guys in there? What's going on with Lilly? Skyrocketed the past year. Well, there is a very clear and obvious winner in the GLP space. Novo is not it. And so Lilly also has a deeper, look, they got a deeper pipeline as well, right? So they're not just, look, they're going because of the GLPs, but they also have a better base. So it's double bad news for Novo, which is piling on bad news. Again, Lilly's just outperforming in the GLP. They're getting better results. So right now, they are like the one-stop shop. Like, you've got to think about them. Like, this is not the AI race that we're talking about, but they are at this current moment. And so they're just continuing to make highs. It's now a $1 trillion company. Like, all of the, you know, I can't really say enough about them. And the momentum is pretty spectacular. And as I said before, like, some of this has to do with if we go back like a year or so ago, when it was them and or Novo, and it's that when that happened, all you've seen is one in a very steady uptrend, the other in a trend, and they're just going in oppo directions. And yeah, one used to be the darling here, Novo, and unfortunately just can't seem to put in a bottom. So there you go, Eli Lilly, just an absolute beast. To the demise, it looks like. Well, I mean, at some point, you got to figure Novo at some point has to find a bottom. I mean, like, they're not.
Well, the problem is they just missed that Alzheimer's drug.
Yeah,
and, you know, if you miss, like you come at the king and miss, that's not what Google did, but
That's
Novo, you know, I mean, Eli Lilly is a wonder drug, and they've got it. And a lot of people have this GLP stuff, but it's first mover advantage, and Eli Lilly apparently has more pipeline to it. So I agree with you. I think that, you know, take some profit on Lilly and maybe put it into Novo at these levels. I don't the world, but I don't know enough about the two companies to make a move like that. That's why, honestly, you guys know, I mean, it was back when Brendan, we were sort of doing that podcast and things like that, and we were talking about, you know, different ETFs and things, and I remember talking about XBI, and that was something that just with the aging population in biotech with AI, I mean, think about AI as far as biotech is concerned as well. I mean, the fact that this is, you know, way back, this is 2020, Moderna got that vaccine, depending on how you want to look at these, in less than 24 hours, when some of these things will take forever to build out. And that's just one small, stupid example that maybe I shouldn't have even used. But, you know, XBI upside there, making everything cost basis. Hopefully AI costs on development of new drugs can help, you know, figure out the different side effects quicker, and all these, again, obviously in no doctor, but I really like XBI. And I mean, I just look around, and unfortunately the population, you know, continues to get older, and people are living longer, and you know, this generation, some generation anyways, X and Z and all this, you know, there's a lot of money out there that people can pay for treatments. Unfortunately, you're seeing that with the GLP-1s. I mean, it's like $400 or $500 a month or something like that, and these guys can't sell enough of them.
Well, it's also about it too, is it's going to be the kind of thing, and they're already sort of finding this, that they'd have other benefits, and on top of that, the GLPs are going to be able to maybe alleviate some other diseases when you tackle it. It ends up cutting costs in other ways too, which will help it to be something that is possibly at even higher prices, cost effective for medical plans. So it's almost 8:30. I know we got coming in about 2 or 3 minutes, and of course we're going to have Mitch coming through. So then PPI is going to be old data, but we'll take all the data we can get, because we were starved for about a month and a half. With only a couple minutes to go, usually we'd be starting out, but now we've already worked in and got the lay of the land before this number, Brendo.
Yeah, exactly. We can tee it up and get a little bit deeper into the actual details when they do come out. Just real Spotify pop up here. A couple of people are mentioning it. Price hike. Their annual price hike has come around on the calendar once again. So just be aware of that. It's a big $600-700 stock. So heads up on Spotify this morning. AAPL was another one chat was mentioning a couple of times. That was a beat, an earnings beat right across the board. They raised their guidance as well. On the earnings calendar, we mentioned Zoom, another one, pretty positive here. Brief's off until Friday, but he's a big Spotify guy and loves his Spotify. He won't be happy about this increase.
Yeah, I famously am not on Spotify. As some people know, I actually just download songs and albums off of iTunes. So I'm not familiar here with. It is worth noting here, Brendan, this is like the first major decision we've heard from the company's new CEO team. I mean, till January 1st, 2026. We've got about another month. But much like Oracle, they're going with the two CEO strategy. Nordstrom and Gustav Soderstrom starting here just over a month. This should be interesting to see how now, as we get more companies with this dual CEO strategy. Apparently Disney's even considering it for the replacement of Bob Iger. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes into effect and what kind of decisions they make. But yeah, price increase for something like this, not super surprising.
Yeah, and I think this was planned. I mean, I remember talking about the, you know, with this announcement stepping down and going to a chairman type of role, going back to so. Yeah, I mean, guys, Spotify is one of those stocks that just kind of hangs out here. There's so many alternatives at this point. I am a YouTube Premium subscriber, so ever since I did that, have not been back on Spotify since. And I just, for me anyways, the algorithm YouTube Premium or YouTube Music seems to be a better fit and a better suit. Sean, I know you're an Apple Music kind of guy, but I mean, what is this? Or where does this leave Spotify?
I also YouTube Premium, and I don't use Spotify either. So I don't. Look, I'm not going to be buying this stock on the way down. I'll leave it. Again, maybe there's a really good reason why things are going to be absolutely fine for them. I can't figure it out because all the big boys got. got Amazon Music as well, and they just keep pushing it. And when you think about that, I don't think this is found a bottom yet. Like, sure, the market is bouncing, but this is like from the highs. You're $200 from the highs. Like, it's almost 27% from the highs. You've lost the 200 period. This really key level at 620 also got. So I'm pretty bearish on them, and I don't think I'd be buying the dips in Spotify. Just for me, I just see way too much competition for them, and technically it doesn't look very good. Yeah,
no, I mean it's that whole thing that Brent. What extra value is Spotify adding? Because if you get the YouTube Premium, then if you are you also don't have to watch commercials. I didn't even. I mean, it's good to know that Brendan. You know, the algorithm was pretty good for there as well. We do have the. Let's go back over to the desk. We should have these PMI numbers, and we can get them to you. I see retail sales right now slightly lower. So do you guys want to cover that? Okay, let's go.
Screen here. PPI month over month for September, 0.3% upside. Prior was negative 0.1%, so definitely a positive move. Retail sales for September comes into the upside as well, 0.2%. Forecast was 0.3%, so a little bit of a miss. Core PPI for September, still waiting on that to populate on this screen. Retail sales, a little bit negative. We were expecting 0.4% to the upside. If they're 0.1% on a miss. The PPI September number overall, also a little bit to the upside, 149.7 versus 149.4. And if we keep going down here, the year-over-year number for retail sales, guys, 4.3% versus 3.9%. So retail is still strong, but yeah, go there, Sean.
The SPY came out, the PPI came out as expected. Not seeing really anything going on here in the NASDAQ. So we'll hold out that, maybe some retail. We'll talk about Kohl's. So no, I was just saying like, yeah, it's like what is Spotify offering right now? I mean, they talked about getting the podcasts over into YouTube as well. So some of the premium content that maybe people were paying up for Joe Rogan or whatever, some of that is now being shared all over the place. So the cross-platform benefit of Spotify is awesome because if you are on, whether or not you're on a PC, you're on an Android, hey, there it is, whatever you're using your music on, it's all the same. You just got to get comfortable with something. And we have the Apple family plan in my household, so that gets you to Pluribus. It gets you, that 3 gigabytes of storage. There's so much included in the in that world that Apple Music for me is all that we use in my family. So all 4 kids, five of us have. Actually, it's perfect because I think you can have 5 users. So all 5, intertwined in that, and I think it's like 40 or 50, and that gets you the Apple TV, the Apple streaming services. Both online, all the games that they have, the workout stuff. Like this is all stuff that's free everywhere else, but it's nice to have it all packaged in one space, right? And then hopefully Siri can start playing nice with Gemini and they can get it all worked in. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think Spotify is, I don't want to call it a dinosaur or anything like that because is still there. But yeah, why are people still in it when there's different alternatives?
That's what
And I just think if people start penny pinching, they might look and say, hey, we already are YouTube premiums, why do we have Spotify? And then it just goes to be, what's the one you cut? It's probably Spotify. But
that's where I'm at. Like I'll admit, like I probably kept to Spotify a little bit longer than I need YouTube premium, but not much. Right. Like what am I doing here? It just did. No, but let's talk, obviously the retail number is not going to be that big. I have Mitch coming on in a quick little second, but a couple people did mention Kohl's, and I do see, behind me on the board, I can tell you that Kohl's is top of the list on our visualizer, so it's of interest to everybody here. 28% on an earnings beat for Kohl's here. And you always have to remember with Kohl's, part of the factor is always going to be that short float. It comes in today, let me just double check. What does it come in today? 37%.
Jesus, what the?
Okay, well, that's higher than I thought it was going to be. I knew it has, look, we know Kohl's has a short float, but 37% short. And my guess is, and this is not scientific or anything, but when you're up 27%, some of those shorts aren't feeling too good about that this morning. So I think that's a good thing for anyone that's a little bullish. You can see that the turnaround has been pretty solid for them. So Kohl's, we'll go over this. It's going to be a watch list, but You get that beat plus that 37 points, and it's been uptrending all morning. There hasn't even been like just very, very steady eddy uptrending. Not even a real test of VWAP outside these dark pool wicks in there. But very, very strong name. That's a way bigger short float. I thought it was in the 20s.
I asked this JL in the chat there. I think it was Jay Lee from before. No, he just said that he thinks Netflix, and I didn't get the answer. I asked him about it. Said that Netflix might challenge Google for something. I don't know what that was, so I meant to ask that. So if you're in the chat, I did ask it, and we started talking, and I was interested in that theory because I want to hear what Netflix has to do with any of this stuff. Dick's Sporting Goods the other way, so there it goes, man. You know, getting hit to the downside. I really favorite stores to go in when we're visiting the United States. A, because it's not, you know, Ulta Beauty or anything like that. So, and B, they just have such a great selection of like everything. Their hockey kind of sucks, but great selection of most other sports. And yeah, interested to see if this, you know, gets back into some of these levels. Dick's Sporting Goods. So it's like Kohl's going one way, these guys the other. As the story with this company is, of course, they bought out Foot Locker, and they had closed a couple Foot Locker stores. So maybe not seeing the investment potentially in there, or, you know, leisure clothing or whatever Foot Locker is selling these days. Potential down Dick's Sporting Goods. So just another name to look at as we go. So I'm going to check the chat to see if we could talk about that Netflix story. But if you're watching, let me know what you meant by that. By the way, NVIDIA just broke 175 again. Like, this market is coming back in. Not heavily, but, you know, we're testing VWAP right now. You're down 0.2. The Emperor has clothing, but getting a little more naked by the day. Down to 175 right now for NVIDIA. And then, man, we watch out to see if this bubble on AMD, because that's $200. And it's staring that right in the face, like right now. So we'll have to watch out for that. We do have plans of Trade the Pool and Money Mitch coming through soon. And hopefully he'll be talking about some of these trade ideas as well. You know, yesterday we didn't look too much at SMR or Rigetti or any of those kind of high flyers. Maybe today's a good day to get back
I wonder
on
if he
to
talks
that.
about the healthcare names, like Oscar yesterday. Because I feel like on a day like today, you know, with the news with Meta and Alphabet and obviously you've got earnings, you've got earnings from Baba, from Neo, from Kohl's, from Dick's. These names could get lost in the shuffle today. And Oscar was an absolute rock. It was up 20% at one point, I think, at the highs. And yet, had other names were going as well. MOH, UNH was moving around. But certainly, as a day play, should not get ignored. Regain the 200 period. Look at that key 16 support, like 16, kind of gapped underneath the 16 level. As long as you hold on to that, I think you got an opportunity here for another rally. And it's in a space where if it ends tech day, which we've seen a lot of those, then you don't necessarily have to work this following and cratering, because its space could be good. So yeah, I'm going to have Oscar on the radar as well. But the 16 is going to be key. The fact that the news story was yesterday and doesn't have a ton of extra volume does mean I want to wait to see it when it opens up. Now, the other thing too is, for 9:30, the day after a big index reshuffling like the MSCI, where you had millions and millions on the imbalances, so a bunch of stocks were moving pretty heavily at the close, oftentimes it just makes me want to wait an extra beat or two after the open. So let's make sure it's open up before I've traded it, and then give it a couple of minutes to maybe settle things down, because you had a lot of action on imbalances and big time volume in the last couple of minutes on several names. You know, Oscar actually had an imbalance of its own. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more patient, but this one is for sure going to be on the radar as well. And keep coming. Ooh, I see some people are taking shots at Kohl's shorting it in the chat.
Oh, in the chat, eh?
Yeah, if you,
I don't mind that short percent.
It's pulled back. We brought it up. It hasn't challenged VWAP. It like promptly broke 20 and is now underneath VWAP. Can't even make that stuff up. So yeah, good luck with that. Obviously, 37% short float. I'm usually looking for a place where the momentum will get me in, whether it's a mean reversion or holding VWAP early. We'll see. A&F also moving. That's another name. See, there's a lot. Abercrombie as well. Another didn't even get a chance to talk about. That's almost 20%. I was going to say it was 20% earlier. So another big time runner here with ANF, and this is distinctly different from Kohl's. This is a true bottom that's forming here on ANF. So yeah, lots, especially in this retail space, lots of retail earnings.
And we do have a great segment that we've obviously started off here, and we're glad to have Joe with us. So as we wait for Mitch, we're going to go over to Joe, as I see on his screen. IBIT. We've got some call action talking about it. So let's go talk about some options action with our good friend Joe.
All right, guys, happy Tuesday, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. A lot of activity going on yesterday and most definitely today with some earnings reports. But first, let's get into some of the options activity that I found outstanding in hitting the volume scanners. Yes, that is going to be IBIT, and you can see that Bitcoin got a little bit of a rebound in yesterday's session when we had lows of around $80,000 and trading up to around $87,000. But aside from that, guys, we might be finding in Bitcoin around $55. And why do you say that? Because we're sitting around 53,400 contracts still currently open that expired this Friday. I think that's something to note. I mean, we can get that magnet effect and run into those levels, but that might be the ceiling for this week. But then we'll look and maybe if that options activity seems to cool down, we might be in for a little bit more of a bounce, but I'm looking at that as a resistance zone. All right, that's going to be expiring Friday. Now, continuing to climb higher, and I found this extremely interesting. We're going to have to go all the way to December 19th, and this is where we're going to see the most options activity in GOOGL, with 24,800 contracts still currently open, and with 3,790 contracts traded at that strike price and expiration cycle yesterday. I think that's really important to note. So 335, especially up after that gap up this morning, is definitely in the works by that date. Now, Rigetti as well, too, finding a bottom expiring this Friday. $28 may be in action as well, too, with open interest sitting around 2,120 and volume around 3,130. Now, as for some of the other activity, we know we had a nice grinding bid yesterday, short coming into play. Well, now let's take a look at that at the 610 strike price expires this Friday. Now you can see that the bid and the ask, the spread there is relatively wide for the Qs. I think that's going to tighten up a little bit. We're looking at $4 approximately there, and the at the money IV sitting around 19.9%. I think that's relatively high. If we take a look at our POP here, guys, our probability of profit, it's only sitting around 30%. And that's a long call. So essentially what we have here is the option market also telling us that there's a 70% chance that we will not hit that specific level being 610 by this Friday. Our delta sitting around 0.371. So you're going to get a $37 change for every $1 change in the underlying. And then the gamma activity, relatively cool for now, guys. Keep an eye out on some of these key levels. I think they might be in play.
I think a lot of people are going to have some Bitcoin on their mind and crypto on their mind as well. I mean, even Eddie it's another name that might fly under the radar because of the rally that those have had, but there's no specific news there. But Bitcoin, unfortunately, lost this 88 level, maybe not for good, but certainly we're looking a little bit tepid to start here for Bitcoin. So I'm kind of thinking back to the potential short if we don't hold 80. I'm using that as like an over-under for me because as far as I was concerned, I thought that any break of 88 was going to maybe take us a little closer to 90, but that prior resistance, we're right back underneath it. It's right in here, and we're kind of consolidating this morning underneath 88. Get out that top, then I'm favoring shorts and IBIT and Mara. If we break out 88, then I think it's a reverse kind of day. And the willingness to reverse, I think you've needed the last couple of days, maybe not even the last couple, like the few trading sessions. That's been pretty important, and that's why I like to have these key levels where I know, hey, if we're trading underneath it, then I don't want any part of Mara to the long side. I got to be looking for those shorts off VWAP, etc. And if we start breaking out, then either I take IBIT on its own, or might have a look at something I think could be a little bit stronger. I know some viewers have said like they like Riot. I probably stick with IBIT long myself if we can hold above that 88. So that 15-minute chart's going to be key for me here. And the other thing about it too is nothing about the daily chart yet suggests much of anything positive, right? Like losing this 88 here, a retest of the low still very much in play. And then a chance to get those mid-70s, which I'm still hoping to get stink bid on that. And Bitcoin hasn't happened yet, but plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. Bitcoin is not done moving for sure, but 87,000 is pretty nice. Is coming back in pretty nicely right now, too. Like, there's Tesla just pulling back $4 right here. Just going right on the day, on the morning is Tesla, but also the NASDAQ is starting to tick down off of that 25,000 here. So, yeah, not going to be a great open. Well, we still have 45 minutes till the open. That's the thing about us starting now at 8 o'clock. I mean, we're going to be able to analyze things as we come into the open. We're going to have the numbers faster for you and just live data all over the place. So make sure you tell everybody you know that Trader TV Live is now starting at 8 a.m. So, and we're very happy to do that also. Just giving you guys different looks here early and gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit differently about some different names and just more detail looking at and some of the themes here early every single day, except Thursday, which is, of course, Thanksgiving. But there goes Tesla to the downside. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Joe may find pumpkin pie, but we'll see.
Right, Joe?
Yes.
No.
Someone will. Joe, what have in pumpkin pie?
I mean, I'll try it if you guys. If it's like,
all right, done.
No, nope. I may as well.
His mic. Cut his mic.
We already got yes.
Cut the mic. We already got the answer. So right there, we will. Thanks, Joe. Mic cut.
Pumpkin pie is delicious.
You can try apple pie too. I mean, mince meat pie. You know, there's lots of different opportunities here for Joe.
I think if he's okay. So Joe has never had pie. So he claims in his entire life.
I mean, it's Thanksgiving.
It's Thanksgiving, so I would say pumpkin pie. But if it's your first time, maybe something classic like an apple could be good. That's the only thing I would think. Maybe an apple pie because it's a classic. But for Thanksgiving, pumpkin, pecan is generally where you want to go.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's just me.
Got to have that pumpkin pie, man.
Adara's saying she's got, here we go. Someone with Quebecois ancestry, I recommend meat pies.
Yeah, of course, mincemeat pie. My wife is French Italian, so we've had mincemeat pie many times. And what is that?
A la mode for apple
a la mode,
pie.
yeah. I mean, you can get a little Cool Whip as well. Wanted to Cool Whip on there. That reminds me of I think it was it Family Guy?
I watched Seth MacFarlane was doing an interview one time. And the interviewer was just like, yo, thing. He's just like, do it right now. Yeah. It's both Brian and Stewie. And he instantly just did the whole thing completely perfect. That his voice talent is unbelievable. And Stewie is one of the funniest characters
that's the thing when you
in history.
Always gonna do that whenever we talk about that tasty treat. Okay, Mitch looks like, Mitch probably had some pie, probably had some Cool Whip.
Mitch is gonna Mitch is having pumpkin pie on Thursday.
I would think so. I would think he's gonna be probably watching a little bit of football, having some pie, maybe some turkey. Mitch is going to come on. Mitch, let's just say you had turkey and then you had a choice between ham or a roast, like a nice beef. So I'm going to pass that back over to the desk and we're going to get his answer there because I think turkey at Thanksgiving is going to be #1 traditionally, but I like a little roast action on the side. All right, without any further ado, it's 8:48. Thank you, everybody. We are starting early at 8 a.m., but right on time from Trade the Pool.
I see he's potentially disagreeing here, so let's get to it.
What's going on? I mean, there's nothing to disagree. There's so many good foods to choose from.
Yeah, but are you a turkey guy or what's
turkey?
Okay.
I'm always a turkey guy. Got to make the gravy, and I make it right. I get chefed out at least for Thanksgiving.
Oh boy.
So of course I would say turkey, but another option that isn't talked about often. What about like a duck? Ooh.
I'm down with that. Or a turducken? Have you ever gone down that road? The turducken?
I mean, you guys get them you guys get them locally, right? Right there in Canada, right? We get them shipped down, right? But yeah, that could be a way to go about it.
I'm down.
But always the Honey Bake Ham Company. I don't know if you guys have ever tried that before. amazing. I'm sure the chat's going to blow up on that
Right.
one.
Right.
But you got to have your pumpkin pie. That's number one.
I'm getting hungry here, Mitch. Let's get back to the market here. A couple more days until we can feast out this way. Let's talk about this rally that continues. Everybody thought AI was going to sleep here. Here comes some actually really big market-moving AI-related headlines. Start with that. What do you think here as far as big tech goes?
I think it's all about timing, right? We talked about this about weeks ago that you might have a little bit of some rut going into the Black Friday, then a little bit of a pickup. Right, so I'll call this the Black Friday rally, right? Of course, the AI names are helping with this, but I think it's more about just seeing beaten down names that are seeing a nice little 2-day relief rally. Now, the question is, do we go into these day 3 moves? And with the market getting this AI backing, right, this news, this could keep the big boys moving in a direction that could lift the market overall, even though NVIDIA down, right? What we're going to look at, can Google, can Broadcom, can others hold the market up, even with AMD and NVIDIA taking a major beating?
All right, you had a number of different names here to get through. Just from a higher perspective here, going into the holiday on Thursday, the smaller, high-flying type names that we've been talking about, you know, whether it's quantum computing, some of the nuclear names even, taking a little bit of a backseat over the past couple of weeks, rightfully so, with NVIDIA last week and AI talk this week. How are you approaching this in a lower volume kind of environment here ahead of the holiday?
Yeah, I think it's all about timing, right? I think you noticed if you did take swings the last 2 days, it really gave you a nice return with small share size. You probably got stopped out. This is what we've been talking about often. But I think the important thing right now is to take smaller size and look for those bigger volatility ranges to play in. If you look at the ATR, I'm kind of using that. I'm using like 2 times the ATR to really think about what the potential risk could be in the name so that I can size down accordingly. And so that's how I'm approaching those low volume names. I think you can still go dipping your toes in them. Now, of course, which ones are going to come all the way back? Which ones are going to maybe just get a little bit of a bounce here? That's why I'm saying today's a big day, right? We've had a 2-day relief rally. Will we get a 3? More of that kind of advancing shoulders look, right? And that's what I'm going to be watching on the charts today.
All right, let's go into a couple of individual names here. Start with CEG. Big day yesterday. I mean, the entire market kind of looks like this after what happened yesterday, but let's go nuclear here.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part was the news that just came in just a couple of days ago, right, on Thursday last week, and that really kind of helped out this area start to look a little bit better for me. And I was thinking that nuclear wasn't the forefront or the focus of the U.S., but they made more comments there that I thought were very. That actually now gives the ability to see nuclear trade come back, like an SMR that was over 60%. And full disclosure, I have a swing on an SMR already, got 1929 on that, but looking to see CEG as kind of more as the indicator here. As long as it can hold above 345, kind of that bullish engulfing look from yesterday's candle, right? You have Friday's high, 345.28. As long as it can hold that level today, you're still in the bullish camp, and these stocks could start to see a bigger rise. Now, the only question is, will the U.S. try to go on a leap and maybe make an investment in one of these small or maybe in one of the energy infrastructure names? These are the ones that I'm really starting to focus on because I could see this coming. And if that happens, these names are going to go from hated right back into the love space.
All right, we just saw retail sales specifically, a little bit of a dip on the monthly number here, maybe some question marks surrounding retail specifically. You had VSCO. A lot of people going to be shopping, looking for deals. You had VSCO. What's your thought here with this one?
Well, it's actually done really well since changed the CEO, and it's continued to climb higher, and you're just seeing a steady uptrend. And I'm looking for stocks like this, right, that are still in steady uptrends, even though we're getting through this uncertainty time. So if we get any type of backing that Black Friday sales did great, this could easily see the pop. It's already held the trend. So I really like this VSCO. I could tell the last couple of days it's been trying to build up a good amount of volume just 2 days ago where it popped to 36.50s. Yesterday was right at 38s. So as long as it can hold 36 on pullbacks today, it looks really good on a descending triangle look, trying to get back to 39 and 40s. That could be a nice approach. Friday.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on Black Friday, there's a bunch of trades here, and I want to run through it because I think this is an important one where most traders just don't even think about it, right? They're thinking turkey. They're not thinking Black Friday. And Black Friday, of course, comes with sales numbers. To be watching for when we get these release of sales numbers. Do we get a nice little pop? Today, you got Best Buy earnings, A&F earnings that came in, and you see these stocks start to take the lead. This is just going to help out what? The industry, right? So they came in, they got a nice little pop. Look at AEO, the recent action that's going on there. You see a quick move up. What is this? This is your Black Friday rally. So one that I would say is a little bit too far gone, might be harder to chase. But yeah, definitely AEO is one of those names that I'd be watching to continue to lift different ones here. You got Urban, you got Gap, you can start taking a look at, right? Gap is right on that 25, has been up here multiple times, guys. This is a trade that I do yearly, and I really try to just look for quick pullbacks before this, and now you can start to see the rise. Even Best Buy today, right? You're seeing it get hit, right? But this has a nice little pattern. If it recovers 77, it start to get going. So I like this Black Friday trade, and there's more out there, guys. There's more to trade, and it's always interesting because now we got mentions of a Genesis mission. What's going on with the executive action out there?
A lot of people for Black Friday deals. Walmart, obviously the big one. I mean, you mentioned Best Buy. I think a lot of people, might hit Walmart for a new TV before Best Buy, but the size of the lines. We started with the GPU versus the TPU here. A lot of other people maybe being brought, or other companies being brought into this argument. I mean, if anyone's just joining or missed it this morning, Meta up, Google up, potential tie-up between the two, leaving NVIDIA out in the cold a little.
Oh, the fight begins from the big boys, right? And one of the things that Google had been doing in the past, they invented these TPUs in 2018. But what did they do? They held them underneath their kind of company, and they kind of built them up and had them ready to go. Now that they've adjusted them for AI, now you're starting to see that competition come in. And this is where NVIDIA's lunch starts to get started, where everyone wants to go and steal NVIDIA's lunch. So this is why I've mentioned, and I've mentioned it in the past, that NVIDIA can stay up here, but now it has to compete, and it's just not the same bar that it had 2 or 3 years ago. So another one that did get a spike, I didn't see any news, so maybe if you guys see anything, you guys can mention it, but Intel, very interesting action this morning. And another thing to keep in mind is that Intel VPUs, which is a little bit different, right? It's not TPU, but it's also a competition in the AI hardware space. So this is where I'll start to focus on who are going to be the winners coming up and trying to steal that lunch from NVIDIA. So maybe we start to hear more and more mentions also of Intel's VPUs. And another thing to keep in mind on Google that I think is a one stock that hasn't moved off of this report is TSM. And don't forget that they fabricate those TPUs for Google. So I think that's one name that hasn't really lifted off. You've seen Broadcom lift, you've seen Google. I'm going to be watching right out the gates to see if TSM starts to make a quick move.
It's interesting. I mean, Darren made the point early on this morning, and a good one, I think, in the simple fact that just the idea of Meta, going outside of NVIDIA for the first time opens the door for other potential opportunities, other potential companies to step into this space. So you see Intel and Broadcom, as you mentioned, and Google.
CEOs right now, they're like, ooh, now we have something to come after NVIDIA for. So I think you'll see more and more focus of that, and look to see more and more everyone trying to compete to NVIDIA, right? They're not going to even compare themselves to Google. You won't see Intel, Google. It's just now the all against NVIDIA. So look for others to get that lift.
Great stuff, Mitch. Is there a Black Friday holiday we need to know about over at Trade the Pool?
Like always, guys, we are going to be giving a little bit of a special. We're not the company that loves to give, tons of discounts, because that really just takes away from the value that we give. But we will be giving a little bit of a special. So stay tuned, guys, out there for a little bit of some gift action there. And look towards the Christmas time, right? There's going to be a lot of specials coming up that we'll be doing for you guys. So, hey, it's our way of giving back. And you know what I'm thankful for is and more mass buying power. Give me more buying power, as that's what I'm thankful for this year.
Mitch, from everyone here, obviously have a very fantastic Thanksgiving. We'll see you after the holiday.
Hey, cheers, my friends. You guys enjoy it.
We always enjoy that day off, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there, including Mitch. But I'm glad he mentioned that Intel, because Intel was flat out not on my list because it was gapping. I'm like, oh, well, I'm not going to if it's up for reasons unknown. Well, now it's looking like I would have kind of expecting a little bit better. Holding underneath those Thursday levels, holding underneath that 36. So I think you've got an obvious resistance spot here. Look, AMD already broke $200 this morning. Like, we got to 199, sorry, check that, 198 high. So that's already 6.5 with 7% to the downside. Looking for something that hasn't really followed through, because the Nasdaq's right at 25,000. So Nasdaq's right underneath 25,000. Things that are in the realm of it could go quick pop and fade. Quick pop and fade here, and Intel does fit the bill, despite the fact that it was gapped up originally, now starting to fade off a little bit here. I believe we already got options, so that we ticked that box. Upgrades and downgrades that we need to check off with Joe.
All right, guys, welcome back. Yes, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here. To start it off, we got Applied UBS Group raising that price target to $285. You're up 2%. It's also going from a neutral as well too, guys. And then we have Cummins by UBS as well too, going from a sell to a neutral. No specific price target on that one. And then Bloom Energy Group, Mitch was just talking about this not too long ago. You're slightly negative, less than 1% here, but you're getting that price target raised from $26 to $30. Bank of America. And then we have Tempest AI also getting the nod as well too, guys. $96 price target, currently 105 by BTIG Research. And then as for the downgrades, we have Royal Bank of Canada by Jefferies Financial going from a buy to a hold. That's relatively flat on the morning. And then also Teladoc Health as well too, guys, getting that price target lowered from $9 to $8 by Bank of America. You're up just a little bit under 0.5%, 0.4 to be exact. And speaking of Exact Sciences by TD Cowen, a buy to a hold, guys. And then Novo Nordisk also getting the downgrade as well to BMO Capital Markets. You're positive in the morning, price target lowered to $46.
Yeah, just for anyone, Exact Sciences being bought for, I believe, 100 cash. They
just had their report too.
Yeah, EXA. I'm pretty sure.
AS? No, that's a different one that I was thinking about.
Uh-oh.
I was thinking about
ECPS,
something like that. Oh, there it is. EXAS.
Nope.
While Neil struggles with the symbol here, AMD is getting pumped. We're going to go over our watch list in just a couple of minutes, but NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, and SoFi on mine right here. At Trader TV, Sean, to go and find out, which name you like or some sort of trade ideas here for yourself. Over 55,000 of you right now, all over that. And get it to go, man. There's the AMD calls. Just seems way, way too easy. Some of the things that you guys are looking to trade. JP Morgan, Broadcom. Serge the Cat says, yo, let's go over to the NASDAQ here. So yeah, go put your opinion on what you guys copy, what you guys want to read here on X with me. But yeah, AMD, that's not happening. So yeah, I wrote down AMD 210, but again, this is the problem with coming in a little bit early. We start at 8 o'clock now. So, here at 7:45, 7:30, I was thinking if AMD just bumped up a couple bucks, we'd short it. That's where the 200 period moving average. Now all of a sudden the 200 period moving average down to 208. So I have 208 written down as well on that note. So we're going to wait to see a little bit of a bump up. I'm just wondering if it's overdone. I don't think it is, and I think the market goes lower. So I just wanted to say, when we're looking at AMD, and we're going to get through this right now, the watch list, the link is in description. Go grab that. It's absolutely FREE right now, but the NASDAQ, FREEFALL. We are in free fall right now as we break through the lows of the pre-market. So yeah, free falling right now in some of these names as NVIDIA's broke 175. And hey man, Google is the one that's upside right now. Is the market going to be upside down? We're going to find out, and we're going to start analyzing right now back at the desk.
Meta too, guys. We'll get to it in a sec here, but Meta, just an absolute raw. If you haven't done so, grab that free, as Sean was mentioning. Link is below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch. As we said, free every single day. Comes right to your inbox, has everything you need to know with all the stocks that are moving around in the pre-market. This is a 15-minute chart. Meta just took out the highs once again. We're all the way back to 624, almost 625 inbound. If you missed it again, potentially talks between Meta and Google for TPU uses versus NVIDIA, which could bring Google, obviously, billions.
Yeah, and these first two stories here, Google and NVIDIA, are going to have a lot of overlap because they're kind of two sides of the same coin. But basically, the information reporting that Meta is, as Brendan mentioned, in talks for $1 billion here with Google's AI chips. This, again, Google also has already been strong, so this certainly doesn't hurt their rally. But here's, I think the bigger thing this might mean for the market landscape about NVIDIA is just the fact that NVIDIA has been viewed for so long as impossible to challenge. U.S. President Donald Trump even said something to this effect at that U.S. Saudi investment forum. He said, oh, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, who's challenging your Blackwell chips? Well, here's the thing. They might actually have a challenge. Google, and I think with the fact they're actually talking to Meta too, or Meta's in talks for these deals, this is not just theoretical. It's actually in motion, and I think really good look for Google, but understandably a bit scary for a lot of these traditional chip names.
Yeah, NVIDIA not looking too healthy to start things off here, guys, but I mean, this Meta is just a monster right now. Google too.
Google and Meta, we talked a little bit of Google, and we'll talk a little bit more in a second, but Meta particularly, this is a more distinct trend break. So, the notion of breaking 580, heading a little bit lower for now, I think has changed. If you're going to spin this as the positive, would be more competition increase. It gives you a chance of lower costs, and diversifying can also have that effect as well. So breakout potential here in Meta. I think it's already happened. This doesn't feel like a chase to me because it's already filled in. See this gap, 615, pretty much filled in the gap. Because you go all the way back to the 12th, and that's like 627. It's like a 12, of which it's already done 9. So this does not at all feel like a chase. And the other side of the coin is, well, who directly benefits here? It's Alphabet. And Alphabet's actually lower. This is, to me, if Alphabet starts filling in this gap, that's why I was looking over like, well, if AMD's already so far down, do I look at it? Is going to come into play for me for potential short? Because this is it's a blue sky setup for Alphabet. They doubled up. This is, Berkshire has bought them. They've got the moat. Like everything has fallen into line. And then you get this headline here, which you think is going to be a big boost, and I think there's going to be some profit taking. You're already seeing it start to break the shelf. Do I think we get all the way back to yesterday's highs? That seems a little bit unlikely. So in the absence of that, 25, and then there's filling in the entirety of the gap, because VWAP is no longer a thing. We were holding VWAP. We sat down here this morning, and that seemed like, okay, we'll hold the VWAP, maybe play some longs in the next $5 range. That's the complete opposite. So I'm looking specifically to try and see if there might be a pop in AMD. Maybe we'll get to that in a second, but I think this one might be starting to fill in that gap, and I'll just be version or waiting until like a little bit later on in the morning. I want that first candle to the downside, but if we do fill the entirety of the gap, I'm definitely a buyer at yesterday's highs. I'm just trying to find a spot in between here without any levels yet to try to catch a bit of a dip in Google. And so Meta, I'm not chasing that move. It just feels like it's already made the move.
Why people want to even take Meta up at these levels? They've already committed to this whole data center build out, and all of this open AI and all these NVIDIA chips, and I feel like their bet is already made. I mean, it's great to be in a lower cost alternative here with Google, potentially with these TPU units as opposed to GPUs, but I don't know enough about any of this stuff. I just don't think that deserves this kind of a bump up on that news. I still think they're in trouble. I mean, like, what we're going to hear that, oh, Oracle now, Oracle's building out the data centers, right? But like, this is a name that keeps on falling every day. It seems like here with Oracle, hitting the skids here. But I would short Meta on this. I don't understand why it's up this much. It's only 2%. It's barely a drop for Meta, but I don't know. I can't wrap my head around why this should continue to go higher here. I get it, and if they're going to scrap everything they've done and move over to Google, that's fine. But there is some sort of cost associated with it. Plus, there's still the software build out that is attached with these NVIDIA chips and whatnot, building on top of and including. Look, I don't write down Google on the sticky note today because really, like, there's no levels up here. It's a pretty nice gap long there. So we always look, well, when there's a gap, we say play it back to VWAP. Well, that's already what happened, and we broke it down. And now you're starting to go lower. So I think 327 is not out of the question. That's the 200 period moving average. I don't even think, like, the NASDAQ could get washed here today. Google won't be away from that move. They will. So I think everything comes a little bit in there today. Look, it's a great story for Google, but does it deserve 8% plus 4%, 12% plus another 4% today? So, as this approaches 4 trillion, every single move up is adding just such a portion to their market cap. I just think it's overdone. Like, we were at 290 on Thursday, maybe even a little bit lower, and then you get all the way back up here. So you're up 16% there, oopsies, in just a matter of days. So I think it's a lot. Obviously, I think the Gemini 3 story is obviously the bigger one, in my opinion, and the fact that their LLM is getting love right now, and that's great. And if they're getting love, look, everyone was like, oh my God, ChatGPT has 800 million daily users, okay? Gemini last 50 million users. Just last week, they reported 650 million users. So they're going to pass ChatGPT. And they're already monetizing better. I mean, so many people, even our business here is linked up with Gemini and Google Pro, because using Gmail attach,
because everybody's already in the ecosystem.
Exactly. So this is why Google with Apple is such a huge for Apple as well, and Google, because the ecosystem's so huge.
We're inherently lazy as people.
So, like, people aren't going to keep using. They're not going to go Perplexity, Claude, a Gemini, a Chat, I'm forgetting many others, Anthropic, Llama, WhatsApp Chat, whatever everybody's using. They're eventually going to find one. And when there's one ring to rule them all, I think Gemini right now is starting to show its strength. So I'd watch out for Google here, man. It's definitely a sleeping giant that has been away in the last 6 to 8 months. So congratulations again. That's all I can say. Like, Google supporters, I've been here forever, and it's going to keep on going higher, man.
You could have taken the Lord of the Rings one step further, Sleeping Dragon.
Oh, okay. That's over my head.
Fair enough. That's The Hobbit, unfortunately.
Okay, so there you go.
Not as good a movie.
No.
But
I only watched a good one. So
NVIDIA is still the king. For now. Talk about that.
Yeah, let's go to the other end of the scale here. NVIDIA downside. If you zoom out to daily time frame here, we're right back to the bottom end of the range. Some key levels coming back into play here. Set to gap downside after a nice recovery yesterday, but Google gains, others gain, NVIDIA not so much today.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, as Neil said, this is not necessarily BLM for NVIDIA. This is still a massive chip company. So perspective is, of course, as of note, just right now, as we often see with these megs trying to catch up and to gain, actually, quite frankly, a lot of headway, and that one, of course, right now would be GeoOGL. Now, with regards to some of these other chip names, I was seeing some people in the chat wondering why down, but Broadcom is actually trading higher. We know AMD, much like NVIDIA, has actually benefited from a lot of these types of deals. Of course, we have the massive OpenAI tie-up. With Broadcom, from what I was reading, and this is actually going higher, is because this is viewed much like Google as another alternative play for if we start seeing this kind of pivot away from NVIDIA, right? So that's maybe why Broadcom could be a good look today. Broadcom also, of course, benefiting from a massive rally yesterday. So long story short, some of these AI and chip plays are switching up, at least temporarily. And I think whether longer term trend, that's going to have to wait to be seen.
The other mention, which is key here, bouncing immediately to the top of, I mean, there's so many of these ranking boards now, when it comes to these LLMs. I just picked one here, but all of the top 3 as ranking boards go, showing it this way, with Google now back on top, Claude 4.5 second, then ChatGPT 5.1 all the way down in third. So this shifts back and forth quite frequently. Basically, anytime a new model comes out, it goes up to number 1 or number 2. So Gemini back on top against the rest as far as the LLMs go too, guys.
For sure. And just one thing to remember too, like Broadcom does help make those tensor chips, design and make the tensor chip Google. So that's another reason why it might move a little lockstep today. Like Google loses a bid, Broadcom probably loses the bid as well. So it seems as if for now NVIDIA is bouncing a little bit better than AMD. And for myself, I always look at when we have a move like this, if I'm bearish, I look at where was the prior support decently. There's a decent chance that NVIDIA actually has a chance to get back and either retest lows, pre-market highs, whichever way you want to call it, as opposed to AMD, which I still feel like here, being that they were supposed to take the market share, and if it's not them, then it just, a lot of the growth story for AMD was supposed to be that they were coming at NVIDIA, and if they're not the ones grabbing that market share, at least not right now, then that's going to be seen as overtly negative. And if you look at what's happened on the chart for AMD, that break of this panic, whatever you want to call this, like upward trend, you'll lose the 50 period. Everything seems like headed back to this prior high, which is at 185. 200, the chances of getting it to $210 seems pretty unlikely. So you just look right back at Thursday's close, Friday's close, which is about this 204 area. So 204 and an 05, a little bit higher than VWAP, but that would be the level that I'd look for the fade. And then I also added, because both require a big pop, I want to have in the back burner Intel off of yesterday's highs. So those are the names. Probably not NVIDIA. I think it's going to be AMD and Intel in lieu of those. But just be careful with, I know Broadcom's way up there, but Google loses the bid, Broadcom's losing the bid too, because they're very much tied at the hip on this particular story.
Yeah, no, I have both of these written down here, both NVIDIA for a short and AMD for a short. Which ones wind up setting up? So which one, says Drake. Yeah, I was going to say like AMD here. Initially we were, as I said before, initially the 210 was the 200 period moving average. Now we're at 208. So we have both those levels written down. I am waiting for a pop up here to think that maybe this move is overdone to the downside. I don't think it is. I'm just waiting to see if there's a pop. So watching out for VWAP right now. Whenever there's the gap, we fade back to VWAP. So gap, VWAP, it rhymes. It's so cute. But I think 204 should be a play there. I don't want to get involved. Like what Neil was saying, I don't want to get involved right off the jump. Like making good trades on more share size specific, that's fine for me. And if I lose on it, I lose on it. That's fine, but I want to wait a minute. Like this 175 is such a key level as well there for NVIDIA. Oh man, we got that split action happening. But yeah, just it's really held this area pretty good. We've had some wick downs through here, but this story is changing now. The narrative has changed. Every time before it was always bought up because there's no alternative sort of, there is no alternative, go up. But right now, man, NVIDIA looks like it now wants to come back in. And I mean, I think we could threaten that. And yeah, underneath the 50, it's just a matter of days. This probably starts sloping down, which you don't really want to see right there. But yeah, well off of its highs. The earnings are now past it. Seen its best days? Yeah, I think it has for now. I don't, until we get either a story about robotics or something like that. Right now the gun is sort of pointed right at NVIDIA. So I'm going to be shorting both of these names, just a matter of where and when. And I do prefer AMD. They're the ones that in all of this at some point, right? I mean, I was lucky enough to sell some at 256, and honestly, like, it turned out to be a decent decision. And I didn't think it would be this good, this fast. But how many tops do you need to see up here? I believed in NVIDIA so much more and didn't sell any of that. But getting out of AMD seems to have been the right move into the downside, and I don't look to buy anymore. So I'm going to be short AMD at some point. I think that'll be probably my first look today, will be a short of AMD, especially if we get into that 203, 204 area. All right, man. A name that maybe we bought with some of those AMD earnings is Alibaba.
Right there.
So let's figure out what Alibaba's story was today. It's earnings day.
Yeah, coming back in a little bit, but decent start here for, as we said, decent report right across the board. A couple of notes though, and if you zoom in right at the bottom of this, you'll see the spend was a bit of a question mark, basically saying the AI race is still very much in focus, and they're going to go as far as even saying they have no problem spending more if they have to.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of comments made by CEO Eddie Wu, and also just the culture here for AI spend in general. I do want to talk about the report. This was generally a good report. The one issue here was adjusted EBITDA down 78% year over year, though they did attribute to, would you guess it, spend. Quick commerce investments did lead to that decline. Revenue beat, as you can see here, 34.8 USD, above estimates of 34.43 billion USD. We had a 16% year increase in e-commerce revenue. Quick commerce revenue up 60% year over year. So a nice look here for BABA. And EPS beat as well. This infographic will be posted on X at TTV Research later today, so stay tuned.
Yeah, a lot of 80% of this. We also had NIO. I mean, not really doing a heck of a lot here, chopping around essentially where we ended the day yesterday. But NIO kind of a meh kind of quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I know that quarter, but if it breaks 6, I'm still going to be there. It's just one of those kind of stocks. If it well, like the $6 level, I'll put on the note that I don't think it's super likely off the open, so we can talk about Alibaba. Excuse me, first. If not for the fact that that cloud number was 34% growth, 5% overall revenue growth is not going to necessarily impress everybody. Framework that the market's in right now. Everyone's sort of looking at, want that double digits, maybe even bigger, but that 34 the number that carries the water. Now, unfortunately, it is looking like, look at all the rejections of been filling in the gap. So the prior day high is very much in play at 161.5. Until it gets down there, nothing seems to want to be holding VWAP early, which means patience off the open, and that's what I'm going to exude. And then, as I mentioned on NEO, I mean, 6 is an obvious psychological level. It's also trending down. Maybe it doesn't hit today, but I think trend reversed. Like there's your, I mean, it bounced at like 520, good technical level there, and you have a nice reversal of trend, follow through and take out that 6. If that's not happening, I probably don't trade NIO. Give Baba some room to fall a little bit lower. It's 161.5 to 162 is going to be that prior day high area that I think you got to wait for. Like nothing seems to want to hold up these gains. I haven't seen a single stock that was gapped up that hasn't been pulling back.
Like yesterday, we had Alibaba as 160 long, you know, yesterday. So I don't see why that wouldn't be the case again here today. So I just find it's tough to trade these names on earnings days because we don't really know where it's going to go. So settle down. Like this 160, we had it written down yesterday. We'll see if it can work itself out again today. 160, 130. Yesterday's top for Alibaba beat on the top and the bottom line, and they make their own. So that seems like that's the theme today when we get NVIDIA going one way, Google going the other side. These guys are going to win huge when more of this dependence steps away from NVIDIA and Alibaba starts to enter the building as well. So have to, you know, sit on this trade. I really like Alibaba down here. I bought, like I said, basically out of AMD and into Alibaba, and it's been a good trade to do that so far. You know, we waited for our 150. We didn't get that, although we should have been. We weren't sitting there when it came in level. And we had 160 flat. You know, it's in the long-term account rate at 1 was an average up. So I like the stock. I bought it. And it's nice to see the line beat there or to the upside.
Let's go to Zoom. I'm coming back a little bit right now as well, but a decent report right across the board. AI, more AI for them as well.
Yeah, I think what really stood out here was the guidance for Zoom. So they raised their fiscal 2026 and EPS guide already last quarter too. So now these are well above estimates. Now between 4.852 billion, 5.7 billion fiscal. Yes, now 5 well above estimates of 588. And EP to $1 billion versus expected. All of its metrics, there's not too much bad to in this infographic. On Exit TTV Research.
Key, as always, a little bit here for Zoom. This is a weekly chart. Drop on the bucket here, guys, even with this bounce.
Yeah. Good. It was already the days on a rebound. A little bit up, but it doesn't where it needs to be for a break. You know, you're in the middle of the range here since the last, which was 78, 88. So if we're not $8, Zoom does very exciting. This is exactly the kind that you put on the alert list, or put on your watch for the next couple of sessions after earnings. Because we do break away from like a 90 break. Did it all with 88? You probably played a long time in holding here, all the way back to this August of 2022. So we've been holding the same song. So it is a level. It's going to be a trade. Just not completely convinced it can, but you got to alert 88 area, because I think if it can do that, it could zoom to the upside. There you go.
I like Zoom, but it's out there on the 200. Would love it. Messaging you by this. Randy was vacuuming some of that dust and whatnot. So thank you. And of course, if so far, just to talk different here, I can get here 26. Basically, yesterday's sort of gaps have a. I mean, I wrote this down 25 yesterday. We just missed it. We may just miss this. What about 26, 26.50, something like this? I get here, so able to sit there on right now to see if we can get a bit of an active the open. But be like I'm futures here to really turn now. We're okay, yes, and part of that is strength, maybe some of the financial, healthcare, but that if we can drop into that 26 spot that fan of, if and come through, here's the imbalance. Really, EBAI big yesterday for that. AI anymore. Nvidia, there's some sell, so that's hitting this imbalance there on the Nasdaq, and I just saw Nvidia buy. So Nvidia, Google buy right here, but Google's a buy with 1,000 shares. That's very small for anything they're doing. So look at Google, man. We said like maybe into the 200 moving average. Right now down $5, pretty much in a straight line. 33 down to 328 right now, and looking to break lower. Man, I am feeling pretty short in this market, especially if heading to the down. A name that we talked about, we put that earlier. Microsoft, we see that here, and then Amazon period moving average. I don't know what Microsoft get not again as pressure comes from OpenAI and their reliance maybe over there off turning green. Now I want to move now going back up to the upside. So yeah, lots of stuff happening. Ready to let's go talk about Spotify quickly, and then we'll open this market up.
Here, this is a weekly chart. If you anyway, this thing's still an absolute monster into key levels ish, trying to hold. If you miss it again, hike through first since last. Few people were mentioning the simple fact that it's been. Hey, that's just a year ago. Interesting note here that even a month up on pricing could million in revenue, not nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from a big point. Obviously, consumers are super happy because Spotify already cost $1 more in the app. Both companies facing their prices, so see from competitor Spotify.
Happening as Daniel X gets ready to chairman type role, as I was mentioning early on, to see take over Spotify, but positive any start, guys.
Yeah, positive start, but I'm not. I think if that's the obvious level in here, could be a potential fade, but it's just $4 right now. Not for me, not going to be touching it. Take a quick look. See, not many things. BBAI. Reminder that SNDK, the 28th, they're the new addition to the S&P 500. Pretty much nobody card happening. That's actually dropping into the opening bell, which is I Health. Scan the QR code in front of you as we'll put it up 2 and 1. Let's go.
Yeah, thanks for opening bell there. And oh man, 202, 203 for AMD. Up jumps right now for AMD. Risky, like we 250. Now you're back down to 250. So a quick little move there for AMD.
Wow, SND.
Of course, we're still going to watch. That move is coming at right now. On everybody. Wow, little tank
Huge.
right there.
God.
Thanks. For Google, as that pulling back a little bit right there. So I'm going to assume also, as I said, Meta was the biggest fugaze here today. We could be wrong on, but here comes Meta, Andy.
SNDK.
Was it? Okay.
Initial and to the in S&P effective Friday. I said the 28th. He got tag VWAP, no 204, but already back in. Yeah, this goes up to a shot at this back before. SanDisk, not really on the plan of action. Oscar, 17, still looking.
Man, Tesla right here. It's the price we marked 12 right there. Let's can hold fort now. Tesla battle back. Let's put a little more right now if we can at 413.70. So there's another out. So there it goes. You know, proud to be presented with Tesla. That can go back up there to the upside there. They met already Tesla. So if you're trading, see ya, you're done right now. $1 plus there Tesla. Go baby. And the funny part is that AMD is tanking, and that hit swap almost as expected, and coming back down. This could be really something. Goes, man. Plus on Tesla. So far so good. Bye. And again, we talk all about the short. I don't have it all, so is what it is for right now. But we do have or so here. Let's take a little bit more out here. Just watching this continue to climb higher. Tesla
going. Google is now dollars and continuing to fall as it is cratered. I said pivot shot at AMD into potentially Intel off yesterday's high. It's trying very badly to get there. Might 35.7 report in the afternoon. Then I'm for a short even lower than attention. And then I'm Oscar. Sleep on all the healthcare names. Why does it go to Blue Ocean first? All the healthcare names gapped up yesterday. Oscar holding on to V. Real breakout. Oscar. I haven't set. That's not. Can't buy high price. If we break out yesterday's high, just my limit order for a breakout there on CR. The name of Apple leading what potentially might be the way. There we go. 2 setups. Market's headed down. We're 25,000. Bitcoin also catching a little bit of a stray with this downside, unfortunately. I want to wait for Bitcoin 15 minutes. If it holds underneath, the plan was to at Mars for a potential short. So there you are holding underneath the volume average price, but no real action yet. Very much side movement so far.
Yeah, we don't look too long here. Right back in, and honestly, like market now is like uber. I mean, we get a quick little look at what it's doing, and I think, watch what I'm saying. It's not necessarily the market. It's just, you know, some of the big players in the market. AMD down 8% and getting crushed. Look, Joe, hey, Katina loads. Hey, Joe, man, look at this load. We have 4.50s. Now we're $2 in the money, double shares right now. So we'll what's up to Max, and only position for me is this Tesla long. We wrote it down at 412. So far so good. I'm just taking a few pieces as we climb higher. I really try this something as this market can now. It's on the AMD Nvidia trade right there, 198 downside there for advanced micro devices. We should have stayed there. Tesla, go. All right, so there it is. Now Nvidia did lose that 175, but a nice little back right for them. And can Google get going as well off that 19 right back close? Unbelievable as Google basically goes day and now nicely cooking there to the up. So things not too well for the guy over here. So I'm gonna take out one more piece there in the 80.
Bouncing nicely.
That's what I'm saying. Not this one here, the rate of the day, Tesla. Hopefully, Ali, is a recent purchase. It's not. So Baba back in one and change. So getting hit there today.
Baba does this on earnings though.
And stay away. But Alibaba looks like it wants to give it all back right now. Breaking back down to one right here, Alibaba.
Yeah, breaking. We've seen this story. Google, but of weakness again in Bitcoin, sitting at 87, 88. You're still trending down. Down percent. What's down? I'll show you guys first. So there's I projects along thing it's breaking low Mara. So if we this top jump out of Mara, but this is the one I want to fade. We're picking them and still have not gotten into Intel. As I kind of canceled my VWAP orders because it's not getting down there. Weakness right now in this name is even with Nvidia's below. So even Nvidia at one point bouncing back to 174, no pop up there in Intel to get you. So for me, just Mara, still trying to get into the side of Intel. Not much going on yet, I think, with Oscar, but I still think it's a day two play for some of the healthcare names that can be good. And talking about Open Door, and thank you for putting in the dollar sign so I can get up there. Open does not break that 8 level from yesterday. Oh, maybe it did. Maybe 801. It looks like 801. So barely breaking yesterday's highs as the move continues for Open. My list, if anything, I know I was thinking fade yesterday. Probably a good thing that I didn't try it. I'll stay away from that one because I was thinking fade at those prices. So just Mara, that's starting to break down through the lows. Want to get 1075 if we can on this. It's, Bitcoin headed to the downside. This is the one I preferred short. It never broke the trend here yesterday. So if it can hold under VWAP, I think this can be an all-day short as long as Bitcoin's underneath 88, broke 87.
All right. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm Tesla, and we were able to get basically the 50-period moving average of 415. So, clear some out at VWAP. The 200 at the 50 period as we continue to climb higher here on Tesla, but whoops, they're again. So we're going to have to watch out for this name and see if the market wants to continue its trend lower. Hopefully it doesn't and we can bounce back up. I would like to see a 25,000 test or so. And look at Meta, man. Again, whenever there's a gap, you can play that back to VWAP. I mean, it would have hurt you early there, but maybe late, bouncing off a little bit here for Meta. Like I said, I'm just having a hard time understanding why it's that great for me. And, if they can get a little cheaper product, then why not do that? And it looks like Google may be the said product to them, and there goes Google, still up that 2%. So you got to celebrate that. Let's check out the other here. Amazon, red right now. We'll see. I mean, heading into Black Friday in just a couple days. I don't think we used to be like all over that for Amazon, but I'm not really seeing anything there. I don't see too much.
I haven't seen any
going on. so many they have Black Friday stuff all the time,
Yeah,
and that's the whole
nothing
point,
crazy.
right? Like, there goes Netflix right now back down to the downside, so this could be something where you eventually pick that up. 105 right here on the 5-minute chart, and of course the 200 period moving average right there at 105. So we'll have to watch out as our charts need to adjust. Yeah, I'm just sitting in this Tesla, man. I mean, it was one of the stocks that I'd written down that I really liked down there at that level. If it breaks 410 on, we've taken profit on it, so it's all good. NVIDIA, the short I wrote down was 180. Obviously, that's not come through. When we were talking about it during the market open, we looked at 175. So we should have been short there 100%. To not do that and to maybe chase Tesla. And then also that AMD 202 will probably haunt me for a minute, but we could get back up there. Like, it's only 940 right now. I don't want to like say that this market's going to lay an egg here, but it looks like, as far as the chip names are concerned, that's pretty much what's happening. So cautious entries and exits right now on all of these names. Not sure which direction the market's going to do, so I'm going to take a little bit more of an out here if I can. For Tesla being long at just under 412, it's still $2 in the money, but it looks like it may be giving it up here. Look at the market starting to fade pretty good. So watch out now, man. Anything tied to the market, probably. Glad to see Oscar over 17.
Oscar did break that 17, and it looks like it's trying to. UNH is also going as well. So some of the healthcare names are looking a little bit strong. There is a breakout. This is an obvious prior high to play back into. There was a dump at one on this name, so that top is going to give me an area we can get out. If we get all the way to VWAP, I don't mind trying to buy a dip in VWAP just because these are going oppo to the market. And we did say healthcare with the potential to show some strength today if we get a bad day in tech. There's UNH, which is absolutely just running away. 2.5% to the upside and continues to go. I'd like Oscar to follow, obviously, but this is what it is. IBIT is breaking the lows. I wanted to add Mara, but I'm not chasing through the low of the day here just yet. So I might just have to take Bitcoin itself at the volume weighted average price if we're in Mara. So market's looking weak, Bitcoin's looking weak. Looks like healthcare is about the only thing outside of Google, which is bouncing. Alphabet 26 and looking a little bit stronger. But I want something else in this crypto space if I can grab something. And BMNR could be. I'll probably stick with MAR for now, but BMNR is going to be on the back. You have to pay for locates on BMNR. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I do like Oscar. I know it's heading to the south side, but I do. So, I mean, it's a one that I bought recently. Let's go Oscar, and let's go Neil on that position, of course. And yeah, Tesla. So we didn't get that 414. So now we got to sort of wait to see what exactly this market wants to do. Let's go.
Bye-bye.
Apple. I mean, how much are we loving Apple? What a huge move up. I was talking about it in the pre-market, and I said, you know what, one of the biggest winners. And yeah, because I was talking about how Gemini, hopefully getting into Siri there. Just with the more users on Gemini, we said that like a lot of users will stick with one large language, and if Apple can get that figured out, yeah, I mean, there it goes. So should have probably taken a little flyer on that long, but hey, man, sometimes the theories that you have don't pan out. Pan out? Pan W has been getting hit on their call there as well. This stock's actually getting crushed right now. A favorite of many people. This desk, and I like Pan W and would like to buy a little bit more. They didn't make an acquisition, and that's never well received. But in the cybersecurity space, you can't go too wrong. Pan, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Ford got hit obviously on their report as well. But there it is, right to the downside. Palo Alto not really getting too much relief right now for Pan W. It's, if anything, man, just continues to go lower. CRWD. So.
For a crowd right now, but
yeah, and so does first of all, that's that. But I just want to show you, like, man, if we break 410, too key of a level for me to hang around on. So we'll try it right down here. This market is really, it's funny because like what we have written down: short, Tesla long, AMD short. Now we can look at SoFi for the next long opportunity. Here comes Tesla right back in. So we'd sniffed out that there was some problems here, but looks like we'll turn our profits into flat-ish areas. And like I said, man, we were up at 2 days if we had just covered it all right there. But bigger moves here. Tesla making the move back in there. It's going to get hit. This market is getting crushed right now. So out of Oscar, and here comes Tesla flushing as well. So.
Yeah, I'm out of Oscar. Obviously, Mara is going to end up working, at least for now. Even rolled over. This is still holding VWAP, so I don't mind trying to get back in, but the clean breakaway to fill in the gap, and I'll show you a little bit later. I don't think that's going to happen just yet. Because UNH is strong, I'm just going to quickly show you guys, because UNH is
strong like a
I'm
bull.
going to favor jumping back into this as a long trade because the market's weak, and as far as still pretty good. Didn't really get too much more. I wanted Mara at VWAP. Obviously, it's not. It just to VWAP. So we did have to add on a break of the prior bar low, which is kind of shorting the bottom in there, but that's all we could get. For $10.50 here on Mara. Bitcoin's at 86.6, so that's continuing to fall. The Q's kind of taking it on the chin at this open in here. So, you know, with not having Intel short, I just have to be patient. Going to be something else here in Oscar. That just lost VWAP. If it can't even hold on to VWAP, there might not be a chance here for Oscar. So everything seems to be falling. Google back under VWAP. NVIDIA down 6% and at 171. AMD as well, down 197. AMD could go at AMD could get to 10% down. If AMD hits 10% down, you know, there's going to be a bounce somewhere. That'll be 177 change, let's just say. But for now, market, one of those flushes. We got 1% to the downside. When have we ever hit 1 in the last few weeks without getting 2? I can't think of many instances where we've only gone halfway and not all the way. So my target's here, 1050. I'll short up if we happen to get it. But yeah, it looks like we're getting that move to the downside. And maybe we catch a bit of a bounce in Oscar, but I'm going to be pretty this market's falling. Yeah, no, I'm going to give this to 409. We did get a little stopped out there on Tesla, but here comes right back, breaking through that 410. We were able to get a little bit out there at 411 on that first sort of break right there. Trying to deal with it now at 410, a break of 409. And like I said, like we're not going to sit in a name we know can get extremely volatile. Just trying to play it for the bounce back up here. And again, liked sort of the energy that it had yesterday, but today, yeah, definitely giving some up here is TSLA, and it looks like up. We just kind of get hit back down in now as the market just continues to bleed. The NASDAQ now down. There it goes. The NASDAQ, there it goes. Broke there, and yet I'm getting stopped out. Like, I don't know. See, that's a shitty stop out again there for me on Tesla, so I don't know what there. Down to 409. We'll try that one more time because I don't, it looks like it did break, but that sucks because sure is if we still had it, but we do not. So not messing around too much anymore with this. But it is breaking higher now, so that's good. And we did get it back in. I don't know. I guess we just got stopped out there at 409. Bought a little bit more back in there. So we'll have to watch out for Tesla as it's trying to get its footing underneath it again right now. But there it goes. Upside. Damn it. Red. Sorry, what did? Alibaba just went red. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I was looking over to Baba and NEO to see if do something for me. But no, Alibaba's turned red. NEO was already red, so forget about them. Coal, lots of VWAP. I'm sort of looking where is some relative strength in here because Oscar doesn't seem to want to hold VWAP, but Coal's is the volume weighted average price and holding on at $20. 30% upside. We already talked about the 30% short float. 37% short float and 30%. It's just one to look maybe a little bit different for some strength. So I'm looking at 2 names right now. Oscar not holding on to Cole's possibly doing so on this second salvo. Still trying to short the pops in Mara and in haven't been pops to even short into. So just have to look for something a little bit different. Ama Hamad, make sure if you're talking about Zim, hit that $sign, right? Type in the sign. We will try to get to as many names as possible, but obviously right now being the opening rush, going to look to try to take some positions on in here, getting some strength in Oscar. Wow, this market is just Deadsville there as Tesla breaks. There's not much strong. Tesla on the ban list, yeah. Yeah, yesterday we put NVIDIA on the ban list, which was good. We could do that for Tesla again, but look at the market right now bleeding, and we just should have played with the short area that we had thought about in the first place, and it looks like now get hit, man. I mean, the market's giving it all back. We were flattish
Now you're down 1-2 right now as there goes AMD. We could almost just keep on following this. Yes. Things, yeah, true, Christopher Ocean. But you know, I do think that we could catch the bottom here. And you know, the Tesla with the move that we had yesterday in Tesla, you know, there's definitely some opportunities to try to get it, but we got to wait again. Like trade early, like we did, you know, make some money on it, but gave it all back, of course. Here, as doesn't look like we're holding that 408. Just waiting to, you know, news on anything here that we could, you know, maybe try to follow, but. Right now downside in this market, and hopefully we get something that gives us some reason to go either long or short now, because the momentum just keeps on getting lower, and to the downside, the momentum growing to the short.
Look at
what is Intel doing? Failed move.
Down 3%. Like, look at these candles. Like, this is, why was it even up in the first place?
Exactly.
I don't even know. Someone explain, why was Intel gapped higher this?
Friend is
Seriously.
your friend.
The trend is your friend to the, even Adara just said, I don't know. Adara doesn't know. Nobody knows. It just doesn't even make any sense. The market just continues to fall. I mean, Oscar's trying. It's trying, but it's not doing anything off this volume weighted average price. They keep coming back over to Kohl's, which is showing. All right, now Kohl's is holding VWAP. So it just broke the prior bar. A bit of a trend break going into the volume weighted average price. This at least seems like it's going to be relatively strong. So if I can get this long off VWAP, that's going to make sense. TPS report. We'll use Intel Foundries for the TPUs. We know that for a fact?
No, they won't.
Yeah, if that's, no, I didn't know. I don't know that to be, I haven't seen any indication of that. I think that would be great news for Intel if it was true. Getting major clients for their foundry business would be gigantic for them. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I think that would be tremendous news. I would venture to say if it was true, Intel wouldn't be falling like right now, because that would be a major breakthrough for them.
Yeah. So, all right. Bottom potentially now at around that 407 area. We'll take a small. I tried to buy some 408s there, but we missed it on that. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside as some of this market seems to want to. We'll have to wait. Maybe NVIDIA's seen a potential bottom there. It just bounced off of 170. I mean, that's a here to come through one more time. 407. What is the bottom on Tesla today? 407.50 or so. There as we're trying to battle back. 407. Yeah, basically a 407 break. So if we can break through, I'm going to try it again if it comes back in. So that's where I wanted to look at this just to make sure that we do have a trade on if it does come back, but there goes Tesla. Yeah, so NVIDIA, too bad because we on that. Yeah, nice little dip down there for NVIDIA also. Got into 170 and now trying to get back to the high side goes NVIDIA. So more to come over there, it looks like, as that bottom could have been wiped out right there. As well, you know, nicely up $2 in just the last 2 minutes. So there is some movement happening right now in these markets. And of course, Apple bouncing off VWAP, taking that trade there. SoFi, 20, well, I wrote down 26. We didn't quite get, I'm at 26, 60 right there. And SoFi now trying to bounce as well. So it looks like Tesla will go without us, which sucks because we were long and we just lost it right there at 408.50. So we're only back to 409, 410 right now. Let's see if this can come back just a little bit. Through 410. Good trade there if you're able to hold it. I did not. JP Morgan and some of the banks continue to be looking to see if we can rebound on that one. 301.50 down to 297 right now goes JP Morgan. Damn you, Tesla, man. Great move back. And we just, Christopher Ocean, man, told me to leave it on the back burner, and I was going to do it anyways, but there it goes. First started buying it. Maybe it's a short now for Tesla. But yeah, it's NVIDIA day today, Tesla day, Google, Meta. Sevens just continue to go absolutely nuts.
Even with a $2 bounce, NVIDIA is still down 5.7%. So a bit of a, like we talked about the bounce that's just happening. Bitcoin gets back to 86.5, which will be pretty much exactly 49. Nowhere near VWAP. Still a bit of a downward trend. Back into VWAP on this, and I don't necessarily expect Mara to break, but I just got reloaded on that. So reloaded into VWAP there. What I have to pay attention to is, see that it's a lot more strength in that last bounce and IBIT. So got to respect that. You know, this is nowhere near the volume weighted average price. It looks like a little bit of in Bitcoin relative to the name that I'm going to be short in, but going to stick with it at least for now, and then go back over to on this bounce. If Intel comes into VWAP and curls, there. As we go to the desk, it's time for Adara. That's a big hold at 24.6.
Just be aware here, guys. AIML going to be on watch. AIML Innovations. The ticker here is AIML. Subsidiary Neural Cloud has actually started a pilot project with Sickkids Hospital right here in Toronto. This is going to be interesting because Sickkids is actually one of the top pediatric hospitals in the world. And so even getting this pilot in the door is a big look here for AI. And AIML Innovations. Back to Neil and Sean. And remember, we do have some data at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Right, I'm going to short AMD on this pop up right now. That's like, oh, damn, man, like just out of that too early there on Tesla. That's really, you know, you switch up your game plan and you get a little face slap the other way. So there it is, man. And let's see if we can get some AMD. I mean, I was going to use this one basically to 200 and just tell me that we're wrong when we break higher. So that's where VWAP is. That's where the 200 period is. So I do want to average this trade. I do have some higher looks here. We just take a little piece off there. Wow, Tesla's 413, man. A big, honestly, a big props up and congratulations to anybody that held that level, because that was an absolute banger there. If you Again, a big congrats. Look what Tesla's doing. 413 and change. Wow, huge. We would be right now pretty big there, but we got out of it. So yeah, there's some liquidity coming into the in these names, as there goes the NASDAQ. Now we were down one, so almost made back half of that move right here, right now. So get ready to rock and roll. I'm going to average into this short. I mean, it could be, again, completely wrong, but this is what I'm trying to do with AMD right now. I'm still peed off about that Tesla, but we're back in. Now we're just going to move on to the next trade. And here we go, short off of that 198. Let's see if we can get back into this 196.50 or so area. We just shorted 98s. There it is, man. We'll take it back in. So making a little bit, there it is, man. A little bit of cash back. This is why I never doubt, man. You know, we miss out on the Tesla, but it looks like we got AMD right there. There it is. This doesn't backfire as we get nicely moving to the south side for advanced micro devices.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm just going to go back to the reload. Got to do it, but I have to show you where the futures bounced, everybody. It shouldn't be this obvious, but it was. 4.6 level on the NASDAQ, and that was supply multiple times the last couple of sessions, and now you get a big-time bounce off 24.6. So anything you liked long before, got to go back that well, in my opinion. That's going to be Oscar for me, which is already headed back higher. Sticking with this, at least until we break away price. It worked the first time. If it does in the second, then so be it. But Oscar Health is going to retake that 17 V-shape. I want to buy dips instead. Early breakout didn't work, but if it's going to dip and give us another chance to run that, we'll take our shot there. UNH strong. I see in the chat Jameson mentioning that Meta is continuing to go. Yeah, okay. Meta seems to be leading the way, but I think the bigger story was that bounce off 24.6. It's probably strong now. So Meta's going to go, Alphabet's going to go. When you fill in this gap, levels on Google. So as far as I was concerned, I was waiting for something else to set up. And what that else might be is breaking. So I need a setup to happen. Like, you know, it just ended up falling into 320, but whatever. I wasn't looking at 320 reason. It was nowhere near VWAP. Now it's got a bit of a trend. There's your trend down from the highs. Now you've got a forming. Might take some time for it to break up, but if it breaks higher, then I have at least a long that I can structure here on Google. So it's up 2%. Obviously, everyone knows the story by now. Google choosing Meta choosing Google, I should say, and both stocks getting a bump. Obviously, it's more of a direct message, but tell that to the market right now.
Yeah, the market kind of feeling some kind
they
of
do what they
right
want
now.
to. I mean,
yeah, no. Like I was saying yesterday or earlier today, it's kind of like Google and Meta. You know, I was a little
it was surprising
on that move there. Why it was like so Google, but apparently it was so for Meta. Sorry. So yeah, there it goes. Anyways, all right. Like we're AMD short now, so now we got to wait to see if this wants to go, man. We're looking at that 2 bill level. It just came right back up to VWAP. It's a good thing we took that. You're celebrating that dollar club. I mean, it's how like back-to-back celebrations go against us here. So we have to wait to see in now to that downside. We just did get a little bit of a move down there once we shorted it, but we didn't capture that. 98. So here we go, man. We're finally short at a decent level now. So we have consumer confidence coming out. That could absolutely blow this trade rate up. So a little nervous about that number right now. So let's try to cover just a little bit of this trade here as we move down, go over to Adara 36 until number.
Not just we have a series of numbers going to be released, including the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, which characteristically came out a little bit. This one coming out here at negative 15, so it's going to be a little bit lower than expected. Consumer confidence, as Sean mentioned, forecast 93.3, so we're expecting it to be lower than the previous print of 94.6. Home sales change month over month, 0.2% is the estimate. Business inventories month over month, we're expecting 0%. We got this number. This is well below estimates, guys. I'm seeing consumer confidence 88.7, below estimates of 94. Pending home sales higher than expected, 1.9%. So some mixed data here, and the market maybe not liking this, pushing a little bit more. Yeah, we're going to start here with GeoOGL moving alongside Meta and NVIDIA, all in different directions. Broadcom is actually moving on this too, based on the information reporting that GeoOGL and Meta are potentially going to be in this deal for Google's AI. Not like that story. This losing a significant amount of market cap so far this morning. Tons of earnings names on watch. Here is Zoom, ZM, mentioned this morning. Really strong report across the board and raising their guidance for the fiscal year. Also, other earnings names on watch, including Alpha. We've got Neo. We have Dick's Sporting Goods, Best Buy. So tons of earnings names. That we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics before we send you to Neil and Sean. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to Sean and Neil.
Thanks, Adara, for that one. And we got another one on right now. Hopefully we'll continue to do that. Here we go, man. We'll props it up for AMD. I mean, we finally got into the We liked it, and we just covered some at 197.30. That's literally where it is right now. You know, that number isn't too much here. I mean, the Nasdaq's bouncing back down, but the Nasdaq rode back up VWAP there. So, you know, no surprise for me that this is happening right there. I chose AMD. Maybe should have chose the futures right there because it's pulling back pretty nicely. But as is Advanced Micro, so hopefully that 197, hoping to get a fill down there right now, and if we can get that, then good on us. But 197, look, it wants to hold there. Give me, I'm at 15s. Did I get it? Yes, no, we did not. We're at 197.14. There it is. Yes, sir. So we will ring the on that one. Now $2 back in. It's too bad we fumbled up that Tesla. Would be monstrous, but here we go, man. Another $2 winner back in. Let's take of that and get a little bit more out here on Advanced Micro Devices as it bleeds to the low side right now, bringing my whole day back right now. Advanced Micro Devices. So bye-bye to that one. And, you know, I hope you guys were looking at it, and there it goes. Just as usual, Tesla, and then make right back here on Advanced Micro Devices. But it's 10 o'clock, still some movements to happen. And NVIDIA's also hitting the skids right now. That would have been the better short, I guess. Well, that would have been $3. We've got $2 on AMD, so I'm not going to cry over spilled milk here right now. But yeah, 196.60 right here for Advanced Micro Devices.
No script.
All right. Neil's not ready yet, preparing something.
No, I'll just come right back over to, let's go right back into the trades. I mean, Mara, back to the pre-market lows, curl over underneath VWAP, heading lower. The other thing, the surprise there was Intel. Intel got all the way, interesting. I guess I got partial. Okay. It didn't get fully filled there on Intel, it seems, but if it holds under VWAP, we'll try to add underneath the volume weighted average price as we're back into. So, I mean, ultimately, the shorts in the shorts, we absolutely trust at this particular point. So again, headed lower. Not really sure where there's going to be some strength. I was waiting for Oscar to set me up for the long. Oops, that's no longer up. That did not take out the prior high. So I'll need to see it hold on to VWAP here. Forget about the breakouts. Got to look for dip buys if you're for any kind of strength. But yeah, you know, Mars is going to head down back into the lows. Bitcoin is going to continue to go lower. I did have my and made the judgment call that, hey, Mar at the even dollar looked better than I bid. Short. So that's what I grabbed, and we're close to that low of the day, as is BTC. So the shorts lead the way. I mean, it's weird. Oscar was actually a losing trade, and it's relatively strong, but so far so good. Intel, thank you for being up for no reason, and Mara continuing with that Bitcoin weakness, everybody. And the other thing you got to pay attention to, I think you might have mentioned this, NVIDIA just lost 1.7. Now down 7%. And I say we because I'm not in position on it, but we all own this thing. So, you know, we're all down 7% right now. And there's not much till you get to 165 on this daily. I know there's a lot of bad wicks in here, but it's about 165 where the next support is going to.
Like I said, selling some AMD up there at 250 seems to have been the right decision for now anyways, as we look at what's going on right now. But there it is, Neil. Yes. It is now $3 now in the money on advanced micro devices. So I hope you guys believe. And it is now quite humming back into said downside. And I don't know, like, even get a lot lower than this. So, you know, I don't think this move is by any stretch of imagination done here. So let's just keep on waiting. 195 and change right now for advanced micro. I mean, this is a daily chart, so we're just trying to fill in this gap right now. But I am trying to cover because, again, we did lose a little bit there on Tesla. So we want to make sure that, you know, when we do have winning trades, we do start covering them a little bit. So there's more out there at 195 as we bump up pretty aggressively right here again. There's 195. You know, I was waiting to see if we could retest some of those lows. So let's put one more bid down there at 195, like 25, just because this is a nice move back in right now. So we'll see if we can take that move in, get another bid at 195, and then wait for that low. And other than that, let's just stop trading AMD now and see if it wants to flow a little bit lower, because of course will pay. I've only traded two names. The L, which was so good early, was Tesla, and then we danced with it a little bit too much there in and around 410. The market just pulled back in. We could have got longer again there, but I did put this on my list. So I'm going to wait a minute for Tesla to see what's going on, because you know what? There it is again, man. We just whoop, there it is. Thought you knew. Nice move down there for AM. 95.25 is where we're bidding. So if we can get that, we'll be well on our way to turning this day around, as the NASDAQ right here, just trying to get its footing a little bit. We might have found it. You know, the ES only down a quarter here. I'm not sure if NASDAQ, these names even want to go too much lower than potentially where we are right now. So we're going to have to be patient with AMD and the rest of them to see the next move. Where's the next shoe and where is it dropping right now, I think is what we're all waiting for.
Well, it might be dropping with Google bouncing and breaking.
Okay.
Because it ended up not really breaking that trend line. I got to redraw it for you guys. It didn't really break the trend. It tried to, but the wedge is still there. And I'll save this so I don't have to do it again. We might close breaking trend line on Alphabet. That's all I was waiting for. Like, it has to close breaking this trend line. I am trying one reload here. I don't think a third time, or I guess technically it'll be a fourth time on Mara, but on Intel I am at VWAP. But look at Google, bucking what seems like this push down to try to make this breakout higher. NVIDIA's back above 170, so it's starting to look good again as well. And don't forget, I mean, we're going to get to some of the smaller caps, and I see BBAI in there. Just want to make sure I want Google if it's going to head back anywhere near that 330. So once it closes above that trend line, that's going to be my in for Alphabet. Of course, it has been sells all morning long. Like for me, like two winning trades on shorts, but the loser has actually been a long. But that was over in Oscar. And Google's built differently the last couple of days. Like when Google's caught a bid or Alphabet's caught a bid, it's been pretty strong. Like yesterday, for a tepid day, it gave longs twice of like $8. To get to 330 or even the low 330s wouldn't seem like that much of a big deal for Alphabet. Looking pretty strong in here as it heads to the upside. I'm going to take another leg off of Mara. That's a big, I just saw a big spike as well in Bitcoin. So I'm going to take another leg off of Mara before it gets to the volume weighted average price again.
Yeah, market's trying to go back upside. Nice little rebound for sure. That's Tesla, sorry, and NVIDIA. So let's have a quick little look to see what NVIDIA is doing. So there's a rebound off 170 again. So, you know, if we're going to be patient with things, we should VWAP before we really do anything right here. So I think that's something that I'm willing to sort of lay my head on, is waiting until we break through 173, maybe before we get long on NVDA. We did have to suffer through a little bit of a pull back upside there, and then we'll still wait for that. I mean, I'm going to put it back in because I just took some more out. 125.20s, 125.25 there. We'll put a bid in and see if we can get that as we're starting to fade just a little bit lower right now. So yeah, let's go. Nice move happening for us. Let's have a quick look at some of the other things that are popping. I mean, the market is not just mega cap names, right? So let's have a quick look there at what else we're looking. Okay, so there's NVIDIA, man. Wow, the emperor right now, down 6% as Google saying, give me those clothes, man. We're up 3% right now. Apple as well saying, wait a minute, I've always been the king. That's up 1.15% here as we go. Broadcom finally getting faded. AMD getting kicked right there, down 8%. My guy over here, Tesla, the red name for me today, is downside there today, down a little bit. And look what's happening right now with Eli Lilly and the healthcare names, man. Merck is upside. Eli Lilly, once again, brand new all-time highs for Eli Lilly, back up near that $1,100 marker. The forgotten child here, Pfizer, we'll have to watch out to see if that wants to do anything moving forward. PFE again.
Something burning.
No, someone just reheated some waffles, I think, is the case there. Amazon Energy on renewed Ukraine positivity, which is real nice. So
possible peace deal.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see some of the energy names getting hit on said peace deal. It's funny how that, of course, has energy back in the look right now. So we'll have to wait to see if anything's going on with energy. And then retail, man, we had KSS today. We can have a quick little look at KSS, see what they're doing. But Amazon, everything right now, Home Depot, most things, there's Target now as well. So good day today to be in the retail. Let's go AMD. Good day today to be in KSS and some of those retail names. All right, man, AMD's falling down a lot. I'm just going to take my bid right here. We just missed it. There's KSS up 34%. Said good day, man. I'm going to take AMD right here if I can get it at 195.50. We just had a pretty dramatic move down. I'm at 46s. Oh man, just got missed again. I'm going to pull it and then it goes, of course. There we go. Put it back in. Get that filled. There it goes, man. The big bad banger right there. $3 and change in the money right now for advanced micro devices. So we're all good, baby. I see you're into Google, so let's go Google.
Yeah, Google just broke trend. Prior bar is going to have to hold 325. Still hasn't closed the second bar above, but now it's going to. So if this closes green, ideally add around the 25 level. If not, I'll probably add somewhere in the top end of the range, 26 to 27, looking for it to push back into 330. Again, stop is always going to be prior bar and a trend break. While that was happening, well, if the market came up a little bit, it probably meant and did mean Intel retested yesterday afternoon's support. So we're short again here at 35.5. Just looking for this to continue to push back into some of those lows. I did take some of it off. But we're still in that one. I have not reloaded Mara. What would be, I mean, it's kind of, this was like the first trade. So I call that like 1, 2, 3. This would be a fourth time here for Mara. But I did see a bit of a spike in Bitcoin. It's not huge, but it is a higher low. So Bitcoin showing some signs of a breakout. That's why I did not take more Mara shares there. So instead, just Google, reload on Intel, or I should always say Alphabet, Alphabet and a reload on Intel. Looks like Google might break this 327. Once this candle closes green, I'd rather be adding at 326. Stop is still that prior bar at 325. Google, it's supposed to be the bell of the ball today. Let's see if it actually holds true. Is the NASDAQ still weak? 0.8 to the downside. It's trying to go, but I mean, it's not going to only go because Meta and Apple are strong. No. That's the real. You need more participation. And Meta's all the way back to 625. Like, what's Apple doing right now? Apple's above VWAP. So Google's going to have to participate here. Microsoft, so don't at me. Microsoft matters. I get it. We just don't really look at that stock very often. I want one of these others to start going. Google ideally gives me the 330, so I'm now bidding to try to add it. It's really confirmed the trend break here. Kind of jumped in before that confirmation. Stop still stays underneath 325 here for Alphabet. Marcos Morales wants 650 on Meta, at least.
Yeah, everybody does.
Hey, I think everybody wants 650 stocks to go up, not down. I think it's broken the trend, right? And why wouldn't it at least retest? Forget 650. Why wouldn't it retest up here at the 200 period?
I would love for all these stocks to go up, but not when you're short like we are right now. The plane crash has now happened for AMD. We are now 4 right now in the money on advanced micro devices. So there we go, man. Absolutely cracking goes AMD. We'll take that 195, Phil, and then we'll see. I think we got even sub that. We got 194.88. So there it goes, just cracking in to that downside. Bye AMD, that is for sure. We have less than 10%. Well, we have about 10% left on this. I was trying to figure out how to hold things a little bit longer, but on a day like today, no point in doing that, man. We tried it on Tesla and no workout too much there. We should have held it just a little bit longer. SoFi still doing its own thing right now as well, so we'll have to watch out for that. We looked at SanDisk. I think SanDisk is, I said this earlier, man, this is a house of cards. It's too bad. I said, hey, look, that's great that you're being added. I hope we can get back up here to short it. Down 7%. Give any love at all for SNDK. And the other one that I want to keep shorting is Micron as well, as they nice move to the high end, and I think that they deserve a little bit of a move back lower is Micron right now. So we're going to have to be very, very careful with what they're doing. And there goes Eli Lilly, just up to that 1100 again. We were up there earlier, and now we stop and just it looks like we just broke through that 190 again. So with a spread, of $1 and change, difficult to trade on my end right there because I just much and I wouldn't be able to stop myself. So there goes Eli Lilly. Plus, I don't really look at it. Like, if anything, 1086 maybe, and then watch out for a stop down there below
They could use a
1084. So yeah, I could close this spread and get aggressive with it. I'm definitely capable of doing that. DraftKings, $30 could be a level there. As DraftKings up 3% in this kind of a bleeding day. So that's nice to see for DKNG, looking like it wants to hold out for this area as they sort of parse through the poly market and Kalshi threat, I guess, is the right way of putting that for them. Tesla may be knocking on a door here, man, around 408. Like, let's wait to see if this can get going. Yeah, thank you so much, Westermeyer there. I'm spot here. I don't know if I can use this thing there, but he's talking about, if you're going to say kind words about me, I'm going to put you on, of course. No, but spot on. Never go broke taking profit. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of what we're trying to do here is just try to find our spots. And like, if right now, if I think that this 94, 95 area is going to be some kind of support, then yeah, like right here, I'm going to take another piece out. And even if I look back and this thing gets to 193, which it easily could get to, will I be upset for selling here? Yeah, maybe, because we left some money on the table, but we make decisions. And like, even now I'm seeing that bump up a little bit. So I'm trying to get out some more here at 195.50 because I don't want to miss that opportunity. And again, when you have shares on, you got to take price movement no matter how many shares you have on. So we're going to take out a little bit more on AMD because it looks like, I see the Google's rocking. It looks like right now the market could be on its way back to the high side. So again, a big congratulations for the shorts right now, but it looks like the longs may start to print very soon.
Now, there's still crazy, like, just whipsaw action back and forth. What I'm noticing, what I don't like, Google went a buck in the money, but it's also rejecting 328, which I'll get to in a second. But Intel cannot break VWAP. Like, it went from getting here and then just looking pretty easy on the short side most times and getting some of these tops to now holding the volume weighted average price. So this will be a little bit of a concern. I'm going to try to trim some out at said volume weighted average price because of that strength. Well, Google just stepped it up. It no longer, that prior bar was at 325. It's no longer that. It's actually testing 326. So I moved the bid up $1 and tighten the stop. I'm going to try to add higher than I was and just move the stop into 326 as that one's headed to the upside. Market's trying to go as well. Ooh, Bitcoin bouncing yeah, this could be a bit of a turn. That said, the NASDAQ is still kind of bearish, man. Like, NASDAQ, outside of bouncing off that key 24.6 level, like, I don't want to get away from the shorts that, to me, are setting up. You're still downtrend. Yeah, you got a bottoming tail, but you're under VWAP, you're under overnight support. I want to give the shorts a chance to still win the day, but Google was one of the stocks I liked alongside, so it's fine. It broke that trend line. We'll see if we can get to 330 on that bad boy. And thank you guys for all the symbols you're putting in there. It's like, oh, you're missing this, you're missing that. Have a look at this. And we can't catch them all. So I've been asked about silver, ALB from Jameson in here. Again, you can't, like we said, you're not always going to be able to see every single move out there or trade every name. I'm kind of glad I'm not trading silver, because I feel like if I was trading silver today, I probably would have taken an L trying to make that into a long at some point. You know, it just didn't. I didn't want to chase any moves to the long side, and I'm glad I didn't chase this one. But it's back at VWAP, so you know, good bounce here for silver. But my bias after yesterday was actually to go long in silver. Thankfully, it didn't look good on the charts, or I'd have taken certainly with that. I'm assuming gold is also down, but it's because they usually are about the same. But silver is the
Yep, same. Yeah, not too much love there for. I like gold, but we don't really trade GLD on the show. Gold. We did a deal with Barrick. I don't know why B is not working on here. It's Barrick Gold.
It is. They screwed it up on our system.
Yeah, okay.
It says Barnes, but it is Barrick.
Barrick yesterday with a nice deal there, upside. So if you're trading gold names, there goes Barrick Gold. So that would be a nice little, dividend play if you want to get into the. Barrick Gold right there through $35 up to 40. So another good look there for Barrick. And like I said, we're not going to be stubborn on this. This just broke through 196. We took another piece out. So just letting this settle itself down right here as AMD gets back up there to the upside. Oh, now it's coming right back in again. So I was actually looking, we're going to go to Adara. Before we go on though, these TQs, if we can get anywhere near the 200, I'm shorting that. I'm shorting the futures if we bounce just a little bit more, so watch out for that. And then I do think that building a Tesla position again down around this 408 isn't the end of the world, so I'm going to try that and then see how low we actually do want to go on this move. So here comes Tesla coming back in again. We'll take a small little try here at 408 and see if we want to hold it, but that's all. It's just going to be a little bit of a dip buy opportunity there for Tesla. But okay, there we go. We're going to get that figured out right now. What's up, dog, there in the chat? Yep, that's why we're over here at Tesla and at the futures as we start to get excited a little bit here. But we have Adara at the desk. It's 10:20. Let's get an update.
Hello, all. It's small cap recap time. Two of these are earnings plays and any stock, so very all over the place. Let's get into it. We're going to start with Kohl's KSS. As Neil mentioned, hefty short float on KSS. I was seeing around 27%, but again, to vary. They did actually post a profit, which we weren't expecting, and a sales beat, though there was a decline in comparable sales on a year-over-year basis. Then we have Rubico, RUBI. This is the aforementioned penny stock in this mix. I could not find any info what the stock's float, market cap, or short float, but I can tell you the news because they do have some. They're extending their tanker charters, and apparently this will lead to roughly $120.8 million in revenue backlog. Great look here for RUBI. Last but not least, another earnings name here, AMTM. Much like Kohl's, this isn't strictly a small cap play, but a nice push higher on a relatively inexpensive ticker. This one right now trading around 31.50 after this double beat. Before we send you back to the guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15 thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code. Oh, back to you.
It sounded like maybe you were missing a lot there, but that was a good one there, Adara. Thank you so much for that. But as Adara was reading, the market Yeah, about that right there. So nice move downside there. And we take advantage of that move with AMD as that's coming back in. So we'll take a 60 fill right there on advanced micro devices. But the bleed is on right now for Tesla shares. And, there's 406. We are going to give this not too much love past our little 406 number there. But hopefully we can come back up and get a little bit of this out okay, there it is, on a break higher. So we'll put some more money back into the old portfolio, in the bank account here, hopefully, with this move back on Tesla. But who knows, man? We are not doing well right now as this market just faded off and Tesla got hit again. We tried to leave this one in the penalty box. We're putting back the L. We're putting another L back on here, but I mean, we just got out there, which was a good trade. But if this doesn't hold, we just have to get out. I mean, just zooming back in here, this is 402. I don't really see too many levels to come into play again. We could always use 405, 406 as an area, but do we really want to give it back? Clearly see that the market and at least Tesla wants to go lower. So yeah, we're kind of licking our wounds here a little bit because we did go game. So let's just be careful. If it does pop higher, then let's get some more out. But right now it doesn't look like that's a possibility. As there it goes, $4 in the money. AMD, but right now 50 cents out on Tesla. So battle of two names here for me, short on AMD and a long on Tesla. I don't know who's going to win, but my bet would be on the short for now.
The shorts too. I'm out of the long into the shorts. I corrected in the chat here. Daryl was doing the read. The opening range top, as you guys can obviously see on that trend line, is 329, not 330. Whatever, I just said the even dollar. That was my bad. I corrected it. It's 329 where you had that drop off on trend. So it broke trend, got there, did not get that 320. Is like 325.9 add, unfortunately, but looks like we're headed right back in. Maybe you hold VWAP, but with the market still looking relatively weak, I should say, is the best way to think about it. Give a chance for the shorts to work. I did continue to take off at first level here in Intel, just waiting for it to actually flush, but it's holding and leveling off. And the way it's doing so, I don't necessarily love. Did not get back into Mara, as you can see at VWAP. I left the order in the off chance that I would get picked back up again. That's back at the low of the days to Bitcoin. And NVIDIA, the market is off of the lows by about, the NASDAQ's 140 points or 130 from the low. NVIDIA is about to retake 170 to the downside and really leading us lower. So I'm kind of thinking lower, then the shorts that haven't followed through should start to follow through and we can get a bit of a win going. We'll see. I mean, we've been trying to sit in these shorts and give them a chance to go all morning long. And if we don't get back to the low of the day, I mean that you shouldn't be able to take the wins. I should be listening. I should be getting out of this.
Yeah,
this is twice that this broke trend on Mara, and I didn't fully cover here. This time it breaks trend at the same at yesterday's open range high. I had to get out. Come on. That's just a rule for me. And if it ends up going lower, I'll find myself back into this short somewhere near those highs. So I'm going to get out of Mara, listen to my rules, and wait for an opportunity to get back into the Mara's worked. Oddly enough, the only thing that hasn't worked for me is Oscar. So if I pull this chart up and it's at $18, that's a mega fail. See, it still hasn't retaken 17, hasn't really held VWAP, so I guess I shouldn't be back into this. Nothing on day, well, it's not really earnings. It's like a healthcare rally day 2. No hold of the breakout, no test of the low. No trade for me again on Oscar, I guess.
I wish there was no trade for me again on Tesla, but we're not doing that bad actually on it. As we had noticed, shorts win, right? And so we got out, as Neil was talking, the lowest one is 407.50. So we're able to capture some outs there.
PayPal.
Back on, but breaking through 405 is gone for me. I'm going to give this a little bit more room. Excuse me. Lows. The problem here is that the NASDAQ was going up and Tesla was not. So that's why I was like, I'm getting out, and just hoping that we did a move back in. So here it comes back up. If we could take some out at 407 and then try to let the rest run. Not to have this epic hit right now it's not going to be epic because we don't have that many shares, but just trying to absorb this move down on Tesla right now because we've seen where it can go when it goes. And last time we made last time we kind of bottomed out right around here 407 and went to 413 in a straight line right there. So capture some more outs as we've been doing here on AMD, but at the same time, we have way more shares now on this Tesla trade because of the price. We're flat on it right now. Back to the upside right here. Go. There it is. We'll take this out. 407.20. Why not? Take some more out here on Tesla. Continue to rise just a little bit now. So good. There it goes. Let's see if we can make this back on TSLA. So far, need a little bit more if we're going to make it back. Go Tesla. 408 out and then 409. And then we'll wait to see if we can get that 410 50 period moving. Amen. Bottom of the day to VWAP is generally as good as you can get. So that 411 is kind of the target between 410. There it is. There's my 408. 410 to 411, best case scenario, I think, anyways, for TSLA there.
I like that transition there, Sean. I had to tell you guys about PayPal, PYPL, PayPal and Perplexity launched. I guess they're just calling it instant buy ahead of Black Friday, with PayPal rolling out a new incentive for users by AI-powered commerce. So AI-related tie-up here, Perplexity and PayPal, PYPL, pushing a little bit higher. And this name is actually on the day, guys. Back to you.
Is this the time for PayPal? Oh my goodness, maybe this is finally going to happen for PayPal. There's been a big time seller on PayPal for a while. I'll get to that chart in a quick little second, but IBIT is breaking trend. So I got out of Mara, which made sense at the time based on its chart, but all of a sudden with IBIT trying to break this all morning trend, go right from the drop at 8:30, and now you've closed above the bar and price. So into some IBIT here. Gonna give its prior bar low will be like 49.06 or so. So I'm gonna throw my stop in there. Now we're reversing. Just be long this instead of, I mean, I could have gone to Mara or something, but I like Mara for short, and I like this. I'd just rather go here for the long. IBIT's starting to go. NVIDIA holds 170. That's headed back higher. The NASDAQ's also going to be at VWAP. Intel just the top. So the last salvo in Intel, it just didn't want to go. You know, like it held the, but ultimately it breaks the high. What are you going to do? Like we're short to that level. It breaks that level. We get out. It never really followed through the same way that Mara did. But now looking long. NASDAQ broke through. Bitcoin broke through. I mean, Google's still pretty much where I sold it. Got a nice long on here. We'll look for 49.45. That'll be that top that we had at the open.
Long over there, of course, in IBIT. We've got $3 in Tesla. So to everybody out there, what's up? JIN there held on to Reddit because I liked it. I really do like Reddit, but I don't hold any in my account, so it looks like you're the smart person out there because I did not buy it, and I should have. And I do really like the stock. You are 100% right. Go right now. Yes, $3, Neil. Let's go on Tesla. Get excited out there, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to make new highs there. New highs, period high. Tesla 950. We got some out there. But 180, yeah, great move on Reddit. I really like Reddit, like I said. I think that they're sort of one of those misused gems right here. And we did get good report of, you know, when you search and use chat or wherever, especially Grok, I see that it, you know, skims through Reddit and things like that. So, yeah, don't Reddit and forget it and buy it, I think, right there. If we do get another move back in, Reddit's not a bad name to pick on. I was, you know, looking at other things. Alibaba, again, it would have been better to buy Reddit for sure. Alibaba on earnings day. I'm okay that it's down today, but this is another name that we're long at 160. Fell back in there again. And then we did buy some for the longer term. As I said, I looked at the account yesterday and was actually surprisingly, you know, how well we're holding up in this recent downturn. But there goes Uber. You know, again, it's because I've rotated a lot there too. So like with the NASDAQ only now being down, you know, 4% from its highs, you're not really bleeding that much, and the ES green. So I actually hold more SPY than I do the Qs. So I hold more ES than I do NASDAQ just because of where I'm, you know, positioned in my individual names. A lot of them are NASDAQ related names, right? So Marvell's one that we were buying hopefully on the cheap down here. We bought Marvell at 60 and change. Had this huge run up where SoftBank was like, we may want to join you with ARM and get a big position in Marvell, but that's fallen back in. And Marvell competes with Broadcom. No, so you know, they're in the same space, but at the end of the day, there can only be a few winners. And right now, the market is sort of anointed Broadcom as the winner there. But Marvell still has a spot there with the silicon, but they are, you know, helping with some of the high quality chip production. And right now, AVGO and Broadcom, nice tie up with the TPU units with Google and AVGO. So as Google continues to rise a little bit on positive TPU, as does Broadcom, and unfortunately, they have the deal with Google, not Marvell. Marvell is, like I said, it's somewhat of a competitor with Broadcom, so you got to watch out for that. More outs, like we are now under mark for AMD. So Justin Timberlake would say, cry me a river on the way back up, man. I don't have any. This has been an absolute monster of a stock. We'll basically be flat on the day. We lost on Tesla early, and we made back what we lost. And included in that is this current Tesla position. You know, I need out of this one to make the net work. So let's see if this continues to climb. I still really like Tesla today. I said where our target was moving average. So there's the 21. There's a bunch of outs. Like we took 409.50s. Well, that's 409.50, 409.25s, 409.50. And look, we are bouncing again off the 50 period. We can take that, then we level up our game, and then we see these tops right here, 410.50. So I'm going to put an offer now at 410 to get out of a little bit there. If we, you know, if it does make that move back up into there, call that a win, and really worry about 405. You know, if 405 comes in, then that's a problem. So we probably won't average back in unless we get a 406, giving it that $1. But risk to reward so far so good there on TSLA. You're still in IBIT. Yeah, I mean, the market just goes up and down today. And right now, it shows down. So
I think we just...
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately it doesn't... It's kind of weird. This is one of those mornings where I just keep seeing pattern over and over again, and this one's a different wedge, but it's sort of the same idea. The Google was, you had these higher lows from the bottom, and you've got these lower highs forming a wedge, and you got to break one way or the other. So just being patient and trying to be a little bit the entries here. You know, we broke higher, like IBIT broke its wedge upside, so therefore I like the long. And if we can hold on to the top end of this range, then I will continue to like the long. But it's not even holding VWAP currently. And I look over at Google, which for everything that was seemed like it was on that trend higher, now it's starting to break down. So I think at this point, like, you're better off scalp trade, get what you can get, and then don't be upset. Sometimes I'll get out and it looks genius because you happen to get the top wick, but trust me, you got how many times do I get out like this and then it goes like 331? You just have to sort of trade it the way that you time and be consistent. If you're holding that for a $6 or $7 winner, then great. If you're scalping it for a $2 winner, then just be consistent with that and make sure your risk to reward does hold up. Overall, I just want to go back over to NVIDIA to show you guys, if we don't bounce in Bitcoin, NVIDIA is making a strong attempt at the volume weighted average price. So if something's going to take us higher to get this breakup, I feel like it's going to be NVIDIA. And I know Bitcoin doesn't really have anything technically to do with NVIDIA, but it is an asset. So if I see NVIDIA making a hard turn or the futures losing VWAP here, then I do not favor this reload and giving it to the prior bar. I can elect to just not get in because I see a little bit too much in the market. Just let us know what else you guys are watching in here. I know we have missed a bunch of other symbols out there today, and it's just what's going to happen on day like today. Earnings and is well, it's zooming to the upside.
Ooh.
I don't have a 12% for Zoom. Remember when I said this morning, Zoom's a heck of a lot more exciting if it breaks out this top on the daily? Potentially happening $1 from now. I didn't see that coming. I really didn't think Zoom had this in it, but it seems like it does. So if you zoom out, or whatever, that was completely unintentional. Actually pull back on the chart here, there's no other way to say it. This is all the way going back to 2022 resistance. And it's about $89. That's what it has out in front of it. On day one, do I think it breaks it %? Nope. I don't think so. It seems a little bit too much for me, but I'm certainly not going to go shorting it. This could be a nice little swing break. If it's a 3 day, if this holds up, I'm making the presumption that it breaks 89 here, but let's say it breaks 89 and it holds up for the next few days above this prior resistance. This is a good looking technical breakout on Zoom. It hasn't, by the way. It's just got there faster than I expected. I thought we'd be coming back, set an alert, come back 2 or 3 days later, or I guess because of the holiday, maybe next week, you would take a shot at Zoom. It said, we're not waiting for anybody. All right, so there's the hold of VWAP on IBIT to it here. Market kind of at a tipping point, or yeah, it is at a tipping point because it's at VWAP when NVIDIA's at VWAP. But for now, IBIT's open and continue to play the long.
Yeah, right now, if you look at what we're doing on Tesla here, look at this, man. This is in the 50 and the 21 and in between. So I took an in-between print, and there we go. Now we get a 409. We get a top-end print of this. And rip back to the upside here and break through. I'm actually going to, because we just got a piece out there at 409, remember our stop, we were putting something here. I'm 410 instead of 410.50. So 409.85. Let's put a little bit there, and then let's put our offer back to 410. And we're just adjusting our shares because, you know, I want to let this thing work, which we are doing right now to the upside, especially as we just keep on saying the futures are at a decision point right now. So we're going to let it make a decision, and hopefully the decision it makes is choosing green. So I'm going to put another bid. We punch out some 43s right there on AMD to get under 2. Now we have that 2.5% left right there. What's up, Erie Pages, man? Love those dark almond chocolates there. Yeah, some of the best chocolate is so much better than milk chocolate, in my opinion, obviously.
Not even close.
A little bit of a healthy choice
better for you
there as well. So to Erie Pages doing the best over there. So thank you for your continued support right here.
Well, that's a right turn on Google.
Right turn which way?
Right turn is down. Well, let's see. To me, like right, you go this way on the chart, and then right. So down and to the right, but the charts only ever go to the right. But no, looking pretty nasty. That's a heck of a on Google. If that's happening, I'm just going to cancel a reload on IBIT for now, and let's go to the dare at the desk.
You guys would not know it from the start of the day, but this market, as it likes to do, has made a really impressive recovery for the most part. Pretty big caveat there. Finance sector really green today. Health technology, once again. Eli Lilly, would you believe it, making another new all-time high. Producer manufacturing, pretty mixed. You've got some strength in AMAT, but LRCX and GEV quite weak, though the rest of the sector, again, doing pretty well. Consumer services, great look. Consumer durables, with the exception of Tesla's, really strong. Transportation. Health services strong, as Neil mentioned yet again. Commercial services also strong, and retail trade, with the exception of its Mag 7 component here, Amazon is doing really well today. Do you want to talk about tech sectors a little bit more in detail? It's worth noting here, NVIDIA, AMD, and to a much lesser extent, Broadcom trading lower today. I just saw a note here from Bank of America saying that amidst the intensifying competition for TPUs, you should buy all three of those tickers. So again, B of A with a very bullish on NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom. If you go to tech services side of things, kind of random patches of weakness here. AppLovin down, Netflix down, Palantir down, Oracle down, but Meta and Google both strong, of course, with the reports from the information suggesting that the company are going to enter a deal. Again, Meta looking for Google's AI chip. So interesting look for these sectors. Gets a little bit muddier if you look at tech, but the rest of the market generally quite strong. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Let's turn to Sean. Remember how we couldn't find the specific reason why CCL was doing what it did yesterday?
Someone did, I guess, and thought it was.
Yeah, now look at that.
So I did hear that there was cautious comments by the CEO at some point yesterday. I don't know where he was talking. Adair had left. So I didn't know Adair had left yesterday during the afternoon, and we were like, Adair, what's the news on CCL?
I had an appointment.
No, it's fine.
We just didn't
know. Like, okay, we'll wait for Adair.
That's
She's
fair.
probably grabbing a coffee or something.
No, I was all the way. But I will look into the CCL stuff.
Yeah, okay, good. So, and the point, the story we were getting at, was that we all looked, like we had Brendan, we all had sort of looked for a story there on CCL yesterday midday, only to find nothing. So,
and it reversed the entire move.
Yeah,
figure, right?
Yeah. So to your point there, maybe there was nothing on Sir CCL. right now. Okay, some super chats have been piling in, so let's go. All right, I think the spike in Intel was from a TrendForce article claiming Intel might be in line to supply packaging tech to Google for their next gen TPU V9. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how lucrative that would be, except what that means, but.
Look, Intel's back to flat on the day. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the stock. I just, we see getting pulled down to the downside, and it's just, there's no surprise here that, Intel gets a choppy little beginning here in and around 40 at the top and then just really back in. But look where he bounced off 33. So I'm a little nervous for Intel trying to hold that 33. May actually get into the old account here today and take another piece out of Intel. I'm a little nervous. We were very lucky to get it out. Like, we first got some out here on this move up because we're still long at 19. So in there, out, and then that first move back up into the 30s and 40s with this right here. We got a piece out right here. So you got to go all the way back to last summer where we see a little bit of supply and demand push and pull here at 33 to 34. So, all right, that was one super chat. We're going to go to Adara, and then there's another couple of super chats that we're going to address. Thanks, Andre. But what's up, Adara?
I looked into CCL. So there was a story from this morning, and it's not really a CCL story, though it is tangentially related. Basically, the CEO of CCL, Josh Weinstein, just joined the board of directors. I have not seen anything with regards to the CEO, again, Josh Weinstein, as of yesterday. Some people mentioning it in a Bloomberg interview. But again, a lot of this strength today, I would guess, has to do with the weakness in oil, because we know these names usually trade in antipathy to one another. The travel names are very weak. The travel names are very weak when oil is strong. So that would be, as far as I can tell, for today. But also, congratulations to Josh Weinstein, I guess, for joining Chipotle's board. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. But right here, man, there it is, man. It's the Slappa. It is a monster right now for Tesla. So we'll props it up right now, man. And there it goes, Tesla to the moon, as some people say and some people don't. But there it goes, Tesla right now. $450 now in the money on Tesla. And just watching out for this AMD, man. I mean, we could cover some more right here at 50, but we only have 2% left. AMD is the banger of the day, man, for me, P&L wise. It was such a nice move downside there off of VWAP. But I'm just going to cover here at VWAP and just say it is what it is. But there we go, man. It's a monster right there. We do have a new position. The TQs came right into our lap again. Wait to see if something happens there off the 200 period moving average on the TQQ. But wow, man, what a day for now on Tesla as it all turns around. Stay in your positions, if they still make any sense. And for me, we got back to Tesla at these lows. So that was kind of, I don't want to say lucky because it's not lucky. I mean, I'm sitting here and discussing it with you every time. But waiting for those lows was important. So we did do that. So shout out to Christopher and all the traders out there that had a little bit of patience with their positions today, especially that way. But I'm a little nervous here for these TQ trade as that looks like it wants to break through. $51, and I think we can get out of TQQ over here. But nice move to the high side for now.
Yeah, the NASDAQ seems to want green, at least for now. The ES is already like well in the green, like almost 0.3% to the upside. Just so very quickly, if I trend in, I'm going to trend out. So trend break on IBIT, there's the new trend. If we break that 49, 45-ish, it's like a couple pennies underneath, then I jump out, look for the reload. Otherwise, this could get all the way up to like 49 and test that 88,000 level. And another super chat, can't get right. Can't get right. It's
if you can't get right, then yeah. That's
is that from, is can't get right from the Martin Lawrence show? Or I'm trying to remember. It's a character on something that I used to watch. I can't forget it. Mr. Neil, Mr. Sean, thoughts on WSHP. Oh, that's that We Shop. Okay, I remember this one.
Oh boy.
No, this was that. This was the one that halted like a bajillion times the other day. Yeah, this is. My thoughts are, I'm not with a 10-foot pole. You couldn't get me to trade this. It's halted. It's not halted right now. It's just not trading. 22,000 shares worth of volume, and it's a $200 with a $10 spread. Yeah, if you got it the other day early on, congratulations to you. But I feel like it probably trapped a few people in the range. Again, these are very tricky to trade unless you're in very, very early on a break. It's so incredibly illiquid. 22 total thousand shares have traded. 22,000. That's nothing. Like you make a keystroke error and you're essentially done because of the lack of liquidity. So I don't have any thoughts about this. I think if for whatever reason you were in this, like I'm talking about last week, and got it as it was starting to go, great. But outside of that, hands off.
So
Another.
there it is. Let's go, man. There's the TQQ short. So we short the futures, man. We go right back to what we're doing and putting us green. So, you know, we're going to be green today. And obviously we talked about that huge move in Tesla, really giving it to us. Remember I said the target zone for me was 411. So there's 411. So we're taking more out right now, 411.30, 411.50, man, as we're proving, hopefully we're proving our worth right now. The like and the subscribe, man. I mean, if I haven't earned it today, then I don't know, because it was such a good battle back. We discussed what's going on there with Tesla. Neil had that good Google trade. We go right back in right now, boom, for the futures. So not, oh, I'm not even on the futures. There's the futures, man. This is a big trade alert right now, big one for us here on the TQQs as it just comes right into our lap, man. Nice move lower here on this. Let's start to cover just a little bit here and see if we can get out of half. We still have 60%. Here we go. Yes, we get 31s. Let's go. It's a hot dog cannon kind of a day right here for traders as we celebrate a nice little move downside on the futures, man. We nailed that one perfectly. So that was a good trade there. And getting out almost perfectly on Tesla as well. So yeah, man, every for us there. So we talked about 411. Let's get another piece out here. So 411. But yeah, great look there on the futures if anybody was in that with me. But there it goes. Nice move to the downside for the TQs and the NASDAQ. So yeah, there it is. What's up, Bills Camp? Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show so far today. And yeah, man, we are on one again there today. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's a great day trading today, no questions asked. But the only regret I have is not taking every single trend break, because we put the trend lines up there, but ultimately I was bullish on Google, not bearish. So when this trend broke, we already saw what happened. You can get rid of this trend line that got me in. I don't think it's very. But Google, that ends up being top. And for the same reason I got out of Google, I got out of IBIT as well. Like it goes trend up. We join it when it breaks the downtrend. We get out pretty simply. So it'll trade action for myself because it's a little more precise. If it breaks a trend, it's kind of like you're in here. You know exactly where you want to be able to jump out of the trade for sure. But if we are in the midst of another reverse, which I'm not convinced yet, on IBIT specifically because it's holding the volume weighted average price. Wow. But if we lose VWAP, then I would jump back over to MAR, which is actually still working short. So I jumped out of MAR short because I went IBIT long, and it doesn't make sense. If IBIT continues, and obviously MAR is going to as well, but MAR still hasn't broken out that $11 and is losing VWAP. So if we lose VWAP for good here, I just jump right back over to MAR. MAR worked all morning for short. Bitcoin worked one time for a long, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go over to Adara. I believe we got to do a little money talks.
Sure.
Continuing to kind of do what it's been doing in the daily as of late, this uptrend with multiple days of buying, multiple days of selling, ad nauseum, pushing higher. That being said, we had a lot of trouble here. Now we rejected a couple times that 100.3 level, and today a big push down here. So let's see if this uptrend holds against support here. Onset uptrend would be 98.9, basically 99. So if we could hold 99, good look for the USD right now around 99.8. We have to talk about all the economic data we got today, or at least, as quickly as we can. I just saw a note saying that UBS is expecting inflation to rise in the U.S. in the first half of 2026. But with regards to the numbers we actually got, it was an incredibly mixed bag. Retail sales actually lower than expected, 0.2% versus 0.4% expected for September. And then we'll get into the PPI, where some were hotter, some were colder, some were in line. PPI year over year hotter than expected, 2.7%. PPI month over month in line with expectations, 0.3%. Now, both the core PPI prints were going to be slightly expected, 2.6% versus 2.7% expected for year over year core PPI. Core PPI month over month, 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. Then the 10 a.m. numbers, the biggest one here, CB consumer confidence, which came in well below expectations, 88.7 here versus 93.3, though it didn't seem to move the market too much. Let's talk here about the CME Fed Watch tool, because we are expecting Now, 83% of participants almost expecting that cut. And as I was mentioning to Brendan this morning, because we haven't had a lot of economic data, a lot of these changes seem to have to do with Fed speak and optimism or pessimism from Fed speakers, with Williams and I guess most recently Fed's Daily all coming out suggesting that they would support that December cut. This seems to have the market a little bit of optimism here that we could be getting that 25 basis point cut. It's currently priced in, but guys, we still have a handful of days until the December 10th meeting. And if you've seen and this indicator, you know anything can happen in 15 days. Back to you.
Well, anything can happen in 15 days, but what isn't going to happen is the is the data that they're looking for in that 15 days, unfortunately. So it's hard to imagine what will change things from now till then. And if there is something that I'm missing that'll change the Fed's opinion, let me know. Data-wise, I can't see it. So I think you stay the course. Kalshi has had it very right. Outside of this SNDK thing, Kalshi's been pretty good. Every time I check it for financial stuff, but nobody saw SNDK. I don't think anybody saw SNDK going into the S&P 500. It wasn't even on, like if you had like the top 5, it wasn't even like 6, 7, or 8. Just wasn't even on the list as far as I could tell. So quickly here, NVIDIA might break out. So that would be a positive to go back over to the IBIT long if it breaks out 173. As you can see it bouncing off of VWAP. Just looking for a little confluence. For now, you're still holding above the trend line. So going to hop back on the bid as I fight a sneeze of IBIT. Is it still holding a mild uptrend? More of a scalp range. But this is the same area that it broke out yesterday. Like yesterday was about 87, it's the same level, like 87,000 in the afternoon where it broke through. So this plays in both directions. You lose this, you could easily, backfill the entirety of the day, or we can get the same level support breakout here for IBIT. And Alamo, I have not looked at any small caps. I mean, outside of, I guess technically Mara counts, I suppose. But Nuke would fall into, I know the old Sharifage holds on to the volume weighted average price and is going higher. However, look at that topping tail candle. Biggest volume candle of the day on the reversal at $7 on Nuke. I'm just going to call it Nuke because it's NUKK. I don't really know what the name of the company is. And on top of that, look at the daily chart. That same $7, it's a 50 period and the last line of resistance going back to, that's like the beginning of November. So VWAP, the fact that it rejected that level with that much volume, I don't like it. So I'd probably be staying at VWAP myself, even though it is, technically qualifies because it's above VWAP. I just don't like where the turn came in. I feel like the early trade into that 7 is where you wanted to be for NUKK.
All right, welcome everybody. We're about to hand it off over there to Obi and to Joe, so that should be a lot of fun, and I just hope that you guys have been having so far some luck here today, and just been able to catch some of these moves. I mean, they've been definitely pretty wild. It's funny, Obi's off air, and I just look over, and the guy's giving a lot of props. So thank you, Obi, for that, man. Always very kind and always much appreciated. As we're, a trading community here, and I definitely appreciate that, Obi. So thank you so much there. This is sniper action activated, Obi. That short, like right, boom, really creating. Again, it's hard to get the smile off my face normally, anyways, but that, and we're hitting this. Back upside, like it's been a really good battle back. We started the day off a little rough by getting hit there, but yeah, no more there. And then we nailed the AMD short. I mean, this was huge for me. So happy to be able to do that. And again, put up some numbers there today. So far, so good. But hey, man, we got to make sure you guys pay attention, because with just one stock, 3D Capital gets you that exposure to nearly 60 plus early stage plays in AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. So get ready for 3D Capital. This is led by a CEO who last deal returned 150 times. I'll take that. 3D trades under the symbol IDK over here in the CSE, or of course IDKFF on the OTC market. Subscribe to their YouTube channel, and you can also win right now over $1,000. So they'll be doing some interviews and some deep dives on some of their innovations. So type, if this is an ETF that's interested to you, go check them out. It's 3D, it's IDK and IDKFF. So we want to thank them for their sponsorship. And we also got to make sure that we do, really the here, is to figure out what's for lunch, Oh, by the way, there goes Tesla, man. Tesla ripping again right now. So far, so good over there. Today's pretty good. I mean, I think we should like this. We'll give it a shot here. Time they make some beef, but here we go. Beef stew today. So I like the beef stew. It's a little chillier out. To get some beef stew going on there with garlic mashed potatoes. If you're going to have mashed potatoes, why not throw some garlic in there? I think that's a win. And a side salad. So beef stew, garlic mash, steamed veg, and winners abound here.
Kind of hard to mess that up.
With Tesla.
I wasn't feeling the waffles this morning.
I didn't have any waffles, but there we go right now. Up to 411.50 goes Tesla. So far, so good here, man. TSLA really doing the best now. We'll leave you with a $5 winner on board here with Tesla. AMD's just doing its own thing. We have no shares left on that. And then the futures trying to dance around here. My latest little snipe there on the TQQs with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, only about 30 seconds to go, everybody. And just quickly, I know we haven't talked about this. BMNR, I see you there. IBIT just bounced off VWAP, so there's the bottom and tail of VWAP, so jump back. I already said this with regards to Mara. So if you're looking at BMNR, I would think of it the same. If Bitcoin loses that bid, I would suspect that this bull run in BMNR could also come to a bit of a halt. But it's trying to. If we hold on and this, Bitcoin gets back to the highs, I know ETH obviously is going to follow it a little bit. Being of a potential, I shouldn't call it a heck of a bounce. Potential bounce is what I should say, because when you look at the data, it doesn't do much. But it is a very good rounded bottom on BMNR. So this is one to watch. If we get back to the highs on BTC and ETH is breaking out, this is one that should be in the pocket for a potential breakout trade. But I'm going to stick with IBIT, which is holding at VWAP. BMNR is kind of in the middle of nowhere. Thank you, everybody. It's been a fun one this morning. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. And remember, this is an everyday thing now, starting at 8 o'clock, getting a little bit more preparation, going through all the numbers. Not that they were a big deal because they were September numbers this morning, a little bit delayed. But we'll be back at 2. For now, you've got Joby in full effect.
Nice.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Trader TV Live. Let's get some people rolling. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Regardless, gotta get this mop sorted out, that's for sure. The salad not looking too good at the top there, guys. Get a haircut this weekend. Once again, let's get some people rocking and rolling. You know who it is. It's your boy. And next to me is Obi. He is the only one. Kenobi, King of the Jedis, and the Stock Whisperer. Obi, how has everything been this morning?
All of these names. First time I'm hearing myself called any of these names.
That's it. Everybody calls you the only.
I have to manifest, right?
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank
It's
you.
all good.
Thank you. I was just saying, those are the first time I'm hearing all those names, but thank you.
The
Thank
Stock
you very much.
Whisperer,
I
that's
definitely
all
don't
right.
deserve any of those
Yeah,
titles.
come
Please,
on. We'll give
please
yourself
refrain from, giving me more credit than the credit is due.
Hey,
But,
man, that's what we do around here. We got to big each other up.
How was your morning?
It was good. It was good. It was good. We're going to get into that. Actually, it was all right. We'll call it all right. We're not going to call it fantastic or anything. We're going to do a little roll call, Obi, and then we'll most definitely get into some of the trades. Lock in, says Fern. Why are we at the ads again? All right. Christoph Ocean, what's up, my friend? Oker, what's up? Is that a Cardi B thing? Justin Fan Stock. Time plug. What's up, Jay Keone and Hypercube? Your Huckle Baby, Barry, Mike, P, Derider. You bet today, brother. Otherwise, I'm gonna have some few choice words for you. Why not? That's my motto these days. Just why not? Who else do we got? We got our Mills as well too, and we'll go a couple of more guys. Let's see who we got. G-Talk and Donkey Trader. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's had a fantastic morning. Let's get right into it. And guys, don't forget, if you're just going to remind us throughout the day, we no longer start at 8:30. It's an 8 a.m. start. So you know how it goes. The early birds get the worm, guys, and you will be getting all of that information and data, and which is required for you to start your day. But all right, let's talk a little stocks here and see what we had on the board. Now, as for me, guys, I've taken 2 attempts on Tesla. Let's go over the losers first. And I was like, you know what? This thing is just too choppy for me. So we're long, doesn't work. We flip short, comes back into the volume weighted average price. Essentially, I'm not wrong until the break is 1707, but I'm like, you know what? Let's just get out of there before it even hits our stop, because the chop is just something that I'm not going to be putting up with much of today. So if it's too choppy, not getting involved. Aside from that, those are our 2 losses on TSLA, and I've only traded 2 names. And here it is on SMR, doing a little due diligence last night, looking for potential bounces, especially off some key levels. SMR down 60% off of its highs. I was looking for that move higher, considering we've seen one yesterday, and a little bit of continuation with the strength. Now, is it extremely strong? Absolutely not. So take my strong hand may not be the one for today. So we go 0 for 1 on SMR, and then we're patient. So we're 0 for 1. We're at the plate. We're patient. We get a hit, we're on base here now. Okay, we're working. We get another out, we get stopped out, break even. We're still working the pitcher. We're being conservative. We're sitting on our hands, waiting for that precise entry where I can use my risk to reward ratios to hit a maximum trade. And that's what we got going on. So for the one that I'm currently sitting in right now, risking 15 cents, 1836 is the average, we'll call it roughly, 35 to be generous. And then sure enough, we get a move up into 80. So you're hitting a 3 or so to 1 on that one, a little bit more, 3.5. Let's see if we can get this break through the volume weighted average price. If we continue to hold up at this 1850 level, do a small liquidity grab south of the support, maybe that could be a solid add opportunity. So that's what I'm looking at on SMR. Not too bad of a grab. Once again, 1835 is just risking the low, about 15, 16 cents of risk, and sure enough, here it comes back towards the downside. Seems like sellers are in control right now, Obi. Let's see if that's going to continue to stay in play.
Yeah, man, great, solid moves today, man. A couple of things. I think I did well in terms of maintaining emotions today.
Yeah.
Because when I came in, this has happened to me multiple times since I've been on the floor, and I've gotten much better at handling it. But right before the open, just some hardware issues, some PC issues, and I just couldn't really take the open. And I was watching many stocks off the open. I was watching Google. Google had news last night, and then we had Apple as well pushing up 80s. Didn't really get involved with that 280 reversion. Kind of gives us a similar move where that unusual buyer coming in right off of the open, and then as soon as that buyer dissipates, we get a beautiful clean reversion down into VWAP. Again, I was pretty tilted that I didn't get a chance to participate in that move, but it's okay. I stepped back. I'm like, all right. Went and grabbed a coffee. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not trading the open today. Waited around for this VWAP test, tried to take a continuation, kept it tight, and basically chopped around here, but I did well kind of getting involved. You were sitting right beside me when I was taking these. And just getting as aggressive as I can as it worked, just taking those scalps off, flipping long because there's enough reasons to buy down here on the wick shimmy dance of that 278, basically a failure to follow through where sellers slam in through the level and it doesn't go more than 40 pennies past that. I'm flipping long right away because I'm like, should have gone technically, and if we're going to chop around and consolidate more, I definitely want to just take some into the top of the range, flip long, and then flip short at the top of the range. Nice reversion, but here's the thing. Apple's just been ranging sideways in this $1 or $2 area while the market just still is trading within its opening range as well. So nothing too crazy other than that on my part. What, man, there are a couple of stocks that I did have on watch, and I took my eyes off of them because, again, technical issues off of really paying that much attention. But take a look at these 2 earning names that are doing extremely well. A&F. Abercrombie and Fitch. Look at this, straight line up, distinctly different from that of the market. It has earnings opening range high break. You see that? Opening range high break.
Oh, that's really nice.
Does not look back at all. It also confluences with $80 on earnings day 1. It's doing relative volume. So $80 breakout on A&F gave you almost $5 without even looking back. So I'm watching this consolidation, bit of a mistrade on my part. And something else I want to point out here is we don't really like to use anchored VWAPs. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon. Right there. Look at that hold of anchored VWAP. Sure, you can say that's VWAP. It was a pre-market session earnings report, but you can see how price sustained those volume-weighted average prices, continued through the highs for a push even more. So, and then another name here was KSS. Kohl's Corporation also with an earnings report today. Look at that beautiful opening range highs and then pushing and continuing even higher. My question is, why am I really trading anything? Why am I spending so much mental when there are easy money earnings day one trades that they're giving us opening range holds on the day today? Bit of a miss on my part. But where's the next trade? Let me know in the chat. Did you guys trade Kohl's? Did you guys go for some shopping there? Did you guys go to ANF instead? I don't know, but both of those seem like pretty decent opportunities in the retail space today. There's Google going through the day lows. I got short initially through the 320s, get stopped out, and now it's $1.50 lower at 318 halves as Google continues to break down right here. Could not get past that 330. Giving up some of the move off of that news from last night. So a bit of a miss on my part. The breakdown was definitely there. I had to just risk highs 322s, and this right now is a 1-to-1 because it gave you $2 down if you were risking appropriately to the prior structure, $2 above. So there's that Google. Unfortunately not involved, but where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking here. I had on watch, Joe, was Alibaba and Broadcom, both of which who are also breaking their day right now. So interesting stuff. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys involved with?
Yeah, most definitely, guys. So I added a little bit here, nothing just so you guys can see from a position standpoint. We only got 10 cents left. If it comes back to my break even, then we'll hop out of that one. Can't complain, really. We're off of those lows, 15, 16 cents. You pop up into 85s. That was my primary target, but at that point, I'm like, ooh, okay, that seems relatively strong. Volume picking up on the lower time frames as well, too. So I'm like, let's hold on to a little bit more. So right now, I'm currently sitting on about 55% of the remaining position. If it gets stopped out, then so be it. We'll be all right with that. But yeah, the market is guys, we can take a look at some of the other names. Los Polios, I seen you in the chat. Nice grab on the Google shorts, my friend. And this is what I was looking at here earlier in the pre-market. So once again, just I think with the overall sentiment, are in play, most definitely. So we've seen it on Google in the pre-market. You crack lower, and then you come back and retest. You don't even get that high back to 330, and then you sell down about 13 points from that specific level. And there goes Tesla. I mean, I had a feeling it was going to work. It never broke through the high, so should have stuck to the guns, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda. We don't want to play that stuff, and I'm okay with just sitting on the sidelines with this name specifically. So also here it is, guys, with MR. I'm going against the grain right now just due to the fact you can see the strength within the downside price action, and then we have this massive What is this specific 5-minute print telling us? Well, buyers push price all the way up to VWAP, and then sure enough, sellers are in control and push it right back down. So there it is on SMR. And we had the right thesis on. Didn't stick with the guns, and I mentioned that I'm okay with it. It is what it is. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. Look at all these overlapping candles in the queues. So try not to get frustrated. You got to do what Obi did. If you're just getting chopped up, stand up, take a breath, and just relax. Go touch grass, as some people, I've never heard that term until here, so go touch grass as our American friends. Have you heard that before?
Oh, of course, man.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to give it the Americans the nod on that one, saying they came up with. So go and touch grass if you're frustrated, you want to throw something or punch something. Sometimes I get like that. And you just go relax, catch a little fresh air, and then come back to the markets and sit on your hands a little bit more and wait for that precise entry. I mean, we were talking about... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or the ball.
In Canada, it's go touch snow. You see that?
Yeah. We go touch snow. I mean, to each their own, right? Some people are saying the Bob Marley grass as well too. Whatever works for you. Just come back, level-headed, even though that won't necessarily be the. If you do that, pardon?
Yeah, you just got to calm down sometimes.
Yeah, you just got to calm. But sometimes it's hard when you see.
What's some of the things that you do when you, because like trading can become very emotional. You know, at the end of the day, we're all human. So emotions can either hinder your progress, or they can benefit it, depending on how you kind of direct those emotions. So what's your thing? Well, like for example, today, like. I wasn't extremely tilted, but I was just like, yeah, I definitely missed out on $2 on Apple on a reversion trade, which is very playbook for me, and just a quick tape scalp as well. So I just got up and I just had. I'm getting better with that as well, but pushing away from the desk.
Yeah, it's a skill. It's a skill.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
A skill.
It's something we build over time.
Yeah.
So what are some of your, I guess, playbook moves when you're kind of you're off your game?
When I get up and I just go walk around the building and I curse the trading gods while I'm at it, and then I come back hopefully a little bit more level-headed. It doesn't always work, but that's what I tend to do. Get up, grab a glass of water, just say a bunch of things in my head, and then take a walk, get some fresh air, see the birds walking around, look at the park and everything else. Yeah. And then you know what, actually, Obi? So what I do is that when I get up, I see everybody else going by their day to day, and they're like, they have no idea what's going on here. And some people are extremely happy, some people are just going to be remain miserable. But I look at them and say, you know what, the world doesn't care really, so why should I? And then I come back in and I try to look for something and not get overly tilted. But there goes. Break down a little bit. I trade every time thinking this money is going, okay, I don't necessarily know what that means, but yeah, a lot of people say they hit the bag, so as long as you find for you to cool down and come back in, then by all means continue to do so. But Tesla starting to bleed blood right now, guys, heading back towards this 405 in the low of the day. I was short off of this specific candle right here, so that's starting to work out. Never breached it to the top side, so stick to your guns. Sean was talking about it earlier in the day, but I have no issues with just being a little bit more patient because look at the triple Qs right now. This is a bloody mess if you ask me. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of overlapping candles. Oh, we're down. Oh, no. Right back up, and that can be frustrating at times. So calm heads prevail at the end of the day. Hope everyone's having a fantastic one because we're going to continue to snipe. We put on 2 nice trades on SMR. We missed out on Tesla. So what? There's going to be more opportunities.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think it's important to take that breather, and just talking about like resetting and walking away. It is very difficult. There's so many times, dude, I get tilted in the morning session due to some sort of tech issues. Yeah, I end up shutting down on the day. It happened to me way too many times. I'm just like, yeah, I know myself. I'm just very self-destructive when I get like, I'm just like, all right, well, forget about this. You start getting into your head a lot, and I would just kind of put on blinders and tilt and just anchor to positions, anchor to ideas. It becomes so easy to just put those blinders on and become. What was it? A headless chicken, pretty much, because I'm not thinking at all. I'm just like running around, getting chopped up, doing whatever. But over time, you.
Frustrated, even though they can't see it, you got to think about it. The big boys are just licking their lips when retail boys are just getting frustrated. Yeah, of course, they're just like, all right, keep getting more and more frustrated because the chances are they're going to take your money.
100%. Dude. Sometimes I'm just like, I look at some price action. Sometimes I'm like, this is very predatory price action, almost. If it's eliciting emotion amongst the masses, and I'm just like, all right, if that's going to happen, then I either get on the right side of that, or I walk away, or I just observe until more clarity kind of comes to me. And another thing, I was talking to Jose about this yesterday as well. We went on a walk, and I had tilted a little bit on Apple from yesterday. Remember, I missed the reversion, and I kind of chopped myself up on VWAP because I was just like, damn. And I went outside for a walk, and another thing I realized is you got to catch yourself in terms of language. I said word for word, I was like, well, I'm pissed off at Apple. And I was like, wait, no, that makes no sense. That right away, I know I'm working on a skewed mindset. Why should I be feeling any type of way in terms of like the market itself? No, I'm not pissed off at Apple. I'm more disappointed at myself. Yep. That's what it was, and I corrected myself. Definitely matters to make sure you are maintaining the mental, because again, it's part of like investing. You have to realize that, yeah, it's not about Apple. Apple's just going to do what Apple does. It's me who's making the decisions. I am the operator. Therefore, any sort of issues directly go on me. The market at times can be very random. Do I have structures and risk management techniques in place so that they help me maintain mental when the market is being that level of random? Yep. Right? So it's just like, okay, realizing that over time is definitely a big thing. 320 coming back here on Google. So yeah, we only got $2 lower. break. So maybe those sellers are done for now, and the market consolidating up here in and around this, what is this, 24,800 mark. On the NASDAQ, maybe a little bit of a curl here, maybe a reversion back to VWAP here. I'm watching it. I'm being patient. That interesting. Apple still kind of chopping around. Reasons to sell maybe up here, just shy of 280s. Reasons to buy maybe down here just below VWAP, 278s, 277s. That's what it seems like here. Just chops around, does nothing. But bigger picture, guys, let's take a look at what Apple has been doing. Because it's interesting how this action is kind of forming and panning out on the business. Just go straight up to an hourly chart. Take a look at this consolidation, Joe. This is a beautiful consolidation. So on earnings, we get that pop into all-time highs, 284.70s. Since then, kind of chop consolidation, maybe some strong selling. The past selling, right? Guess what? Apple did not care. Apple actually sustained within that consolidation lows while the rest of tech kind of sold off. And then now, with a bit of a bid, with a bit of consolidation and chop on the market, Apple's slowly kind of melting up back to the consolidation range highs. That 284, those 285s, I don't know how the options are looking on those, Joe, but those 285s, I'm definitely watching that price, that level. And again, to the downside, you saw price action ping. It pinged both sellers and buyers on the earning reaction, 262s to side, and then 284.70s on the upside. So yeah, that range right there, I'm watching very closely on Apple, because bigger picture, man, going straight up to the monthly, take a look at what this thing is doing. This thing is blasting off. We are technically on Apple still breaking out of 258. In breakout mode. We consolidated. We are now in momentum on the higher time frames on Apple. So if we're just chopping around sideways and consolidating, again, it's very similar to what we see on the intraday. When things consolidate in their upper quartile all day long, what is the probability of a breakout and push as the day kind of goes on and as price sustains? And especially with some either increasing or sustained volume we are seeing on Apple. So yeah, Apple for some fresh eyes. I think it's very poised for that 300 test bigger time frame, but Apple is why I've been trading Apple and Nvidia a lot more over the past couple of weeks, just looking for that potential push, reverting it every time it fails, and feeling it out for that day, that if and when Apple really breaks out of that 280 and we start to push towards, like, are we going to get distinctly different price action on the intraday? That's what I'm looking at. What do you got going on?
Man. Yeah. Oklo, man. Oklo. Oh, my days. I could pull up the algo right now and see that we probably picked this bad boy up. So let's pull it over. We're going to momentarily, Obi, and see what we got going on with OKLO as we have some beautiful indecision prints off of these lows. Riot and NUE. But first and foremost, guys, let's get into the top performing sectors of today. Going to be leading the way, up 1.9%. Consumer discretionary sitting in that second spot, guys, up approximately 1.4% as well. Sitting in that show money, 1.33% for those who are familiar with the pony at win, place, and show. And it is not a boxed triactor. Do you know what a boxed triactor is?
Box triactor?
Yeah. It's like it's a
Okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. You can pick 3 horses as long as they come in first, second, or third. It doesn't matter what the order if it's a boxed thing. So yeah. All right. Aside from that, guys, the bottom 3, we got the utilities down about 30%, closer to 4/10, and then the energy sector down 0.5%, and you can see the technology sector down approximately 0.75%. Now, as for earnings, guys, don't and check Adara, because she's going to be posting that and the expected moves today after the bell. We have CleanSpark, Workday, Zscaler, and Autodesk. I think those are some of the bigger names as well, too, with John Deere Wednesday before the open. I have no idea. Right here, I have no idea what that is. Looks like some form of racing or something, but let's keep an eye out on those. And let's go SMR as we're slowly starting to grind. Man, oh man, Obi, a little bit of FOMO on this Oklo trade. I'm like, oh, so listen again, going back to just diligence, Obi, and giving myself some potential trades for the morning. I had 2 on the list. That's going to be SMR. Listen, last night, 9:30. What were you doing last night? Oh, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, I want to talk here just really quickly. You mentioned that we're going to have these moves on X at TTV Research, likely posted around 2:45 to 3 p.m. But I also want to let you guys know I have earnings previews for a whole bunch of these names. I've already posted the one for Dell. Zscaler is going to in about half an hour. And I want to mention, too, even John Deere tomorrow morning, we're getting an earnings infographic preview. I'm going to tease out that release throughout the day. So if you like fun infographics and Nation X at TTV Research, your one-stop stop.
All right, beautiful. Thank you for that. All right, up there. Hold on. Where is this? Hold on. All right, let's get right into this, guys, and see what we got going on. OB with OKLO. We're going to get this thing. I'll pull it up to you, see if it's real time, and it picks up exactly what we want. I told you we've been working on this for quite some time. Bang! Oh my days, look, I didn't even have to say anything. There it is, the exact print in which we are looking for, identified to the penny, OB, and that's exactly a nice trade right there on the OGO. How's the performance been on this overall? Absolutely horrendous. That's not exactly what we want to see from October to 25, but a lot of it is due to how we've been trading from a daily perspective up here to 190. All the way down to $82. That's a 57% haircut. I told you if these underlyings are down around 15-20%, you got to shut that bad boy off and wait for some play. But other than that, let's go SMR. This is going to be a slow grind. NVDA starting to recover on the day. This is what it was, guys. A lot of choppy price action, but what can we see displayed in each 5-minute print at the volume weighted average price? Buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure, and you more buying pressure in the volume profile starting to accelerate as well too, guys, on that 5-minute interval.
Yeah, man, I'm watching Apple here as we trade below this VWAP. So we attempted a push of range highs, 279 halves. Now we're pulling back into this area where I'm like, all right, cool, right off of the open. And every time we've come down into these areas, 278s and some change, we've gone a bit of a but the market's still kind of consolidating sideways, so I'm just watching this range low here on Apple as we come into 278s. What's going to happen? I also have eyes on the Mag 7 here. Just taking a zoom out here on Apple, take a look at this. This is the consolidation range low. So if this is given up, I think we got a little bit of room here, or at least to finding some sort of acceptance in and around 277s and 276s, maybe for the lower low compared to the consolidation low here on Apple. You see the ES is a little bit stronger, I think, than, and interestingly enough, the NASDAQ is pushing up within its consolidation highs. Not Amazon. NVIDIA is about to push its day highs here as well. So NVIDIA, look at that, nice V-shaped recovery, almost 100% into that 175 area. 175's great place to sell apparently off of the open. We were relative volume in the pre-market session as well, trading much below prior day's lows in the pre-market session already. So maybe those of you who are astute kind of getting this double top, look at that, resistance, support from yesterday. I like that when a support level of recent turns into a resistance level on, and then we get that continuation. We're seeing structure breakdown. Look at those pre-market lows get taken out at 360s right off of the open, but guess what? We are coming right back. And beautifully enough, Joe, I know you like those hammer candles. Take a look at this hammer right here with the largest volume. That is capitulation in my books right there. Sideways consolidation. What time frame was that? This is that's 10:03. That's the 10:03 candle. That hammer coming in and just nailing it to the upside all the way back down, all the way back up to 175. So the question now becomes, there was supply here in the morning. Will it come back again? We've already kind of capitulated or kind of exhausted on the day. High right there, and a push back up with a break of trend and reclaim of V. See that 173 breakout was probably the area to get nice and aggressive here on NVIDIA, and that's pushing up even higher now. So maybe for this market to turn and push back up towards 25,000 on the NASDAQ. So that's what I'm watching here as of right now. These other Mag 7s, nothing too crazy going on. Apple's coming back down to that 278. So that's a little more interesting to me, as that is more of a structure break. A lot of room to the downside to kind of to travel and discover maybe some price acceptance a little bit lower there. So Tesla not doing too consolidating. VWAP sellers have been dominant pretty much in the morning session. As we come into the midday VWAP's getting chopped up a little bit more, maybe balancing out some of that action from the morning session here. Google, we're watching Google. That low break was nice. We got that rebid there. 317.66 is okay. So we did travel a little bit than 318s on the day low break. That was nice. I like this kind of push. Sellers dominant right off of the open, and then once again coming in on the break of this beautiful, which confluences with the opening range low. You can see the sellers start to accelerate, increase volume bars on the break of trend as we travel below VWAP, below the opening range highs as we fail to follow through those opening range highs, and more of here. And again, how extended was this off of yesterday's close? Pretty aggressive. That's almost a 5% push coming into the open. And coming into the open specifically, we were up about 3% on a name like Google, which has been showing some decent strength a couple of days. You can see here, nice little trend break gives us the move all the way into the pre-market session as well. That bid carried forward throughout multiple. Watching this right now, this should be interesting. If we can come back up into VWAP, maybe I'm looking for more sellers there. But honestly, I'm looking for the next trade. Here comes NVIDIA with some crazy strength pushing back up into day highs. So yeah, it seems like that is a deep reversion, 100% reversion this is going for. Okay, see some arbitrary support and resistance from before. Not really, I guess, day. That's what I'm trying to say. Not really important from the day. Prior support and resistances, which I don't know where they're from. I think the only support that really mattered here on NVIDIA would be prior day high, even prior week low, prior day low and prior week low as well. Both of those are getting a little chopped up. Becomes, Joe, are we false breaking the prior week low?
I thought it was going to be where's the next trade. I thought, because that's typically where you tend to go. Is
yeah, I'm that question, especially if I'm not in a trade. But yeah, no, I'm looking for the next move. Maybe through the opening range high here on 75 on NVIDIA. That chain's probably looking nice as well. But again, Friday might be a little bit more interesting, whether we're over under that 175. 180 was interesting yesterday as well. Remember we were talking about that
180 was
yesterday, and we're trading well below that 180 on the day today. So 169.56 is day lows on NVIDIA, but yeah, don't really see anything else. Yes, I know you guys were talking about small caps, and yesterday, funny enough, during the midday, I was like, where is the next reversion? I was looking for the reversion, and then later on in the day, I get this, INHD. I don't know if you saw this one. This was the reversion. This was a reversion to be part of. So all of those who are astute small cap traders here, this was the most beautiful reversion in my opinion yesterday. There was no better reversion. If you see a better reversion, please let me know, because I'd love to know. But yeah, 3-hour fade. Look at this morning run up, and as soon as that buyer is kind of done, sure, you get a little chopped up here, 260s, you get a dollar wipe up here, alt ups. But when that general trend starts to break, getting involved on the $3, on the 260s, some of these halt price, reference prices, like best believe people are punching into the halt close here at 275s. Best believe into the halt close here at 250s. Once price travels back below, all of those participants, regardless of whatever reason they're buying, squeeze, need, whatever, this is a name, this is a repeat offender. This thing moves like this very, very often, and you know further than just a daily chart to see this behavior kind of pan out on this stock over and over again. Take a look at this, Joe. Boom, boom, boom. A fader on this one. It seems like more of the same all-time lows here on INHD. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything left over today, but yesterday, of the best, if not the best, reversion on the market happened on a small cap. I wasn't really part of it, but you know, it is what it is.
Unity, and we're going to Adara, guys. We'll take it on SMR. Adara, what do you got for us? Is it on?
I just wasn't logged in.
I have our crypto segment. I'm actually going to start with a pretty interesting piece of data coming out here from Galaxy Digital. According to their head of research, it shows that crypto funding during Q3 2025 is actually at the second highest level since FTX collapsed. So again, we got $4.65 billion worth of crypto venture funding 2025. This is actually a 290% jump on a sequential basis. So that's compared to Q2 2025. Now, what's interesting here is this was very deeply concentrated. Apparently, out of 414 venture deals this quarter, only 7 of these deals actually accounted for half of all the money in Q3. So lots of crypto venture spending, even though, again, basically since the end of Q3, we've had a little bit of a downturn in crypto. And let's talk here because BTC is continuing to attempt its curl. We had 2 straight positive days, Sunday and Monday on Bitcoin. Today a little bit red, but again, that area just around 89,000 continuing to show up as some support and resistance. Right now, our high of day on Bitcoin was around 88.5. So let's see if we can reclaim the 89K area, continuing to prove to be an area of excitement for BTC. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and stay tuned here before we send you back to Obi. And Joe, make sure to check out AI. Your heart will beat 100,000 times today. But each beat is a data point. AIML innovations trading on the CSE's AIML and the OTCQB as AIML. They turn that data into potentially life-saving insights with Max Yield. Now, Max Yield is an AI engine that labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision and shrinks ECG analysis from days down to minutes. Their mission is heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML_health and follow at AIML_Innova on X. Back to you.
For that, Adair. All right, guys, here we go on SMR, starting to piece them out. After that reload, Katina Man's at the gym, so sure enough, we get that move, still holding on to the bulk of this position here. We get that little add, and you can see that my average stepped up. So there it goes, now up into 65. Where's going to be that next target? 1870s. And Oklo continuing to grind higher on this one, guys. Print off of these lows. Keep an eye on your volume profile over here at 82 with that volume print that is the largest that we experienced since 10:20 this morning. It's only about a half an hour in between prints, but that's okay. We still like this, considering this gives us a lot of conviction. And sure enough, we're heading right into towards the volume weighted average price. Okay, Rick, yeah, I mean, we've been looking at Qs and TSL. We'll take a look at that now for you. I don't love them. There's nothing really going on. RGTI, in which we were trading yesterday, relatively choppy as well. But there's the recovery on Tesla. Glad that we were short at the break of this candle, right at the volume weighted average price. Heads a little bit lower, but now we're steady grinding higher. And I guess this is what a lot of individuals want. Leading the way is NVDA, but also let's take a look at Meta, guys, because that name was on a spree this morning in the pre and in the post market, or flat in the post, but a nice move in the pre-market from 610 all the way up to 630. This is starting to become a nice recovery, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Formed somewhat of a base here, and then now you're starting to get that pullback, so just slowly chipping away at some of the losses it's experienced over the past little while. It's still down 20% when we have the likes of Google hovering around its all-time highs off of the previous pivot high. I guess we have to go from this February level. You're up substantially right now, 55%. That's a big-time move. And the same with the likes of Apple, guys. Nice moves over here from that previous December high. You're up 10%, so not too bad, but what discounts you're getting in both of those names off of those April lows. SMR is it's a little tricky to navigate, lots of choppy. I find that's what typically these NYSE stocks do for some time, and then they'll pick a direction. But a lot of overlapping candles on the 5-minute, not the best. And sure enough, you can see that strength to the downside. So if it starts to flush and the volume picks up once again, we'll just get out of that trade. Break even, no worries about that. But you can see 2080 all the way down to 1857. You're down 11% alone on the session, which isn't very good. And then if you want to go from these highs, oh man, what an absolute complete disaster. Down 70%. Which is insane. I mean, if you're down 50%, you need the stock to essentially double to get back to break even. Down 70% is not a very good time, but you got to have the utmost confidence in the names that you are currently buying. But let's go steady grind. We're going to head over to a higher time frame here to eliminate some of the noise, guys. I think it's just too much on the 1 minute, considering we can see that that stock hasn't been doing too much, and we've been consolidating since 15 minutes after the open. Do something, Assassino. Do something is what we got to tell this name, my friend. But other than that, we're positioned relatively well. We have our risk to reward ratios put on. We're waiting for that VWAP touch. And if we're fortunate enough to be in the right trade at the right time, we're going to get that break of the volume weighted average price. And that's what we are waiting for.
Yo, thank you very much. I got a shout out. I'm talking to an old friend. If you guys have been around on the show, you guys hear me talk about a sniper every now and then. He is one of my first mentors when I first started trading. I didn't even know a lot of things, and he's just checking in with me. I haven't talked to him in the longest time. Shout out to him. He's traded IWM, SPY, and SPX today. I remember last I was talking to him mainly just a main futures trader. But yeah, shout out to some great trades off of the open for Sniper. It's great. I'm just remembering some reminiscing some good times. I remember just trading at home. I was trading small caps. I would not touch large caps with a 10-foot pole. I was like, small caps is where it's at. I was like shorting, swing shorting, kind of taking intraday scalps. I had no idea what I was doing. I still probably don't have any idea what I'm doing, but like, you know what I mean? We know a little bit more, but thankfully, I hope so. But yeah, no, I remember the specific trade. I think it was on. I still remember that Sava trade. And getting a little squeezed on that mid cap though. That was a bit of a mid cap back then. But yeah, great times there. And now apparently he's part of a prop floor as well.
Oh,
so,
really? Right on. Is he
solid? So,
where's he from? Oh, I guess you don't really got to say that. Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
So yeah, he's from Cali right there. So yeah, great stuff. Yeah, he's sending me Snapchats of sorry, it's not Snapchats, screenshots of his trades on the day today. So good stuff there. Right. Apple. Day lows, 277.60s, not day lows, consolidation lows, sorry, correction. But yeah, no, that's what I'm watching here. Great place to short and get short up here at range highs. But like I said before, this is where demand came in. Look at where we're coming up from. Aggressive buyers off of the open and consolidation lows right now. And the market's pushing up to the highs right there, and yeah, no, you can see the Nasdaq potentially reverting into that 25,000 as well. So I'm being patient. I'm watching. Let's see if these buyers step back in. I'm not really watching anything too crazy right now. Spider though, coming into these day highs here. So Spider relatively stronger than that of the Nasdaq as of right now. So I'm just waiting. As soon as that buying pressure kind of dissipates on both the Nasdaq and the ES, I'm curious to know what happens to this range low here on Apple, man. If that is going to show me relative weakness as the market shows me some strength here, this is what I'm looking at. If and when that weakness kind of or the selling steps into the market, what happens to this range low? That's the question I'm asking. I'm trying to formulate some probabilities in my head. Just watching the price action here. Might be there, might not be. I don't know. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. What are you guys looking at? Let me see in the chat. Let me pull up the chat here. Google wants to go. Google wants to go. Yeah, man, I'm watching Google as well. And Google wants to go where? Google's not going anywhere.
I don't really see it wanting to go anywhere.
I was looking for it to go through the day low, which it did, and then it kind of chopped right back in. 320s, it's consolidated on 320s right now. So just being patient for that to give us some direction. But right now, let's see what's going on with Adara.
Yeah, let's talk here about COIN because Coinbase Ventures just released a blog post entitled Ideas We Are Excited For in 2026. They have a section where they talk about where they're actively looking to invest, and apparently one of these areas is WorldCoin. Now, with that in mind, keep an eye on ORBS, which is a WorldCoin treasury strategy, and WorldCoin actually likes this here. ORBS pushing higher, Coinbase Ventures saying that WorldCoin is actually something they're potentially interested in investing in here. Back to you.
Perfect. Yeah, Oklo was the one. Those were the two names on my list this morning. Obi was Oklo and SMR, and this has been the better one without any form of questioning here, guys. A nice bounce off of the lows, holding that $81, and then sure enough, climbing up approximately $4 higher, 3.5. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. This is what I'm thinking on NVDA, and I know a lot of people. Actually, I don't really hope that I'm wrong, to be honest with you, at the end of the day. But this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to pull it up on some of these semi names, and that's going to be AMD and on NVDA. And then we're going to take a look at them from a daily standpoint and see what we got going on. So this is with the 24-hour. If we eliminate this, we're going to start filling some of this gap here on AMD. Buying pressure stepping in without any form of questioning. There's Palantir to the top side. Someone was mentioning that as well. But what I'm thinking here, guys, on NVDA, I'm just going to put this out there, regardless if it gets filled or not. I think in between now and the next earnings report, which is obviously not anytime soon, we might be able to head in towards the previous pivot high, and that's going to be 152. I mean, that's another 20%, $20 haircut, roughly, and we're going to be looking at a 30% pullback, which would be pretty hefty, and it's a strong name. So I could be extremely wrong on that front, but I'll pack my patience. I'll sit on my hands, sitting on some cash still. Picked up some Meta yesterday and a little bit more Robinhood, so that's been working out relatively well. Haven't seen what Robinhood's been up to on the day, and a nice rebound. We're in at 107 or something like that now, back up to 113 after loading some of the, oh, there it goes. Let's go SMR as we're starting to slowly grind higher, Obi. This is what we are looking for, just sitting on our hands, reducing size so I have the ability to not just be like my heart going 100 miles a minute. And then sure enough, bang, we'll take a little off right there on SMR. So I could just sit comfortably, wait for those targets to come in, and then sure enough, piece it up as we start to head into specific levels. The primary goal is going to hit this 1850 on SMR as Oklo continues to grind. This is what we're talking about. Bang, 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 Obi. We're going to post up at 1870s to see if we're going to be privileged. And oh no, Obi.
Oh, no.
I didn't want to do that. We just took a little bit off by accident. Hitting the hotkeys too hard right there, Obi. Nothing substantial anyways. So we'll post up at 1870s, see if we can get that. But check out the reload on SMR.
Nice. I'm trying to work with this 320 here as we kind of consolidate. We did attempt to push up here, and about 30 seconds left on this 15-minute candle as of right now, and the open is at 320.64s here on Google as of right now. So just waiting and watching what we do with this 320 as a market. Again, it attempted some strength to the upside. We got to the range highs both on the ES and the NASDAQ. We attempted to push. The ES actually broke out of its range highs. And now we're getting a little bit of a wick back down. So the question becomes, where do we go from here? That 320, a lot of churn on this 320. We're showing some weakness. 317.66s are the day lows here on Google. So let's see if we can kind of search for a lower low here. That's what I'm looking for. Lower highs for sure. VWAP kind of, we didn't get all the way back up to VWAP. There is some selling coming in here on Apple. Consolidation lows getting taken out as the market turns back in. And again, I'm just going to keep it simple. The market is in a very tight range trend. If it's going to come back to the lower end of the range, I'm going to ask us, I was just asking this question, what's the probability of Apple taking out that range low? That's happening right now. I didn't get involved in it necessarily, but I'm involved with the Google because, again, a little bit more in play than Apple, but regardless, I think the market might be, some of these market constituents a little bit more in play than the rest of them. What do you got going on?
Look at this here, Obi.
Okay, what is that?
On Palantir. Yeah. I think this is going to be a solid short right there in Palantir. You can see correlating with a lot of levels, Obi. This is going to be yesterday's post-market, roughly pre-market high, and then you have this insane doji candle right here at 161.50. Oh, it's 151 rum? All right, so that doesn't really work. So shout out to 161 rum for those who know. Super chat. All right. Eddie Sarkazian. Oh my God. All right. Learn how to read, Joseph. All right. So short AMD at this point? Question mark. Let's take a look at the daily. What is the daily, and what are some of these higher time frames telling us? Let's start with the day, and then we'll work our way down. Again, I was specifically talking about this gap getting filled a little bit more, maybe a bounce around 186. Could be the end of it at the end of the day, but hey, a little bit more of this upside gap to be filled. We like this, considering you're still down off of that previous pivot high, around 26%, which isn't fun whatsoever, especially if you've been trapped up here. Oh, but where have we seen AMD do this before? Oh, yeah, that's right. March of 2024. I remember this day like it was literally yesterday. And I'm like, from this point on, I'm just rocking and rolling. What I was doing here was just selling a bunch of calls here, just constructing bear call spread, bear call spread, bear call spread, one after the other, and just collecting that premium. So that was a good time. Yeah, I think this could be a potential short, right? Like the downtrend's still fully intact. You're getting that slow curl over here. I mean, it breached. Neil would say that it probably breached right here. It gets aggressive out of the open. So you come back into it. Don't make it quite to some of those levels. You're rejecting some pre-market lows and now heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. But Grant Radcliffe, you're right. SMR doing its best snail impression. It might win the snail impression of the year. But Eddie Sarkazian, gifting 10 memberships. Wow, thank you very much. And look at Oklo still go, man. Obi, that was the trade of the day without any questioning. All right, who got one? Chicago DB. Are you a defensive back? Dollar bill, y'all. What's up, Mauricio? Melissa also. Isintoplasm. All right, Hinsey, Marion, the Boy Claws, Bree, FJ897. Chicago DB. How did Chicago DB get to? Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, so yeah, gifted a membership to Sprinkle Place. All right, very nice of you, and thank you very much for that. Another 20 memberships. Oh my God, who else is getting one over here? OSU Doc, We Buy Florida. Okay, Des One, Jeffrey Pereira, Shamito, Mark Peter Ryder, he's in the chat, and then Nonstop Low. So man, a lot going on here today. But SMR not heading in towards the levels in which we were looking for. So do we try to find that fade? Palantir is really attractive to me right now because look at this 5-minute volume print. Indecision print at these highs, and then sure enough, right from that 160-142 level, you get a flush $1.50 of roughly, closer to $1. But hey, any form of a pullback, I'm going to be getting involved. It's unfortunate that, oh, and there it goes, guys. What an outstanding print at those highs on PLTR, Obi.
Yes, sir. That 320 kind of gave it up as of right now. So I'm watching that 317.66 because it seems like we might be making a beeline for the day low here on Google as the Nasdaq pulls back a little bit here. Only $1 away, but again, this thing will snap up and down $1 like it's nobody's business. We've seen it kind of do that thing on the day today. So just being patient, waiting, watching. We've got to the lower high. We've kind of traded below VWAP, and the market's kind of just, like I said before, consolidating. Apple did break that low, and now we're bidding back up pretty aggressively. So I'm being patient. Again, Apple being one of the leaders of the market, that could definitely add some pressure on some of these other names as well, if it can get the market moving as well. So I don't know. Being patient, watching, just trying to be aware of some of these nuances here as we maybe attempt to break down on Google. That's what I'm looking for. It could also not be the case as well, right? We could just not do that, bid right back above 320s, consolidate sideways. I have no idea, but participating in lower highs and lower lows as we have already cracked the day low. Look at that, we cracked the day low, and then normally for a false break, I'm expecting most of this range to be recovered, right? If this was an actual false break of the day low. But guess what? Buyers could only take it up to 322s while the market kind of showed a bit of a curl. We're still kind of consolidating within this leg here, this leg from 318s to 322s. We're still inside those bars as of right now, kind of signifying some more relative weakness on Google. Again, about almost a 3.5% move if you look at it relative to the open on the day today. But some of those pre-market prices were almost 5% above prior day's close as well. So maybe a little bit of profit taking coming in off of the open as of right now. But I'm looking for those day lows to come in. Those day lows could be interesting at the same time, guys. Like this could bounce pretty decently for one reason, and that is right here. We had aggressive buying yesterday right off of the open. Sellers took it almost all the way back to the open, opening prices on Google, and look at that buying that steps in. V-shaped recovery. So right here, bit of a shelf, right? And on the first knock of that prior day's shelf, right, resistance now turning into support, we get a little bit of relief there. So now the question becomes, are these sellers aggressive enough to push into prior day's levels? We did clip prior day's close and range lows as well. So that was a great long, a false break, or maybe a level hold of prior day's ranges. I like that. Now we're just consolidating, like I said before. So just going to be patient. I know I had about $1 on this, but still being patient for the bigger picture move if that's what it's going to happen, right? If this is going to come back
Wow.
in. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. The market is super strong as of right now, bidding right back up. So that range, again, the probabilities change. I could be saying one thing and then buying steps in, and I could be totally wrong the next, right? And that's the thing about staying nimble and being adaptive in the market. The probabilities are literally changing with every tick, with every candle, with every print. So it's about being nimble and being like, okay, I have an idea one moment, and I see a piece of information that skews the probabilities the other way. I have to be willing to let go of that bias and that idea and flip the script and be like, all right, cool, this is not going in that direction anymore as of right now because the probabilities are no longer in my favor. But again, easy to say, difficult to do. What do you got going on?
Obi, this guy just gifted 100, 120, 130, 150, 160, 160 total memberships.
Look at that.
Wow, is right, man. What do we want to hit for that, Obi? I can't even hit the ha-ha or anything along those lines.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Printing.
Mega printing.
We're printing those subs.
We're printing.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Thank you
Shout
very
out
much.
to Eddie Sarkazian.
Eddie Sarkazian.
Thank you very much. We'll hit this. Hold on. Okay, there we go. We hit the stone cold for you, my friend. Oh man, oh wow, yeah, the Jameson, way to call out. Thank you very much for all of that stuff. That's absolutely phenomenal, and it goes very much appreciated. So thank you, Eddie K, for that once again. So I think Eddie, okay, it doesn't even really matter, but at the end of the day, hit everything, Joseph. Bang, yeah, let's go. Hit everything they say. But look at Microsoft continuing to grind. If you were thinking going short the market, good luck. You know why? NVIDIA is climbing higher. Microsoft starting to move higher. Google's relatively subdued. That's okay. But when these big boys are really starting to cook, it's tough to go short. And then you have the likes of Amazon grinding higher as well, too. We went over this yesterday. If you're not looking at the heaviest weighted names and you're trying to short it and they're all grinding higher, that's not putting probability in your favor, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what we want to do. So Amazon, Microsoft, and NVIDIA continuing on its grind. And then sure enough, thanks Grant for pointing this one out, my friend, that SMR just moving absolutely sideways, doing bubkiss, which isn't that much fun. So anyways, aside from that, we'll go over some of our volume names. I shorted PLTR off of those levels, says the Investing Travel. Yeah, I mean, good play on that. Starting to rebound. I think there's going to be a good opportunity to get involved with it once again. This isn't going to drag the NASDAQ up in itself, just not weighted heavily enough. But sure enough, if we get some weakness in there, a nice rebound, what is the volume telling us as it's starting to stair step down? Obi, how much do I have to risk to get involved with this and know that I'm wrong? 73 cents?
It's a bit of a distance.
It's a bit of a distance, but...
Is it worth the trade?
Yeah. I typed in 73 for some reason in the thing there. Okay. PLTR. That is a NASDAQ stock. All right, as we're starting to climb a little bit higher, as long as we continuously hold these levels, then I'm going to be looking to fade Palantir. SMR just not doing anything really, so this is like a big-time boring stock. So we want to try to avoid that at all costs. Let's take a look at what Palantir is. I mean, we're already positioned in it relatively well, so we won't complain whatsoever. Palantir is 161.79. We're currently trading up at 30s, so we're just slowly being, not slowly, we're being continuously patient, waiting to see if we step up a little bit more, fail to construct a new high of the day, and then we can just put our stop up here at 161.84, and then look for that move back in to our primary target, which would be the volume weighted average price. But right now, sitting in SMR, looking at Palantir, we might hop out of this one. My break even's right here around 36s. If it comes back to that, we're at a dodge. We're getting out of dodge, Obi.
Yes, sir. So, my friend's asking me, what is that? What did you just say? What does that mean? A bubkiss. I was like, it's proprietary language. Yeah. Proprietary language.
It means essentially nothing.
Yeah, it means absolutely. It means it translates to absolutely nothing here. 320 is bidding back up here on Google, so we're just kind of trading sideways. So I got a little bit more in on the 320 push here as well. But if we're going to trade sideways, I'm probably going to be done with this soon enough. You can see the market screaming to the upside here, actually breaking some of those prior highs and pushing even more, especially the spider. So do have to be a little wary here on Google if it snaps up and gets a little aggressive. Don't necessarily want to be don't want to continue to be involved in this one. Take a look at this low of day false break here on Apple, man. It kind of rips right back towards VWAP, so beautiful reversion to VWAP on the fall, off of the false break of that consolidation low on Apple. Let's see if sellers kind of step back in here on VWAP on Apple, or does it actually travel to the range highs here, 79 halves, and then that's where sellers potentially sell and step back in, or we actually break out. I don't know. Those are, again, all the iterations, or some of the iterations that I'm thinking of in terms of how price action could potentially pan out there. Going to be patient, wait and see if it actually comes into fruition. VWAP sellers were dominant here in and around 11:30. Right now, it's about 12 o'clock, 30 minutes later. Let's see if they're still there. Let's see if they're still dominant. Market environment or market kind of picture has changed a little bit as we are pushing up a little bit more aggressively. So can we push back above VWAP and sustain? Maybe, perhaps. I think that's within range of possibilities for sure. Let me pull up the chat here. What are you guys trading? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious to know. You guys are always putting up all these stocks, but we're looking at a lot of these ones already. UNH, okay, that's one I haven't heard in a while. Let's see how our friend UNH is doing. UNH. Bidding back up. This one got that Berkshire bid a few months ago, I think, right? A few months ago. It would seem like it was just yesterday, but yeah, okay, there you go. A couple months ago, getting that bid popping up into 380s, now consolidating. I think bigger picture, this might take, if this is to recover back to its former glory above this 500 mark, I think that it could definitely take some more time here. But yeah, consolidating sideways off of the bounce. 200 push was nice, didn't quite get to 200. 250 bounce was where it was at here on UNH. What else are you guys talking about? AMD looking weak, question mark. All right, let's take a quick look at AMD. Well, that's the monthly on AMD. Talk about range expansion here as we're trending to the upside on AMD. Some of these legs getting very, very volatile. This is a monthly chart. Past, I guess, the month of October, look at this gain. Is that correct? Oh my God. AMD just in the month of October was up 58%.
Right.
And now a little bit of a reversion, 22% down on this month, with only about a few days left to finish printing the closing prices. So interesting stuff there nonetheless. But let's take a look at what AMD's doing here on the intraday time frame. So 200. Okay, so we're kind of chopping around this 200. Maybe a false break of this prior week low is happening as of right now, but still kind of consolidating underneath that 200 on the day. So let's see where that VWAP kind of comes in as of right now. That's probably around there as well. So yeah, looking a little weak potentially. If this is going to continue, I'm looking for that day low and that prior week low as well on AMD. So good call out on that. But guys, it's 12 o'clock. So
already,
we got
wow.
a little bit of Adara and we got Neil with his lesson of the day. We'll see you guys soon. Enjoy.
I think what's happening now in this market is, and I think, great, we just had Obi up here. I would say what's happening in this market right now is a reversion. We had a really beautiful reversion here off of the open, and right now we are at day's highs. So nice continuation here of yesterday's strength right now for the NASDAQ, or sorry, this is the S&P 500, but NASDAQ and S&P looking pretty similar here. I do want to mention, it is worth noting, U.S. President Donald Trump set to take the podium at any moment for something called a Thanksgiving turkey pardoning. If I get more info, I'll let you know. I'm listening to the stream right now. I'm hearing jazz music. Speaking of Trump, I'm just seeing reports suggesting that Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, the White House economic advisor, is actually being seen as the front runner in the Fed chair search. This isn't exactly news. Trump himself said it'll probably be one of, quote, the Kevins, so that would be Hassett or Kevin Warsh. But either way here, just interesting update on the Fed chair race. Keep an eye as well, guys, today on some of these oil-related plays. We know there are some talks of potential ends here to the conflict with the Ukraine and Russia. We know that Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is trying to set up a meeting with Trump right now, continuing to see reports about that. And as such, oil, as we get geopolitical tensions lessening, it does drop, which leads to an increase sometimes in these travel names. Zscaler earnings tonight, along with a whole bunch of other companies, including the likes of, you've got Dell, you have HPQ, you're going to have all of these again after the bell. There will be more infographics to come, so keep your eyes peeled for X at TTV Research. And we do have to remind you guys, the biggest AI story today on watch, Google actually gapping up on it, but right now certainly giving up a lot of that early strength. Basically, the information reports that Google and Meta are in talks there for a deal with Meta to get involved here with Google's AI chip. So that's a bad look for NVIDIA and a lot of these other chip makers. So that's why we've got Google, at least initially, Google to the downside. So Google to the upside, NVIDIA to the downside, now kind of doing the opposite. Before we send you back to Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US. But there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Scheduled meeting today. Back to over to Neil and his lesson. Neil, give the people their lesson.
Okay, people, here's your lesson of the day. Thank you so much, Sarah Dara. I feel like I could almost do, we could do like a high five, but I would do like my finger up here and hard, other way. Close enough. It's so much fun. Look, it's so much fun, the new setup. I think it's amazing, and I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. But there's something we say a lot of times. It's like, trust your read, right? And be patient. I would say at least a few dozen times a day that's going to get said, whether myself says something along those lines, Sean will say something along those lines, Obi, or anybody, Joe, Sharif, will say all these things. But you have to understand sometimes what that might mean, because trust your read might seem like, oh, just I have this gut feeling, but a gut feeling should be backed by something. Right? Like there's a reason why you are feeling this way, usually based on preparation or something you've seen before, or pattern recognition, or maybe it's a trade from the previous day that's set up the same way. Those are the factors that have to come into it. Now, ultimately, I'm going to show you an example of like trust your read here and what it ended up meaning. When I was short, like obviously Mara ended up working for a short, but you ended up with an inside day, like 11 top here to like 1065 or so. So it doesn't really fall through like a full dollar, barely a $0.50 range, which is fine for a $10, $11 stock. There's nothing wrong with that. But it was when I didn't hold till the low of the day on the first move. And then on the second move, when it actually wicked the $11 level, I let it bounce at a higher low, and then I had a bat out here where it's like it hasn't broken VWAP, and yet I'm taking some off. But it was right in off of this bid. And I remember I was looking at iBid at the time, and I was also looking at this little bit of a trend break saying, ooh, I think this move might be done. It was a bit of a gut feel. I was like, ooh, no, this looks like this could be done. This particular short should come out. And I was trusting my read. It seems like, okay, well, yeah, but why is that a big level? I understand like the trend break, but if you thought it was a short, it never actually breaks that low. It never breaks your entry price there. So why jump out of it? Because in the back of my mind, I've already done some work on Mara. And I had prepared to trade this one to the south side. And I know that one of the big things that I always look for is prior day big resistance levels. And if it's not gapping above the high of the day, sometimes that's the open range. The open range high and lows matter. So where it was bouncing, now in the moment, did I say, oh my goodness, it's bouncing off of this level? I actually didn't. I just kind of saw the turn, felt where it bounced before, and was like, my gut's telling me I should be getting out of this trade. But part of that is going to be the subconscious that's remembering, hey man, you've seen this zoomed out chart even if you're not looking at it right now. Because you go through all these when you sit down at 6:45 in the morning, and they're all in the back of the brain. Now, ultimately, that's the kind of thing that can help you. But when you make that out, it ends up looking pretty good. You do have to take that next step and then confirm, hey, that gut feel that I had, or thinking that that could be a key level, or it's looking like one, confirm that, hey, there was something more to it than just, oh, I looked at the tape. In this particular case, it's like, oh, yeah, that's right. That was the open range top. We were trading more yesterday. This is where it broke out in the afternoon. You were right. That was a key level. When it double bottomed there, you do want to get out of dodge, just in case there's a curl. So that's the thing about your gut, is a lot of times it's going to be informed by something, and you can just be like, oh, great, I listened to my gut and it worked. But if you leave it at that, then you might miss some confirmation that could inform you better on the next trade. So I know, okay, well, I'll look out for that a little bit more, remind myself to zoom out the chart in the moment. Maybe I find a long off that level. Who really knows? But if you just leave it at, oh, my gut was right about this, yay, well, you kind of miss the point, which is to try to understand sometimes what is going on. Because there's no such thing as actually having trading spidey sense. There's no such thing as having spidey sense in general, unless you're a TV character, right? It's only ever your subconscious taking in information and processing it. That's what's actually happening. So it's fun to say that, ooh, my spidey sense is saying this, blah, blah, blah. No, something's actually going on. And if you don't bother to quantify it or attempt to, then you're not actually going to gain anything from that information or that trade, win or lose. The second thing that we talk about a lot is patience, and sometimes what that means. And I know I'll always be a broken record with this, but I find if I'm executing at an obvious price area, like I can find where the tape is slowing down or I can find the resistance, that's good. And if it's all over the place, it's random. Now, the thing is, like, Google ends up being good for me by being precise, but it was the nature of the precision that I think saved me from a big loss. Now, ultimately, there's a million places I could have bet Google goes for a long. Could I have just gambled it worked here? Sure. Could I have gambled there'd be a higher low somewhere? I suppose. When it made two of these higher lows, could I have just tried to buy that long? I suppose so. But instead, it's a wait for the trend to break. Now, ultimately, my first execution is a little bit late because I could have had it on this other bar, but this is where I'm trying to execute. It closes above, it breaks here. I'm playing for it to make that level. It goes right to the top and I'm able to get out. But that's, to me, what precision looks like. Like sitting around and waiting, oh my goodness, it's boring, nothing's happening. Yeah, because I want to set something up that's a high probability. I look at yesterday when I took like 3 shots at Tesla, maybe even 4 shots around the 420 level, and ended up with, I think, basically like 1 1/4 wins if I look at it correctly. But effectively, I'd call it like 3 losses and 1 win on Tesla. But here's the thing. 1 precise trade on Alphabet is twice as good as a couple, or actually 3 losses on Tesla yesterday. And that's what precision can get you. Because ultimately, if you get the confirmation on your setup, or let's just say you wait until the trend is in your favor, which I think is a form of confirmation, then typically it just works easier. Like, it's easier when you're in the trend to glide to the area that you expect. And this is going to be hindsight being 2020. Obviously, when it breaks this trend in here, most times if I didn't have a bias, and I'll get to that in a second, then I would be shorting this. And obviously there's a good short as well. But about waiting for whatever it is to confirm that setup, you should know what it is that you're looking for. I see a bottoming tail candle after a breakout of a trend line, I know that's an entry point. And then I see the opening range high, I know where my target is going to be. So those are trades that I have to have. Now, ultimately, this will be hindsight, but I also know that if you fail a pre-market high and you fail an opening range high and you break a clear 1, 2, 3 point trend, that's an A entry for me. So I have to also understand something. So I might be green on the day today. I might have made back a small loss from yesterday. I might be up on Google. But none of that actually matters, and you won't see me celebrate it because that's still an A setup there, that short. But I was a little bit biased to the long side. Sometimes that can be a good thing. When is it a good thing to be biased to the long side? If it's just straight up trending all day long. Is Alphabet straight up trending all day long? No. What did it do at the open? It dropped heavily. So the first move was to fill in the gap. Is there until it's actually holding above that open range or showing me a view? Why would I be biased alongside? It showed me a long trade, but I don't need to be biased to that. So one, you've got to stick to your guns or your gut read, but make sure you are going back and quantifying what was it that your gut was telling you. What is it that you saw that made your gut or whatever your read be right or wrong. Why was it worth following? Because usually there's something there. The second thing that you always have to do, I think, is be precise and patient. What is it that you're looking for to execute? Not just this is a long, because I see traders lose all the time being like, this is a long. You might eventually catch it, but if you don't have a reason to get in that's very specific, you'll just start buying random prices hoping it goes in your favor. And then the other part of it is, like here, when I'm evaluating, does it matter that I am up on Alphabet? No. Does it matter that I am 1 for 1 on Alphabet? No. What actually matters? That's an A setup. I'd have maybe even A plus. And that's a solid setup, but this is a better setup. 1, 2, 3 points. You hear me say it all the time. Break of trend, clean. There's your risk. There's your 1-to-1. Every single level where you'd want to take something out, there, those are nice little stopping points, and then the low of the day. It doesn't get any simpler than that. And you have to grade yourself that way. Because over the course of a year or years or weeks and months, that's what ends up mattering. It matters more whether I get this trade the next time or the next 10 times that it happens. That matters far more whether or not I'm up on Google today. That's great. They ain't gonna get you paid in the long term. What gets you paid in the long term is making sure that you have more of these setups and less of the stocks that you're fighting, the blow-ups, the smaller wins. That's what ends up mattering at the end of the day. So make sure when you do grade yourself or go back and look at your trades that it's fine, go ahead, celebrate everything you want to, but if you missed an A-plus setup, I don't care what your net is that day. Fine, you can care what your net is. I won't care what my net is if I miss an A-plus setup. I will simply have to ask myself, why did I miss it? How can I not miss it next time? What was the reason I was so biased? Whatever it is, address that problem, because if you don't, you can't move forward. I'm obsessed with that. That's just myself. That's kind of how I'm built. But every trader in some sense has to be able to do that. So you do want to listen to your gut. You got to quantify it. You do want to be precise and patient with your entries. Know what it is that you're looking for. And when you grade your day, make sure you talk about, or at least talk to yourself about the things that you missed out on, especially if they were AA plus setups in your book. So there's your lesson of the day. I gave you 3. The market wants 25,000. The NASDAQ just went green. You know what? Realistically, I was just yapping until we got green on the NASDAQ. That was my overall goal whatsoever. Not to finish my point, just to see this get to green. Go NASDAQ.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market. U.S. President Donald Trump is speaking at this turkey pardon. This is now live. He is pardoning some turkeys. I guess this is a tradition. Either way, he has mentioned actually the economy, saying that it's very strong. So with Trump, there's always the potential something market-related can happen. I'm going to cover that, but just so you guys know, in case you were not aware, he started talking. Also, NVIDIA posted this on their X. So this is a NVIDIA newsroom account saying they are, quote, delighted by Google's success. They've continued to make great advances in AI, and we continue to support Google. NVIDIA is a generation ahead of the industry, and it's the only platform that runs every AI model and does it everywhere computing is done. NVIDIA offers greater performance, versatility, and fungibility than ASICs, which are designed for specific AI frameworks or functions. So NVIDIA basically saying, congratulations to Google, we're still top dog. Back to Joe and Obi.
Right, that's what the top dogs do, Derek. You gotta make sure these people know their place. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic. Obviously, Jensen and company probably going to say something along those lines. But aside from that, SMR, guys, continuing to grind higher and higher. There it is on SMR. We're just slowly piecing some of that was an accident, but these are all higher sells up there. Yeah, Palantir not doing what we want. Everything just keeps getting bid back up. I have no issues with it whatsoever because I think at some point it is going to turn around. Let's get over to Palantir so you can see where I am on the short. Yeah, good thing I got over to the New Zealand markets over here. Palantir on the NZ. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Come on. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know, brother. I don't
You're
know.
in NZ, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm NQ right now.
NQ?
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. It's loading. Yeah, but anyways, aside from that, I'll pull it up over here on my side chart so we can see. Told you, as long as we don't breach and hold this high, I like our chances. Now, this boat may take a little bit of time to turn around completely, but sure enough, I do like our chances. Average now being 161.26, so about 20 cents out of the money, roughly. Nothing outstanding, but you can see double top up here at 161.70. This is the level in which I was referring to, and then sure enough, we're starting to come back in a little bit. But every time on the tape, you can see it just continuously getting bought back up. So hopefully this time around, it isn't the case, and we can make a move lower, as Amazon is putting in some identical prints as well too. I think today is one of those days where they might come into play. You might get those moves back in towards the volume weighted average price, even though that might be a little bit of an extension from here, but nonetheless. So there it goes on Palantir. So you push back down to some key support levels and it gets bought right back up. And I think it's important for us to correlate everything from a daily. So I pulled up to Palantir and I asked myself, hey, is it really one of those sessions where we're going to have those strong shorts coming in? And you know what? I'm leaning more or less towards no, but can we close as a doji? That would bring us right around that 159. OP would be phenomenal. We talked about previous day's close not too long ago and how price just tends to be attracted to those specific levels. And let's see if we can get it back up here for you guys one more time. I'll give this trade, I'm thinking I'm going to give myself a regular at bat on this specific trade. One, because I love the print at the highs, and I think we're slightly overextended from an intraday standpoint. Can I be completely wrong? Absolutely. And we're starting to form those indecision prints at key supports, and that's not a good sign whatsoever. I'll get this over here so I know you guys can see it. Oops, what did I just do now? Oh no. All right. Anyways, aside from that, I removed something. Great stuff. Okay. Anyways, that's not going to work out how I wanted to. But yes, talk to me.
All right, guys, so now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special rebate fee, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for purer performance exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. All right, man, this market looks like we might actually be getting back to that 25K mark here on the Nasdaq as we push up even higher. So yeah, a little bit underwater here on the Googles as it held that 320 pretty well, but kind of I realize I'm just kind of getting chopped up in no man's land here in and around these 320s. The market attempts to push higher. Again, Apple came all the way back up above VWAP there, so that's been pretty interesting here as well. Beautiful reversion off of those range lows there, and yeah, I thought this was just going to range trend, but that trend started to just accelerate to the upside, and now we're pushing all the way back through highs there. So absolute strength in this market, and one of the stocks is not like the others here, Joe, and that's Amazon. Amazon pulling up all the way up to its highs here as well. So AMZN, let's take a quick look at this. Look at that, 230. So we just clipped the high at 230s. 230.08 is the day high here on Amazon. Absolute strength. I'm keeping an eye on. I'm watching it. Is it overextended? Technically, yes. But again, being patient and waiting and watching for the next trade, which could potentially be a reversion of that action. But this market, man, is not stopping anywhere here. We are continuing to blast to the upside as this aggressive buying continues here on the market. It was funny, man. In the morning, we were getting chop. Yep. But now more distinct and directional action happening here when it comes to the NASDAQ and the ES here. Where will it stop? When will it stop? I have no idea, but I definitely want to be involved if and when that does happen here. But getting chopped up here on Google as it just is still within that $2 range, around 320s as of right now. What do you got going on?
All right, guys, and now... Oh, okay, all right, we'll be a little bit more patient there, but here it is, guys. We take a little bit off on SMR. All right, and now for some exciting news out of Canada for those who are in the South. Okay, all right, we'll get it fired up. We'll fire it up one more time. I don't even see it over here. Oh, bang. All right, fire it back up. Guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting rejected, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. through Trader TV. Though Trader TV, you get 100 USD coupons for registering through, plus 15% bonus. Things that cover losses up to 15K USD. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info. All right, there goes SMR. We got all out of Palantir as the leg takes an additional move higher. So we're going to avoid that. It gave you that 5-minute print, but then it was just like, all right, yeah, buy program still fully engaged. So it's going to be the same narrative. If I'm going to be looking for this market to head back towards the downside, well, guess what? I think it's going to come a little bit later in the day. I don't have too much size left, 10% on this SMR trade, and we've been sitting in it for quite some time. So sell right there above the 70, getting 73s, and our first initial position was at 948. 950, we'll call it, 20 minutes after the open. The one that we're currently sitting on at 10:30, it's now 12:30. So we've been sitting in this for 2 hours looking for a potential move higher, and that's okay. Patient hands prevail. So there it is, guys. CoreWeave starting to grind as well. I'm not going to stand in front of this freight train. We'll let them squeeze a bunch of individuals out. You're not fooling me today, as I am not going to go against the market just yet. I do think there's going to be a good opportunity for some potential shorts. Let's take a look at LEU, as some people are mentioning it in the chat. Okay, I respect the call out, but unfortunately, this has next to no liquidity. You can't trade this from an intraday standpoint. So yeah, there's not much we can do about that right there. So yeah, very, very liquid is this name. But there goes SMR putting in a new high. Oh, a little more shares would have been nice on that one there, Obi. But we're not going to complain whatsoever. We're going to hold our last little bit all the way to the volume weighted average price. So there it is, a couple attempts on SMR. This was the number one and number two idea I had this morning. Oklo being 1, SMR being 2. And then sure enough, we're getting the Katina Man. Check out this reload, my boy. Oh, he's on the phone. Sorry, brother. Sorry, brother. So, yeah, anyways, aside from that, guys, let's keep an eye out on Palantir to see if we can get that moving. And there goes NVDA helping drag the overall market higher, Obi.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no, definitely. This 322 potentially coming in for a bit of a push and a break here as we speak. But, guys, trade the pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Wow, so we made it to 25,000. I talked about this in the morning. I was like, what are the chances? Maybe within range, yes. It's definitely possible. And here it has come into fruition. Look at this market kind of accelerate to the upside here. ES just took a little bit of a teleport as well, a little bit higher. So yeah, strength coming in with some aggression. Tesla coming in to its pre-market highs as of right now. What else is happening? NVIDIA with some fresh highs. So we did crack that 175 and pushed aggressively higher. 175.90 is currently trading on NVIDIA. And Apple slowly trekking back towards that 280 as well. And then Google as well, kind of consolidation highs at 322s. We're coming in and attempting to push a little bit closer into those 322s as of right now. So when will it stop? I don't know, but here's the area of interest. We got to that 25,000, guys. So just a bit of an interesting area over the past couple of months, and another day where we've just kind of melted back up, kind of reverted into this level. Let's see whether or not we pivot off of this, or it means absolutely nothing on the day and we just continue the bid higher, Joe. So that's what I'm waiting for. Where's that next key piece of information? We'll wait and see. 25K could be interesting, could be nothing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're continuously going here in SMR. We'll take our last little bit out at, I mean, we're down 6% right now in SMR. So we'll take that last little bit out right at the volume weighted average price if we can get there, but we can't complain whatsoever. Entry right here, boom, boom, boom. We piece it up, add a little bit here. Nothing substantial. This was only about 5% or so, but that allowed us to kind of keep this trade running. So not too bad of a look there on SMR. We can take a look at it on the 5-minute time frames. You might be able to see a little bit more, but not as detailed. Obviously, entry number 1, boom, we piece it out. We're on base right there, and then sure enough, boom, we take a little bit more, add, and then now we're starting to climb higher. Adair, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I don't have any news. I just want to let you guys know Trump finished the turkey pardoning. The turkeys have been pardoned, and that is done. No more Trump commentary for the rest of the day. I also want to mention, guys, I mentioned earlier John Deere reporting earnings tomorrow before the bell. Here's a fun look at John Deere's quarterly revenue from Q1 2023 to the present. I see that Neil found the cute little images I added here. So if you want to take a look at John Deere's very middling, actually, Q3 revenues, you can see there's a lot of kind of year-over-year declines, but you can look at this more in detail on X at TTV Research. I will have an earnings preview for John Deere posted a little bit closer to the end of the day. So again, X at TTV Research for all of your infographic needs. Always feel free to tag me in the chat if you have any suggestions. Back to you.
There, yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that for sure, as Caterpillar reported obviously earlier, and not too bad coming out from them. So Palantir still grinding, but we're going to be sitting patient. We're now just stalking, unfortunately, like that deer. I'm going to be looking to just kind of see if we can get that move back into some prior levels. That could be 160, 169. So if you catch the top right now, let it do an additional liquidity grab, because I think that's what this is roughly right here. It's just that extended push. And then sure enough, there it is. A nice strong downtick in Palantir. There it goes. Oh no. I don't want to chase it up here, but it's just kind of like, Joseph, you have to get involved as we're continuously bleeding. My entry price being substantially better than my first two. So let's see if that's going to work. SMR has been the darling for us on today's session. Let's head back over to Palantir to see if we can get that move. You're $12 on Tesla. Let's rock and roll. Nice work there, brother. Yeah, the market's been going nuts. I've been sitting in this, I don't know if you just seen that, Katina, man, but I've been sitting in this SMR grind all day. But here it is on Palantir. Let's customize this so you can see it a little bit better. Head over there, okay, apply, and let's see if this works, right? We're only at 1 strike right now. I'm willing to take a couple more strikes. I'm only in half the position once again. I think this is going to be the primary level in which I'm going to look to be taking profit. But if you have the ability to snipe this peak right there, then that might be a good, your risk to reward is absolutely A+++, so not too bad. Nice work on Tesla, Sean. That's a pretty good trade. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, back there. And again, if it continuously bids back up, I'm good with going half size here. And then if it really starts to work, then we can add a little bit more. It's working right now, but the tape is still relatively strong, Obi.
Yeah, this market, so some top wicks forming here. I'm watching Apple still, again, in that range high area, maybe in a potential supply zone, but we'll see. This 15-minute candle has about 20 seconds left here on, you can see here on the ES and the NASDAQ kind of printing that top wick. Do sellers step in? I have no idea, but again, this is that area we're looking, where I'm specifically looking for something interesting to happen here, in and around 25K. Like I said before, it could mean absolutely nothing, but this is the first sign of some selling coming in on the close of the 15-minute candle. Understandable. Let's see what the next one does. Here's the next to open here. As of right now, do we continue past? I'm watching these Mag 7s, guys, but that Amazon, that 230.08 still continues to be the high a day, and we might just be getting that prior bar low break on the 15-minute candle after the opening range. I guess 9:45. We've held 15-minute lows since 9:45 on Amazon. So let me pull that up right now and take a look here if Amazon can potentially give us some sort of opportunity here. But that 230, I guess, was the area to really kind of watch it. You can see here, strongest volume candle as well. All right, so I missed that right there. Strongest volume candle comes in, clips the day high, and then pulls back in from 230s to 229s. Will the market turn around now? I have no idea, but this Amazon is coming in real nice as well. There goes, there's a little bit of a wick action there. Dark pool kind of skewing the perspective for us, but you get the gist there. Kind of watching this 229. Let's see what it does with that 229 area as well. Google still have eyes on this. Google, I got to fix these wicks right now, man. These wicks are a little crazier. Yeah, see 329, 290 low. So for those of you who don't know, sometimes our charts kind of fill in some of the dark pool data that comes in. Now, dark pools, they're not trading necessarily real time. It's older orders potentially, or orders that didn't really happen around this time, and they're just coming in and showing up on the book around this time. So sometimes that gives us this kind of a wick action there. So there's the Apple. I guess I might as well just close and reopen some of this as well. So Google, there you go. This should be better now. Okay, yeah, see that wick is gone. And then Amazon as well. Amazon looking pretty decent as of right now. But that 15-minute prior low is coming in soon, Joe. So I don't know. Are we going to break? It's actually here right now, but the top of this 15-minute candle is pretty flat. So it's kind of suggesting that we may be maybe open to exploring some prices between that 230 and 229 before traveling lower, if that's going to be the case. But again, the probabilities change with every passing order, every passing tick, every candle that's printed on the chart. And as of right now, if you guys can see, both the NASDAQ and ES, yeah, we got some selling at the close of that 15-minute candle, but we're trading right back above it and trading a little bit higher now. So 25K could be, again, interesting. But if we're going to do absolutely nothing there, I do have to respect that.
I'm gonna foul out here on Palantir. Yeah, there's just no point in me trying to short it when it wants to continuously grind higher. I think from a daily standpoint, it's displaying that, hey, we're not gonna really come back in just yet. So here's the daily, nice buying pressure right here. Price opens up down here, it goes back down, and then just continuously guides. So I'll just take a little bit of a haircut on that one, essentially a break even on that, and then we're just gonna sit in SMR. I'm gonna get this off of multiple charts. Give me a second here, Assassino. Yeah, all right, let's go. AIML, guys, your heart will be beat 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. AIML Innovations, CSE AIML, OTCQB AIMLFF turns that data into potential life-saving insights and max yield as an AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat, and with lab-grade precision and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission? To revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML Health and follow at AIML Innova on X. All right, there it goes. Yeah, so glad we got out of that Palantir. Look at that squeeze just before. I would not have been fun, and I would have been a little bit frustrated. But regardless, need to say, guys, there goes SMR. I'm going to take my last little out right here on SM. Why is this displaying me two different prices? Okay, there it is, bang. So SMR at that high. We're gonna take that last little bit out there, Obi, and see if we can rock it. Continue, man, are you let's going the SMR trade? Yeah, look at, brother, look, entry, bang, reload, bang. You know what I mean? Couple reloads, not enough size. But anyways, nonetheless, what do we got? A super chat. I need to buy a Corvette. Do I buy NVIDIA? I love how it's spelled. All right. I don't know, man. I'm not going to give you any form of advice. Save your money. There you go. So wherever it comes from, if you really want that Corvette, then save your money.
What's your favorite car?
What's my favorite car?
Yeah.
That's a great
See if
question.
The chat remembers. Chat,
I mean, like, am I being realistic? Or am I being unrealistic with my favorite car?
It doesn't matter. If you could get any car.
Any car? Yeah, I think it would be a McLaren.
McLaren? Which one specifically?
I'm not that much of a car head, to be honest with you. Whatever one's the nicest, I'll take.
Like a nice clean McLaren P1 maybe.
Yeah, whatever goes vroom and whatever looks the best. At the end of the day, I think I'm gonna. How about you? What's your favorite car?
I'm waiting for the chat.
Like a Nissan Skyline.
I've told. Oh, come on. See, you remember. You remember. Come on.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. No, it's a classic. Not any Nissan Skyline. There's some really rare ones.
Yeah, Toyota.
That Toyota. People are not letting go of. So maybe one day, if it's within range, I'm definitely willing to pick one up.
I know for a fact my next car is either going to be an X4 or a Range Rover Evoque.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to go with an M, but I don't know.
Series.
Yeah. Just like a cliche, like an M4, M5. I think is not bad, but we'll get there. It'll be fun. But the thing is, like I barely drive as much as I used to anymore. That's the thing. I just especially when coming in the mornings, I honestly prefer taking transit because it's less mental hassle. I don't have to deal with drivers drivers on the road. I don't have to deal with, extra decision making, which is very unnecessary. And it just keeps the mental very clear and focused. And it gives me time in the morning where I don't have to focus on driving, where I can be focused on like looking at the market, scouring Twitter for any, or X for anything interesting that's been going on. But if I were to have like a weekend driver, the Skyline would be nice, maybe to take to the track for some four-wheel drifts.
Right on, right on.
So that's what I'm looking for. Those 320s may be coming back in here on Google. No idea. This market is blasting to the upside, and Google continues to show relative weakness. Interesting. Bit of a disconnect happening here. I have no idea what, to be honest. But that 25K is looking pretty aggressively strong as we push a little bit higher as of right now on this here market. So 25K was a bit of a pit stop. Not really. We had no real relief. Maybe the end of a candle showed some selling as it potentially came in there, and trending to the upside here. So what is the strongest in the room? That's what I'm asking, and that's Tesla. 421.45, almost at prior day's highs, which is 421.70. Sorry, it's at 420.21s currently, and prior day's high is sitting at 421.70s. So keeping a close eye on that as Tesla pushes for prior day's highs. Nvidia is actually very, very strong, but pushing into prior day's lows. There goes Amazon. So Amazon prior bar 15-minute break, maybe a false break of that action there. So keeping a close eye on that to see what that'll bring in. But man, this market is screaming to the upside, Joe. Screaming to the upside.
Yeah, it is,
that
man.
kind of strength, not really showing up here on Google. Yeah, interestingly enough.
Oh yeah, I mean that works out for you, right? You're short 320.77.
I mean, I had to hold against me a little bit, but
coming back
it is still relatively weak. That was kind of the idea there. Did I manage risk effectively? Not as effective as I really could have, but stayed involved with the trade for sure.
Let's go.
What do you got going on?
Man, Meta up to 630. Nice grab off of those lows. Yeah, I got out and then back in. I bought some yesterday there, Gorev. So that's a pretty good look. Right now I'm in no positions. I just want to join the trend right now. We hit target on SMR. I know I'm going over the same trade over and over again, but at the end of the day, boom, it's just reloading at the right time, steady, sitting on your hands for quite some time, and then sure enough, running into that target. It never told me to get out until up there, so just kind of going with the flow and what price action is telling us. You can see, first attempt, we were wrong. The no hesitation nation over here there, Sean Katina, man. So there it is, bang, a nice move up higher, bang, 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 and then sure enough, a couple attempts there. Now, as for Palantir, it's been Oppo, right? This hasn't worked out for us as it's continuously grinding higher. I thought this was going to be a nice key pivot high where we can get short. I get in there. Half size, I'm like, all right, let's try to get a better price. Boom, as soon as it breached that high of the day, and sure enough, you get the volume on the 1 minute time frame, step in, and then it's blast off. So I'm like, okay, liquidity grab, let's see what we can get going on here. You get a nice strong candle with the volume supporting it, and then sure enough, I'm like, yeah, you know what, this is fishy. The tape telling me, Joseph, it's gonna climb right higher again, and then sure enough, just before the volume steps in for the second time, we get out of there 110%. Sean, what do you got?
I was just going to say, Joe, I mean, congratulations. It looks like, your trading is like morphing into a little bit of style here with me. So I'm glad that we're both sharing these ideas. And I want to say thank you for mentioning that. And what a great trade that was there on IBIT. I mean, similar to what we were doing here on Tesla. I mean, nice. when we were here, guys, we were buying this dip and, we lost in it right there, but then boom goes the dynamite, right? Like right back to the upside, getting out a couple dollars in, and then now all the way back up to 420. So again, Joe, congrats on that. And unfortunately, I just sat back down, so I didn't see much of Obi's trades there, but I know he's hitting it as well. And big thank you to Eddie there in the chat. I kept on trying to ask what stock he had and how he made all his money, but I don't think he's in the chat anymore. But thanks for all those memberships, and make sure you guys do grab those. You can go on to YouTube and say yay and grab those up. So I just want to say right now, I'm going to look at a short right now for IBIT just to see if we can dance around this 88,000, but we're out if this breaks 50, so we're 5 or 6 cents away right now from getting out. We're short right now, 49.96 right now on IBIT. This may be a problem, and then like we say before, take wins, but don't take big hits. So our last 20% out on the TQs as it starts to rip a little northbound right there. So still in on this Tesla, man. I hope you guys are able to you know, again, take some of those trades Joe had there. Great job, I'm assuming, with Obi as well. So here we go again. What a day. You know, the NASDAQ was getting absolutely crushed, and we were all sitting here, woe is me. And the next thing you know, man, complete turnaround right now in the NASDAQ. And, you know, get out of your winners when they're there, because AMD is one of those examples, again, right here, where, you know, if you don't get out and you let it just rip against you, this is what could happen. So short, bang, out right there for flat. So AMD still holding it down 6%, but I like today as a trade. So far, so good. So congratulations to everybody out there. Great trade there, Joe, and obviously Obi as well. So we'll be back at 2 p.m., but thanks for sharing the air with me there, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, wow.
I definitely resonate with that, man. Your trading has been getting so much more better. I've seen the improvement in your trading for sure, man. So great stuff. Good work there, and as well. I know, Joe, for a fact. Again, you're grinding on those weekends. You're rewatching some of those tapes. You're really kind of putting in the effort, and it definitely shows, right? It definitely shows.
What is done in the dark eventually comes to light. Hopefully, there,
sure.
Obi, man,
like. You know what's funny? It's just like it's just the same kind of concept where people are like, oh, you know, it's like overnight success. No one really sees all of those hard working hours, and it's just like by the time it comes into fruition and it's big enough that, you know, the world can see. It's obviously like everyone's like, okay, you know, it happened overnight. But yeah, no, that's straight facts. Nobody knows the struggles and the hardships and you know, the blood, sweat, and tears literally that go into the grind when it comes to trading, for sure. I mean, there's been times where I'm just sitting there being like, okay, well, you know, you have some red day streaks, and you really start questioning yourself. You're just like, oh, do I even know how to trade? Did I forget? And then you're just like, no, take a deep breath, go back to basics. You know, it's funny, but yeah, definitely a journey. And it's beautiful to see all of us coming along really well. So
yeah, for sure. Even though Jose can't listen to it, that guy's leveled up. He's gone next level.
He's
man.
algorithmically better.
Yeah. He's leveled. When I say level up, like we're talking leveled up. Yeah. I mean, what I was gonna bring out here, nice short. I think. All right, let's head over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on META. I'm just seeing that apparently senators are seeking out a probe of Meta over scams on its platforms. Its platforms, of course, include WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. Again, I'm seeing reports that U.S. senators, specifically Blumenthal and Hawley, are asking the FTC and the SEC to investigate Meta, accusing them of ignoring widespread scams and actually saying that they're profiting from the defrauding of consumers. So interesting stuff. If I have more info, I'll keep you posted. Back to Joby.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to mention here, guys, I got to look to start setting up some writings here once again as Bitcoin's continuing to climb. But I mean, we go from a low of around $48.90, and then you climb up almost to $50, and then you start to reject. And my contracts didn't move; it's still substantially red. So yeah, that is not a recipe for something good. Again, we're just sitting in. We got plenty of time until May. Halfway through the month of May, but I would like to get out of the position if I could at some point break even. I'll continuously write some calls there. Yeah, that's working out, Katina, man. Nice call out on that specific trade there. It's looking pretty good. NVDA with a nice short signal as well. So yeah, across the board. But as for my IBIT position, negative 6 bandos, which is not very good, but I mean, we've made probably approximately 30% of that I've made back in just writing calls. It's just that the long position has just been getting absolutely headshot. So that is not fun whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, there it goes, man. Hopefully these shorts eventually come into play. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. We had that SMR trade on. We tried a couple attempts on the Palantir shorts as it's continuously grinding. Bitcoin's really moving to the downside. If you're looking for a weak asset, you know where to look. Katina Man found it. As it's starting to flush, Bitcoin holders getting absolutely rinsed. It's a rinse job right now. But Meta still on the grind higher up to 631 and looking like it still wants to go, Obi. The Q's in the SPY. Doesn't look like it wants to turn around either, my
I
friend.
mean, yeah, definitely pushing a little bit higher. But again, I'm going to reiterate this 25K area. We kind of magnet right back into it, and we're holding, sustaining. And when I'm looking at some of these megs, yeah, that 229 area on Amazon still kind of consolidating within these highs. So I am watching it. We did travel all the way back up to 230s, but now still kind of sideways here. Pretty strong. I guess one of the stronger ones on the day is definitely Amazon. And let's see what else is kind of extended here. Sure, Tesla's a little extended, but relative strength not really, as it's still trading in and around some of its pre-market high levels here. Let's see, what else do we got? NVIDIA as well. Yeah, I like that look on NVIDIA. NVIDIA kind of coming in and knocking on the door of prior days lows. Let's see. Again, only about $50 away from that 25K mark here on the NASDAQ, and we've gotten back-to-back jacks when it comes to green candles here on the 15-minute chart. We talked about this kind of ranging trend. Well, that range trend, I guess, broke out, and we got accelerated buying all the way to the upside here into 25K. So now the question becomes, do we get a little bit of relief? I'm looking at prior bar low on the NASDAQ here, and that's sitting just shy of 24,990s as of right now. So as Google kind of consolidates sideways and does absolutely bupkis, to take a word from Sharif there, yeah, let's see what we have in store in and around this 25K. There's a little bit of a pullback here. So engulfing, this is the first time a 15-minute candle. I guess this one did it as well. This one engulfed and then went red to green. Interesting stuff. Let's see, 321s here on Google, 230s still well within range on Amazon as well, man. So let me know what you guys are trading. Let me pull up the chat here as well. I got so many screens kind of coming in. Todd, MeFly Todd, I guess, is saying short in the chat there. James Choi saying short SPY into the close. Okay, interesting stuff. I like it. I like the idea. Prior bar low break on the 15-minute on SPY as well, potentially coming in. Hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened yet, but potentially coming in. We'll wait and see if that comes into fruition. What do you got going?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, man. Katina May got the short on IBIT. I'm seeing some topping signals here on NVDA, but it doesn't want to give up the gab right now, so that's all right. Again, the long's working for us, short's not, so we should just be sticking to our guns, and I'm shorting like the best name on the planet right now, which isn't a recipe for success. So we'll hold it off. If it breaches the high of the day, you can see that we're in right at 76s roughly. If it breaks up to 50s, I'll give it 50 cents or so, and then we'll dock an L and wait for things to turn around. I'm not going to be buying all the way up here either, but if the market just wants to grind and post up and just kind of move sideways, then not much really I can do. I'm glad that short's working out for you. Way to pick a weaker asset there, Sean. But other than that, let's sit on our hands a little bit here. VWAP would be a dream, Obi, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case today. I didn't think we were going to continue this grind in which we're experiencing right now, bounce off of 170 in NVDA, and then it's like, yeah, who do you guys think you are thinking you're shorting me? Yeah, right. So yeah, I mean, there it is. SMR definitely going to be our best one of the session. Palantir and the 2 TSLA losses have put me slightly red, but again, we're just like a fraction of a hair away of just turning things around. One green trade, and we're back into this battle. Cheto 2, who was it yesterday? Somebody and I were just saying, yeah, we're so back, and I can't wait for that to happen there in Bitcoin and grind a little bit higher, so I could just be like, we're so back, and get out of that, and then just get on with the merry way. Run some algo and continuously do what we're doing there. But Joe, Leroy, what's up? Ford GM, is it done? I've been long for 3 months. Damn. All right. Well, I've been in the bar. I've been long Bitcoin for about a month now as well too. So let's pull it up. We're gonna start with Ford Motors. I don't know your average price. You didn't put anything in there that would give me a little bit more detail. But I don't see anything done from this standpoint. Let's go back 3 months from now, November, October, August, we'll go to July. or we'll head over to June. You're not doing too bad. You get 33% right there on Ford Motors, so not too bad. We'll head over to GM. If you've been in this for 3 months, you're cooking up an absolute storm, my friend. What are you talking about? Keep holding that, trim a little. There's nothing wrong with taking profit, as Neil and a bunch of individuals like to say. No one's gone broke taking profit. So there it is, some nice moves in Ford and GM. Still sitting in this NVIDIA short to see if we can get a breakdown. And there it goes. Support levels need to crack. You can see that we have a little bit of a shelf right here that's holding up as support prior resistance. So you're kind of getting that over-under type look right now, and it's holding up pretty good. But I would love a target of 175.30s. That'd be the dream, OB. Well, it wouldn't be the dream. Yep. The dream would be the volume weighted average price with like 30 million shares or something like that. But I don't think I'm going to be able to put on 30 million shares and hold that to VWAP, brother.
Yeah, I hope you know one day maybe we if liquidity dictates, then yeah, definitely 30 million shares. It's crazy. I think in order to be able to trade 30 million shares, something probably has to be doing I would say over $1 billion.
Yeah,
exactly.
I got ahead. I got a little ahead of myself there. There's no questioning that.
Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, no, in ideal scenario, yeah, you want to have unlimited liquidity. We've seen trades like that happen. BYND was kind of like that. Almost, well, pretty much any kind of liquidity that you would want to take, you could have just hit that book with that size there. But yeah, no, trades like that show up every now and then, man. I like that idea on NVIDIA, the potential short there as the market starts to slow down here in and around this 25K. Yeah, coming into the close of 1 o'clock, I guess the hourly candle here, market very strong. Coming into the hourly close. So maybe that's the selling. The hourly candle top wick maybe is what's happening right now here, Joe. But I'm being patient. I'm waiting. Let's see if we can get back below 25K. And that'll definitely help out that NVIDIA short as well, as that looks to curl a little bit lower as of right now. So that's what I got going on. Still kind of holding on to this Google as it chops around. Again, looking less and less, I guess it's looking more and more bad for me, I guess, as we kind of creep up into this 322 as the market just kind of consolidates and holds. So maybe not the best idea, but you know, it is what it is. Willing to lose
still in that,
on this.
Still in that goggles right there?
Yes, sir. What do you
goggles? I was gonna say something, but I forget what it was. So that therefore it is irrelevant. But let's go. I want to add some more size here on NVIDIA. I got small potatoes on that one. Oh, 322.05 on goggles there, Obi. All right, I see you. All right, so there we go, slowly starting to move lower, breaking through that prior resistance that was acting as support. Now the momentum to the downside is finally working. All right, so now that we've pushed through that, I'm gonna wait for this breath back up, and then I think I'm going to add a couple more shares, just telling you my game plan out loud. I got $60 in my bank account, chat says big slush. All right, if you're leading to like, what should I put it on after this? That I cannot help you with, my friend, but 60, I mean, it's better than 0, right? 60 times off of that specific level. And there goes NVDA to the downside, OB, as that's starting to work right there at 176 short. And then now we're starting to come back in a little bit here, guys. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Google working out for, no, it's not. It's going oppo the market right now.
Yeah, man, this is, it's kind of doing its own
it's doing it, yeah, it's doing its thing. But yeah, let's go NVDA to the downside. I would love to hit this 175 as a target, but I also want to add some more shares at the retest of that 176 level. And then we'll just sit in it until it breaks the high. I do have to give it approximately 50 cents or so, so I have to be prepared to put on that loss. There goes IBIT, yes. 49.98 was the high, guys, and what haven't we done? Oh yeah? Whoa, top ticker, we need a let's go animation and a top ticker. All right, let's go. Maybe not that one. I was just coming up with things here. Aside from that, how did our Oklo trade go on the old algo? Let's head over to the 5-minute and see if we, let's go. Profitable, winner, chicken dinner on that one there, Obi. So we like that. Nice grab off of those lows. Oh, that's why Okay, that's all right. Breathe, Wusa. It's okay, man. There's going to be a lot more. List of trades. Look at this. Look at this bad boy over here. So a nice move right there. Some nice back-to-back days. November 21st. Let's take a look at what this one was. Right off of those lows on OKLO. Everything okay over here on the D-low, but there it is. A nice hammer candle off those prints. You do get stopped out a couple of times. As you can see, it was triggered on multiple occasions, but the previous two trades putting up some fantastic numeros right there. So a nice hammer candle off of the low, bang, we take it at the break of the high, and then sure enough, it takes that profit target over there, and then sure enough, here today, it grabs that as well too. So a nice look on that one. Oh, there was my reload opportunity, I think, potentially on NVDA. Let's get involved a little bit more. I mean, shooters got to shoot, so let's see if we can get that working for us today, Obi.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what you guys are up to here in the chat. Going into that strength, here comes some selling back into that 25K mark here on the NASDAQ. Let's see if there's any sort of pullbacks here. This 15-minute candle, only about 3 minutes left to finish printing on this 15-minute candle. So yeah, market reversion maybe. I like that you're involved in the NVIDIA as well. Those TQs coming in maybe potentially as well here. But Amazon still showing strength. Google still kind of attempting to break out. It did break out of that 322. VWAP's right here, just 323 and some change as of right now. We're kind of bidding up into that level as well. So we broke out of that consolidate. So downtrend break. So the reversion on Google is coming in pretty nicely, and I'm on the wrong side of the move here as well. So a bit of a blunder on my part, but softy prior bar low on the 15-minute. Apple also coming back in. That was a supply zone on Apple. Let's see if Amazon can give us a bit of selling here as well underneath this 230. That's where sellers were pretty dominant as well in the I guess earlier session. I wouldn't say morning session, but earlier session coming into 12 o'clock. Definitely some sellers coming in at that 230 mark here on Amazon. Here's that 25K knocking on the door on the NASDAQ, and 2 minutes left to finish printing this 15-minute candle. Let's see if we break the prior bar low as well. I'm watching that. It's still within range, right? That's sitting just at 24,990s-ish, in and around that area, and we're trading in and around there as well. So let's see if that can bring in some selling as of right now. Maybe Google, the one holding up this market with this curl after all day, just like kind of consolidating in that $2 range right now. So yeah, don't forget, Google is one of the top constituents, almost 6% of the total market right there. I like that your short is coming in real nice.
Oh, what a clean flush to the downside, just like that. A nice move in NVDA, being patient, looking at those indecision prints off of those highs, lost Poyos. Gaurav, what's up? Where's Jag been, guys? I haven't seen you guys. Yes, watching video, I get going. Oh boy, yes sir is right. But I think we got to keep an eye out on this 175 level as we're continuously starting to head a little bit lower there, Katina, man. Wow. You're short IBIT. The boy is short 176 there in NVDA, within a little bit of an ad right there to put on some more size. I talked about it. I'm like, hey man, let's get a pullback retest of that specific level. That's going to be our good to go if it holds up. And then we add, and then we're starting to bleed in NVDA. Let's see if we can get that down to 175, and then we'll look to piece a little bit up. Because I did average down, my it's first in, first out, right? So my average price will now go to 175.81s. But see, this just gets bought right back up. Strong like bull, strong like bull. Exactly. So bang, nice short there. It says my boy Gaurav. Yeah.
Breakdown.
Hey, there it is. Let's see what everyone else is looking at on the day. Oh, one thing that we didn't take a look at was the options chain. Hello. That's what I was meaning to get at over here, and we'll take a look at some key levels. What is the high of the day on NVDA? 176. Let's see if there's anything correlating with that $175 strike price on NVDA. And sure enough, look at the volume put in at that specific level, OB. 167,000 contracts traded already on today's session. So that's a substantial volume right there, with 7,130 still currently open. But what we got to keep an eye out on, my brother, is that supply zone at 190. 190 big supply zone. And then if we go $10 higher, We got even a larger one with 153,000 contracts still currently open. We're going to look for those to roll over to next week's, so the December 5th expiration, and we're going to see what we got going on. 32,800 right now, and then at that 175 level, 31,000, only 35,000 traded. But as for the Google activity, Obi, I had to go down the expiration cycle to find something interesting. And this is on this December 19th expiration cycle is where a lot of the concentration of OI and the volume is going to be played at. So not too much going on aside from this specific strike price, 330. What was the high of the day today on Google, may you ask? 332.87 and 332.5 right there. So I think this is going to be our supply zone. Let's see if the big boys want to push price below $330.
Yeah, exactly. I think that
it is already down
320 could be interesting as well. 330 was interesting this morning. That 25K just knocking on the door once again. So we are trading below it now. We got a little below it. So this is the next 15-minute candle with about 13 minutes left to finish printing here. And I'm seeing some prior bar breaks happen, but again, got to be wary. This market's been strong. This is the first sign of sellers after multiples of 15-minute candles there. Let's see if we get any sort of distinct continuation, or it could just not be the case and buyers step right back in. So being wary of that information here as we trade a little bit higher going into the end of the day here. So I'm curious to know how many of you were pretty much net long today, how many of you were net short, and what did you guys trade specifically in those directions? So I'm kind of watching this, watching the chat as well, along with the book. And just waiting and seeing if there is any sort of an interesting opportunity. I like the shorts, man, and I think you're in one of the best shorts as well in this market. You guys on the NVIDIA, what do you call pullback there off of, what was the high there? 76s, 176s. So yeah, nice. Good stuff there, getting involved. And getting involved on the first sign of selling as well. You had that sell signal, right? You had that sell signal, and that came in really nicely. So good job on that. Google's still kind of holding in and around this area. Remember, I was like that $2 chop zone. Still holding in and around here. The NASDAQ still holding as well. So we've got to wait to see on this 15-minute close to see if there's any sort of continuation of those sellers. Going into the last couple of hours of the day, definitely can be interesting if we start to kind of revert some of the move. We've seen in this market pretty choppy, right? We have strong legs going both ways, and some days can be very, very consolidative, but those legs are very extensive. So I think that's definitely something to keep in mind and watch out for. What do you got going on?
Yeah, same thing. Oh man, this is not what we want to see. Right after that selling, it's just a nice strong candle, and sure enough, you buy right back up. So let's see if we can reject this, and then sure enough, the volume coming right back in there, guys. So. We didn't take any profit up. We were holding for 175s, and then what the PA is telling me is that we might not get that this morning, but Bitcoin was definitely the short. Man, Katina, man. Oh, you guy. All right, sports and stonks. Ice hands aren't soft, but yeah, there it goes. NVIDIA bidding right back up. Adara, what do you got for us?
We just got the 5-year auction. I just want to mention here quickly. So the high yield prior to the auction came in here at 3.557%. As of the auction here, 3.562%. So auction high yield slightly higher than the high yield we were seeing before that 5-year note auction. Back to Joe and Obi.
Yeah, so there it is, guys. So just you got to listen to what Price is telling us, that indecision print right there off the lows. I have no issue with getting out. Let's see if we can hold up this. If we breach this 175.96 level, then I'll just get out for a small loss, because you can see the average is around 175.89. So it's just a couple of pennies at that point. I have no issues with getting out of the trade and then reassessing the situation to see if we can get involved once again. This could just be an additional breath, absorbing a little bit more liquidity. If it does hold up that specific level, then I'll add actually for that break into 175, and that way I'll have some more size, and then I'll be more happy with the profits that I'm willing to take there. So come on, let's go 1 minute time frame. Give us something here. If we close as this inverted, okay, All right, we're off to let's take a look at this chart here because we can see the genuine wicks and everything along those lines. If this holds up, I'm going to add, guys, and if it doesn't, then we might have to get out of that trade I mentioned before. We'll get out at the break of this level around 96s. But if this holds up just like it is currently right now, Obi, I'd like our chances of heading back towards this low of the day. It's definitely harder. It's not going with the flow necessarily right now, so that's what I got going on. If we breach, then out 175.96, and then there it goes. Yeah, it did break. So strong name. We didn't take advantage of that flush down, looking for a little bit more. But it is what it is. Obi, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Things could get pretty kind of spicy here. Look at that selling coming in on Amazon, man. Distinct selling, strong volume. I don't know if there's something going on there on Amazon, but aggressive volume coming in here with some strong selling on Amazon. And Google coming back into maybe potentially its ranges as well. But that selling on Amazon is definitely interesting to me. Look at this. 25K, kind of, you're seeing it getting knocked around there as of right now on the NASDAQ. So let's see if we can get the NASDAQ to NASCrack as well, that level, and maybe some supply steps back in. Amazon's looking kind of weak there. 230 couldn't really go through. We've made multiple attempts at that 230, and I think there's something potentially going on.
I was going to say, I don't have any news on Amazon, decent amount of social media attention, but nothing news related. If that changes, I'll keep you all posted.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. No. Okay. So I guess nothing really news related. Some strong selling coming in. Maybe Long's just getting a little tired for that 230 not to come in, and the market's also turning. So maybe some aggressive selling, being wary of some of this market action happening right now across the board there. So yeah, just waiting and watching. Could be interesting. SPY 15-minute prior bar broke on the last 15-minute, and this one looks pretty bearish as well, as only about 7.5 minutes left to finish printing on this candle. So yeah, I'm just watching this Google here, man. Got involved a little too early, but got involved once again. Let's see if it will come into fruition. Now I'm just looking for a potential push into the 320s. That could also not happen. We're just in no man's land here, so I know I'm kind of just cutting myself up a little bit here. Where's the next trade? Waiting and watching for a potential decent one here, but don't really see anything on radar. Like I said before, you guys are here in the chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe, because with the community and with thousands of eyes on the market, we can catch some of the moves that we might not be aware of. So I want to thank you guys for all of that as well. What do you got going on?
Yeah, same thing. I'm gonna let's see if it comes back there to the break even, Obi. Then we'll just hop out of that trade literally flat. So there it goes. I'm gonna hop out of this trade literally 189. I get out at 184s. No issues about that, as the market just decided to grind back higher. If we come up here failed to establish a new high of the day, I'll get right back and with no issues. Adair, what do you have?
Nothing new re Amazon as of right now, but I do want to talk about DuPont Demours. DD is the ticker here. Barron's calling this one a long idea. As you can see, we did get a little bit of a spike on this candle. Nothing too crazy. This one trading around $39. Not often day traded, but again, Barron's calling DD a long idea. So I guess, as always, do your due diligence on that as we send you over back to Joe and Obi.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. All right, I mean, I don't got anything right now, so I'm glad that we got out of that break even, guys. You can see it start to grind a little bit higher, so I'm glad that we avoided that at all costs. Otherwise, you get frustrated, right? So we don't want that happen. You do get that at approximately 70 cents, or almost to $1 right there. Didn't take anything, looking for that move into 175, so just trying to diamond hands that. But then as it came back against us, I'm like, yeah, let's get out of that one there. But Obi, other than that, what do you have?
Not much, man. I'm kind of just waiting for this 15-minute candle to close, right? The SPY again looking a little bit bearish there, and it seems like Google's just consolidating underneath VWAP there. I'm definitely looking like I'm going to be pretty wrong on this one. Apple still chopping sideways here as well. Nvidia. We did break that back below that 176, but trading right back above as well. So a little bit of a chop going into the final few hours of the day here. Just noticing that, yeah, like this reversion on Google was probably pretty nice as well. Buyers showing up in and around the same areas where they were this morning. But yeah, sometimes I'm just not in flow, not in the zone, and not making the best decisions. And today is a great example of that as of right now on this Google counter trend trade. But yeah, no, I think some of the things that I realized yesterday was that opportunities are definitely almost always there in the market. Now, do we always have eyes on? Probably not. And that INHD was the one that kind of pointed me towards that train of thought, because I was just like, I'm looking for reversions across the board on these large caps, but not really seeing anything too crazy. But there's definitely some reversions that were happening yesterday in the small cap world. So can't be looking at everything, but there's definitely almost always opportunities in this market. Thousands and thousands of stocks, over 5,000 easily, that are very, very tradable. So, you know, it is what it is. Some misses, but try to get the best ones for sure.
Yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day. So I'm going to just continuously look at, we're failing to put in a new high right now, and price starting to curl over. So I think that could give us a nice signal to get involved once more. I want to get it back to these lower time frames. I think that could have been just an additional liquidity grab. So I'm okay with this. Squeeze one more time. Lots of indecision prints here. And then sure enough, yeah, so they're just blowing past all of them. This one coming into play. So this just tells you it's extremely strong, right, guys? So again, grinding higher. And then on the downtrend, you have this aggressive print. Same thing over here. You just want to find things that are correlating throughout the day. Nice print off the aggressive selling, moves back higher. You form that base and then sure enough consolidate, and then you decide to rip again. So wait for those things to, wait for price to turn around, and then we might be able to get involved. In the meantime, let's get over to our scanner and see what we got going on over there, and we'll look at some of the names. So this is going to be our large cap. Top of the food chain right now is NVDA, up 207 million share, up 207 million shares traded. Stocks L sitting in that second place, 75.6, 75 million right there on the TQs. TSLA as well too. Google putting in some size, guys, so not too bad of a look. Tesla, what have you been up to? From a daily standpoint, guys, not too bad of a look whatsoever. You break through that neckline and absorb some more liquidity, and then sure enough, here you are off to the races once again. I thought this was going to be the push for this break of the pivot high around 476. Doesn't seem to be the case. Absorbed a little bit more. Whoever was trapped up there, they're like, all right, give me the money, and then sure enough, start to grab a little bit higher. AAPL, it's right back up towards that high, not too far off. And I mean, if we're talking about the chop, I was talking about iron condors not too long ago. And look what the market's been doing. We had our base formed south of this key level and then north of here. And within that range, we just been chopping around aggressively. So there it is, right? Like, so for all my options writers, there it is. The condor might be the way to go right now. Consider if you're having troubles finding those intraday trades directionally. That way you don't need to have a directional bias. Speaking of the devil, let's actually build one right now. We're gonna head over to the SPY and run some weeklies or something along those lines, just to have a little bit of fun. You're not gonna be collecting too much premium. So we'll head over to this December 1st expiration cycle. Let's head up our strategy builder right now. We'll build some strategies. Iron condors is what we're gonna be looking at specifically. And then let's start cooking up here, guys, at the end of the day. So we wanna actually switch this up. So we'll hit the bid first, obviously, because we want to be able to find a specific range. Now let's bring our chart over here as well, so I can just see it on the side. You can check these levels for yourself, because I can't have both up at the same time. So what is our high? 690. 690 is that high. You're not going to be collecting anything a week away, so we're going to have to go further in expiration. Let's head over to just into the new year. This is going to be substantially different. We like doing these things here. We're going to hit the iron condor once again and see if we can get that going. Okay, it just took off the additional leg. I like this second attempt here on the short in NVDA, so let's get involved with it one more time. We took a break-even stop, so that's a ball. And can't catch up fill. If my life. Okay, there it goes. Bang, full fill right there. How much size did I put on? I don't even know. I was just looking to hit something. All right, yeah, we like that. So back towards our condor building, we're going to go with the high of around 690. You're collecting a lot of cash right now, so we're going to sell that one, and we're going to go 5 points higher to 695. It's a couple hundo right there, so that's not bad whatsoever, guys. A pretty good look. So we'll head over to our put side as well and take a look at the low. We're going to put that around 650. 650, where are you? Where are you? And there it is, $642. We're going to send that down to $645. This is our protection. You're collecting another $100 right there, so that's a pretty good look. Let's take a look at our profile now as well, too. And look at that, guys. That's not too bad from an options writing standpoint when you have a risk to reward ratio of 0.89. Right, so it's almost a 1-to-1. You're risking $264 to make $234, but that is leading all the way into expiration. If you stay within that range for a couple of weeks, then that's going to work relatively well with a 50% probability of profit. That's what I want to see, and I think that's going to be a pretty good opportunity and a solid trade, in my opinion. And we're going to take a look at it from an actual charting standpoint, and then essentially what the trade is saying is, hey, we don't believe that the SPY is going to go above 690, and we don't believe it's going to go below 650. And if it stays within that range, by the time of the new year, you get to collect per contract combination $250 approximately. I think that isn't a horrible bet, and I think that's the beauty of the manipulation within options contracts, Obi.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot to kind of wrap my head around when it comes to options, and I'm very thankful that I can always ask you for that, and the chat definitely as well. I'm sure you guys are thankful as well. Any sort of options questions, so hit that like and that subscribe because we're bringing it to you here first. And live. I think we're doing it live, right? Market's still kind of chopping around that 25K. So yeah, it seems like this might be a little bit of an area or a zone of interest here when it comes to the market. And you can see Amazon also pulling back pretty decently here as well, breaking that consolidation low. See if we get any sort of continuations. Still kind of chop. So we did kind of slow down in and around this area. So I like that. Just waiting and watching. Apple as well, kind of sideways consolidation, nothing too crazy happening in and around there. 323s potentially here on Google as it kind of winds up, man. This VWAP is in and around this area as well, and we've kind of slowly been creeping up into this higher highs and higher lows at the same time. So Amazon, I like this for a potential breakdown here, but I'm kind of waiting and watching. This aggressive selling is where this kind of first came in, and we've been getting some nice continuation of that action after that strong selling did come in as of right now. So interesting stuff here. Amazon, will you continue? I don't know. Softy's consolidating near its highs as of right now as well. So absolute strength on that one. Tesla still holding that upper quartile, man. Still trading in and around that 420 mark on Tesla. So I don't know how those options are looking for those 420s, man. But I think you checked them yesterday, and they were pretty spicy yesterday as well. So maybe more of the same happening on a day like today. Middle of the week. It is a Tuesday. I think things get a little bit more interesting with some of those OPEX prices going into the later end of the week, right? But I don't know. You can probably elaborate a little bit more on that. Like it's like if options, more options expire kind of on the Fridays, do they not?
Yeah. So if you're looking for 0 DTE in specific stocks, it's only Fridays. But as for the SPY and the Nasdaq, you can get 0 DTE every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that your question?
Yeah. That was
yeah. So yeah, I mean,
some of them have dailies and some of them are just weeklies, right?
Yeah. So SPX like futures, so SPX, the NQ, whatever it may be, and then also the SPY and the triple Qs only have are the only ones that have 0 DTE and 1 DTE aside from Fridays. So Friday you can classify as 0 DTE, and then that's with actual stocks. Like if you're looking to trade 0 DTE on Meta, NVDA, or any of the other name Tesla, you have to wait until Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's good. That's good to know. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
Let's see what else is happening here. Just kind of we haven't really broken down. We're just sideways consolidating here. Let me pull this up right here. What are you guys saying? Walmart to the moon. Saying, and Walmart all day. I guess you guys are trading some Walmart right now. I haven't really looked at Walmart that closely. Let's take a quick look at Walmart right after we get back from Madeira with some breaking news.
Keep an eye on Apple, or sorry, not Apple, ARM, which just spiked. Liz Clayman, who is a Fox business reporter, she just posted on X, gang, beware the herd mentality. I've been working this Meta Google AI chip story that slammed NVIDIA, AMD, and ARM. Sources close to the situation tell me that the ARM sell-off is misguided. Google is, quote, a great customer of ARM, and apparently the new Google TPU chip will be using the ARM CPU. She's going to provide more update on her show at 3 p.m. So again, Liz Clayman of Fox Business, I guess looking to, get people excited about this 3 p.m. segment, saying that apparently ARM is a great, or Google is a great customer of ARM. The new Google TPU chip will be using ARM CPU. This is just a report from a Fox Business reporter. If I get more info, I'll keep you all posted. But ARM did pop a bit on this. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, there goes NVDA to the downside. Let's get this data edit off this candle here. Hopefully we can break the support level at 175 here. That's going to be the primary. Let's get this fixed up, 175, and there it is. So heading right back towards the lower end of this range. Let's see if this is going to be the move there. Are we going back to Adara there? Or no, okay, all right. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. We're down 3.6%, so a big time recovery. The market will not allow this guy to stay lower for long, that's for sure, as it continuously bounces off the support. And yeah, that's what we got going on. Tesla's starting to come back in a little bit here as well too. Finally, Google back up to the volume weighted average price, Obi. That's just been a grind, really, and yeah, I think that's what the narrative of today's session has definitely been. Regardless of the SMR trade, you can see that start to come back in as well too. So boom, steady uptrend right into the volume weighted average price, in which we took our last little bit out, and then now starting to come back in. But this is nicey PA in my opinion. So yeah, other than that, guys, let's try to find some other things. Palantir might be toppy. It's just that the pullbacks are extremely shallow here. So this was, boom, if we pieced out a little bit right there, shoulda, coulda, woulda, that's what if history. Unfortunately, we don't do that. God, you sounds like VWAP is a true key. Yeah, I mean, it's the only one that I use. I know Neil and Sean, they have their moving averages on there and everything along those lines. But I just follow price and what VWAP is telling me. Other than that, I can't really complain. I think a lot of them would agree to the point that just the more involved you get and the deeper you get within your journey, you don't need all of those all these things on your chart. You don't want analysis paralysis, because that'd be like one thing telling you MACD crossover, all this and all that. That's just my opinion, anyways. I'm not one for all of that gibberish.
Yeah, for sure. I think okay, so I want to go back to Walmart, because I did say I was going to cover Walmart here as it pushes higher. A relative strength here on Walmart as it comes in pretty decently on the day. So yeah, coming in with the rest of the market. We saw a couple days ago where Walmart on their earnings kind of did not really care and held its own pretty well as we as we sold off. And this was last Thursday, and then Friday we get that bid, and then that bid on the market brings some selling back into Walmart here as well. So interesting stuff to say the least, but still holding within its range and absolute strength on a day like today. So post earnings reaction here on Walmart does look interesting. Thank you guys for pointing that out. So shout out for that move there. Interestingly enough, this Amazon is holding in and around this 229 as well, 230s as of right now. So absolute strength on that one there. Google right back at VWAP, man. So definitely very, very wrong on this one on the day. Are you still in anything there?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out.
How's that NVIDIA short?
It's not working, man. I don't think the shorts, the buy programs are on. I mean, we took 2 attempts on Palantir, that didn't work. We got a short move in NVDA, and then it just got bought right back up. So I'm like 20 cents right now OTM, which isn't good, and it looks like it just wants to continuously grind. So you don't want to force this. So if it's not going to be a short, what do you want to do? Try to look for those longs. But for me, it's harder to participate at the higher end of this table. So I'll be patient. If it stops me out, then so be it. But right now, it just seems to be like kind of a repeat of yesterday's session. Let's actually take a look at it. NVDA, I remember in the post market, did take a little bit of a dive, but all day just trading within this range, you do get these moves, but leading right into the imbalances, buys right back up into the middle of this range. But as for the names like the Qs here, so yeah, let's get out of this NVDA trade. It's just not working. So it will take a small haircut on that, small potatoes. But same thing as yesterday, right? Like, so you have the initial choppery, or sorry, yeah, in the pre-market you have this chop, and then sure enough up here it's just steady, and then it never gives up anything right now. And I think that's going to be the case. It was just absorbing, trapping a bunch of shorts, and then since approximately 11 o'clock this morning, it's just been steady up and to the right. So you just kind of want to go with that flow. Unfortunately, again, we're still only one trade away from going green. SMR being the best one of the day. We'll do a quick trade review one more time here at 175. So we go one break even on NVDA. That didn't work out, and then we take a small loss on it. Let's get these dark pools off here for you guys. So small loss right there, or small loss right here. Break even trade as it came in. There was a couple pennies in the money. And then as for TSLL, we go 0-2 on that one. And Katina Man flipped there. So he was long all morning, and then eventually he gets that nice strong move to the top side. You're now up approximately 2.2%, so a fifth of a percent there, right here, and that's steady to the top side. But again, try one long, didn't work. And I'm like, oh, okay, if it's not a long, we rejected VWAP, see some indecision prints. Let's get involved with the short, but as you can see, it bounced off of some key support levels, came back towards, and then that's when I was like, all right, let's get out of here. Comes back in, and then after that point, it was a steady grind. And then SMR was most definitely our best trade of the session, which is definitely keeping us afloat here. And this is what we want to see, some nice steady stuff. Just have to put substantially more size on this one. I mean, I was in a third of a size this morning, in which I was on RGTI yesterday, about 35% of the total position value in which I had on yesterday, which is okay. But yeah, SMR definitely the one to go. And IBIT still bleeding, so Katina Man picking the right names to short. That is for sure, brother.
Nice, great shorts there on the Bitcoin. And something that hasn't really been a short continues to do more of the same here. ANF, straight rocket to the upside here, 88.83s. This is just a grinding bid, and look how tight this is, Joe. This is very unnatural, just a strong, steady bid. There's definitely a little bit of a buyer here on ANF, and now this thing is interestingly enough, in the past, it's been, if you know anything about ANF and that crazy bid that it had, was it for weeks and weeks on end? This is the one I'm talking about.
That's
right
crazy.
here. Take a look at this. So in 2023 is when this bid kind of started here, and just back-to-back weeks and months of straight bidding, all the way from about $30 all the way up to about $200. We hit a high of 196.99, and we're getting some strong bidding here from this range low on a day like today, where we got some earnings as well. What do you got for us?
All right, guys, with just one stock, 3D Capital, you get exposure to 60-plus early-stage plays in AI, blockchain, and biotech, and more. Led by a CEO whose last deal returned 150x. 3D trades under IDK on the CSE and IDKFF in the US. Subscribe to their YouTube channel for exclusive interviews and deep dives, and you can win $1,000. This is your ETF for early-stage innovation. Yeah, let's take a look at this name here. Let's see what's that under NYSE here in the US, IDKFF. Maybe we'll take a look at what we got. IDKFF, 3D Capital. Okay, so I mean, we run into liquidity issues at that point. It's about a penny or so. Let's head over to the daily and see what we going on. I mean, if you're getting in at the lows, what's $1,000? How many shares that get you? That'd be nice. You get a nice little pop on that one. 10 times will get you to 5 cents, I think, or no, 50 cents roughly, a little bit more. So not too bad whatsoever. That could be a good play there, Obi, I think, potentially. So IDKFF, I want to see if we can find anything from a holding standpoint on this as well, too, to see, because I'm slightly intrigued on IDKFF. So we're going to pull up on our nice little trusty tool here. IDKFF. Oh, no, we don't have it there. So that's all right. Oh, well, that was short-lived. Aside from that, guys, let's try to find a potential trade. See, there it goes. NVDA continuously grinding back towards the highs. We went through our volume scan earlier, so that's not too bad of a look. And good thing we got out as it continues to grind higher and higher. IBIT, is that thing still selling, Katina Man? Let's take a look as we see 5 minute. Yeah, I mean, now down to 49.66. not a horrible play over there. And then what has our good friend Oklo been up to? OKLO, as it had a nice indecision print off of the 5-minute low, aggressive waterfall price action out of the gate. So there it is, boom, nice grind, and still holding up around those specific levels. I think aside from a steady up, and you want it to be in nice and early. So if you have been, then you've just been riding this trend all day. Jeff, what's up, Jeff? If you took my trade, you'd be up $1 already, brother. Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, man, if I took a lot of trades that I didn't, who knows what would have happened.
$1 billion.
Yeah, exactly, $1 billion. But other than that, Obi, you're still in that. Oh, you're out of the Google. You got out of that one.
Yeah, I got out. It came right back into Google.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know I'm wrong there, so I'm just gonna let it kind of come in and let me know that I'm wrong there. It kind of continuing to blast up. So yeah, I was definitely very, very incorrect on that. So Google, if you look at a 30-minute chart as well, you can see here, as soon as that buying kind of stepped in, we broke out. That was pretty much it there. Now you see it's doing that hammer candle as well in and around here, bouncing off of prior day's ranges. So yeah, held against me a little too far. So that did not work out as well as I was looking for. Relative weakness, yes, on the day, but that bid does step in going into the end of the day on Google off of prior day's range highs. So a bit of a miss on my part. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking now. Microsoft still holding its own here. It's very, very strong. Look at this consolidation near the highs. So beautiful reversion here that pretty much held its own for the past, I guess, what is it, about an hour or so on Softy, just consolidating in and around prior day's high. Not only is this prior day's high, it seems like there was some interesting action here on Friday as well. Some prior, I guess, resistances just showing up and continuing to hold as resistance here on Softy in and around that 477 area. If it holds today, that would be the third day in a row that we hold 477 area as the highs on Microsoft. Now, something I do want to point out was something I was talking about yesterday on Softy, a bigger picture breakdown that happened through this 490 area. So we'll just go up to a 3-hour chart, something higher time frame, just to give us a better perspective. And look at that, more continuation was happening off of the open today, but a bit of a reversion as well as we trade all the way back through 465s. But bigger picture, I'm still looking at this as a downtrend and has not broken this specific downtrend here on Softy just yet. But it's, I guess, definitely trading I guess the price action is panning out, right? Breakdown, continuation, step, continuation. Now this is the next step that's forming here, maybe in and around prior levels. You can see here, even though we had that slow, steady grind up, there are some consolidations in that slow, steady grind up that do stand out, that were pretty much sideways for a little bit and then had aggressive break with volume as well. So this is the area that we're trading in and around today, 470s and some change. So day lows, about $5 lower to 464.89s, and then beautiful over $10 reversion on Microsoft off of those lows there as well. So Tesla, another one that kind of reverted, but trading within its range here. Again, this is a 3-hour chart. Here, bit of a double topping action, similar, I would say similar, not exactly the same. Microsoft is a lot more exhaustive at its double tops, or looks a lot more exhaustive at its double tops. But yeah, it's Tesla kind of exhibiting a similar kind of action here with its consolidation. You can see here, supply was here before as well, 488.50s, and we are seeing some supply here, 479, so just shy of 480s here on Tesla. That's just bigger picture stuff. Let's see what else we got going on. I had some, in-play names. In terms of in-play names in the morning session today, I had Kohl's KSS, which has been working pretty well. And market tailwind is definitely on your side here if you've been long on Kohl's. Holding VWAP above VWAP throughout the middle of the day, but right off of the open, that VWAP hold was very, very distinct. Comes in confluence with that $20 level as well. And then ANF, of course, we've been talking about this one. Absolute strength. Similar story, holding VWAP in the morning session and then extending away from it as the day goes on. When this buyer is done, I'm definitely going to be interested in kind of watching that and watching and waiting to see if that comes into fruition for a potential reversion. But I don't think it's going to get all the way back down to VWAP. That's all the way down at 82s. We're hitting the flush there. What's happening there? Google at VWAP, yeah, nice short on Google at VWAP, kind of coming back into this prior consolidation area. So nice trade there. Hopefully that one works out well for you, Sean. Let's see what else we have going on here. 675s knocking on the door on the spider. So slowly climbing up that spout all day long after kind of chopping up that 666 in the morning session. 664 halves is the day low, and then look at that wick action down in the 666s, and then reclaim VWAP, step on top of some of that range highs for a nice push a little bit higher as of right now. Apparently, we have a bit of a super chat. All right, so SP Williams, thank you very much for the super chat. When are we going to get some scrap again? Small caps rocking and popping. Nice.
Yeah,
I think you're gonna have to wait for Sharif for that one. He's gonna be back next week.
Friday, half a day, I think.
Sorry, yeah, he's back on Friday, and you'll definitely see him there. So a couple more days, and the small cap action is back. But yeah, no, you know what? Honestly, let's go through some small caps and see what kind of action they've been doing. So let me know. We can just go to the volume leaders as of right now and see what is on the roster when it comes to volume leaders. I'm sure we're gonna find some small caps in here. Here we go, right off the bat. SETI, Clean Energy Technologies. Well, this action was definitely not clean through that high. Wow, look at that wick shimmy action, but clean was VWAP after the reclaim, as you know, you can see that pullback, nice little push. Not really watching this stuff that closely, but you know, price action is price action. The thing about this stuff is like you can have crazy aggressive candles in like this, and you got to be real fast and astute, especially if you are holding and in a position. So SETI, Clean Energy Technologies, not so clean of price action. There you go. People talking about SETI there. I think this breakout was nice. I guess this breakout as well, VWAP reclaim, maybe in the morning session as well, some reversions potentially happening as volume starts to dissipate from the buying. Let's see what else we got. ONDS, that's definitely not a small cap. That's a 3 billion cap there, but definitely doing some decent volume on the day. Not really average daily volume just yet though. AEHL, NUAI. So I see you guys in the chat. Here we go. Here's a small cap, $11 million of a market cap here on this one. Okay, that's an interesting reversion here, 230s all the way to VWAP $3. So yeah, you can see here. I mean, price action's price action. I've said this before. It doesn't matter whether it's on a large cap or a small cap. It's kind of it's liquidity. It's more like liquidity float and some of those other factors that make a big difference on some of these here as well. But they definitely do volume, and the float is definitely being churned. BBAI. Okay, that doesn't really look that attractive there as well. So people in the chat talking about NUAI as well, New Era Energy. Let's see this one. This is not necessarily a small cap, guys. $243 million market cap. Nothing too crazy there. That is not necessarily a small cap in my books. But yeah, those are some of the small caps that are running. Keep it up in the chat. Let me know what other small caps that are running. We'll be right back from Madera.
AZN is going to be on watch. AstraZeneca announcing that their Imfinzi combination has won U.S. approval for gastric cancer. So again, AZN getting approval here in the U.S. for its gastric cancer treatment. Imfinzi not moving too much, but just in case there's a delayed reaction, guys, just so you guys know, AZN getting that U.S. gastric cancer treatment approval. Back to you two.
Yeah, everything's flustered, man. Casino with that pinpoint entry now, 322.92 on that Google short. Sniper. So there it is, 176.40. Again, they're starting to come back in. So just a double top right here on NVDA. And then, as I said, tough to grab. I thought that we were going to be sitting on some good risk to reward here with about 50 cents or so. Seems to be the case. Let's take a look at Bloom Energy. I did, brother. Trav, man, my boy, I did. Bloom Energy. This was actually on my radar as well, too. Let's take a look at it from a daily. Why? Oh, I wonder. I wonder. And that's going to be this specific print with that isolated volume candle right there. So Bloom Energy might be in play for a potential swing. So there it is. Like, look at NVDA just get bought right back up, man. So I'm glad that we're going to be avoiding this. It's just one of those sessions where there is no sellers in sight just yet. Maybe you have to wait until 2:30, 3 o'clock for you to get a little bit more of an extended move. But what we're experiencing right now is saying, buy the dip. And sure enough, let's take a look from a percentage metric on the Qs, how much we were down from the peak to this current trough, 9%. And they're like, what do you think this is? We're spending all this money. The mega caps are extremely strong. Let's cut that in half. 50% haircut. You're now only down 5% off of those highs. Is this going to be the start of the Christmas rally? Anything that I would love to rally. Okay, Obi.
Yep.
Let's do it this.
Okay.
If there could be one stock that could rally leading into Christmas, what would it be?
Google.
Google?
Yeah.
Okay, Google. All right, cool. Yeah, that was easy. All right, Santa Rally is on. Guys, if there is one stock that you are looking for to rally into the Christmas holiday, what stock would it be? Amazon says hang rewipe. I'm going to put mine in. Guys, also Meta, Google is expensive. That's fine. I remember it was a 23 PE not too long ago. Google is expensive. Amazon easy, Meta rally into Christmas. That would be a nice score of 100%. RGTI, guys, put that in the chat. Also, don't forget, we don't start at 8:30 anymore. We start at 8 a.m., so make sure that you get up nice and early and join us in the morning because there's going to be a lot of stuff. You got Brando and Adara this week currently sitting at the desk going to bring you all the macro news and data prints that will be coming out. Then you have Sean and Neil also giving you their rundown and what they're specifically looking at, their top list for the morning and potential trades. And then you get your boy, sure enough, coming in with some hot action, with some analyst actions and some options activity as well, too. But I like how everybody's putting the dollar signs in. See, did you guys not know that that was my little trick to get them to vote without them even knowing that they're going to vote, Obi? Oh, my God, playing games within the games. Thank you for that, Agostino. But no, in all seriousness, that was a genuine question. It just happened to kill two birds with one stone on that one. I already put in IBIT, but if we can do two, I'm going to go These are my two. I don't even know my two, but I'm just going to throw in another one there, Obi, just for S and giggles. The mastermind, exactly. Megamind, sports and stocks. Yeah, Meta. But no, I hope everyone's having a good day. If you caught the trend and you were able to withstand the chop near the lows and then just ride this all the way to the top side, that's some good stuff. So can't complain about it. Our only losses today are to the short side. If we went long, Obi, we were right. But that doesn't seem to be the case right now. We got 18 minutes left. I'm going to be continuously looking for some trades. But whoever mentioned Bloom Energy, we were talking about that not too long ago. I like our chances for a nice bounce, maybe by the end of the week here in BE. Before I send it back to you, we'll take a look at it one more time. Don't tell me it's still bleeding, Katina, man. Get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here. What a savage. But there it is, 23.79. And that's going to be the highest print since July of 2025, so a couple months right there, and the volume correlating within price. BE and Hood, I would like all of those. Short Google, 324.15, and it's now at 322.46. Only a matter of time until it's the dual dollar club. The dual dollar club. What do you got going on?
I'm just, okay, so you asked me a question. What's running up into December?
What would you like to run?
So right away, let's do a scan. Let's do a scan. Right away. Okay, I'm like, okay, we're looking for an uptrend. So you know what? Let me restart this. So I'm kind of just on. You can just do this on any sort of decent scanning software here. So let's see, uptrending, right? So we can just take a simple EMA. I have here a 21 daily EMA, and what are we looking for? We're looking for the EMA to be below the price. All right, so below the price here. So because if the EMA is below the price, we're likely to be uptrending. So right away, that gives us almost 6,000 symbols. I don't want that many. That's way too much. Let's kind of, I want a bigger market cap. I want liquidity. I want something to be, you know, pretty decent right here. So we'll just go with, let's just go with a 50 billion. Okay, we'll go with a 50 billion right there. That's 5 billion. That's 50 billion. That's still 320 stocks. You know what? Let's just cut it. We'll go with 500 billion. Just give me the best of the best. 500 billion, 10 symbols on that list. All of these stocks uptrending and above their 21 moving average on the daily. So you can see here, right there, Apple, the strongest of the bunch, definitely holding there. Goog and Google, this was the other one. Again, that was my pick for a push, for a strong push. We've already started to accelerate through some of those levels. AVGO hasn't really broken out yet, don't really like it. Berkshire, maybe potentially, but sideways range, I don't really like it that much. Berkshire A, shout out to anybody who day trades Berkshire A. But Lilly could be another one. Hey, yeah, Lilly definitely could be another one. Look at the absolute strength on this one. Right? These are all-time highs on Lilly, and it seems like it's not really stopping anytime soon. Above $1,000 there now. 1,100 is where we're trading at. Walmart, another one. I don't know. This one moves kind of like molasses. You have to give this one multiple years for it to kind of do anything meaningful. But you know what? If you like to park your money, I guess Walmart is a good place to go shopping. But JPM as well, I don't know. Still kind of sideways chop. See, right there, out of all these stocks, we had 6,000 stocks right here. Out of all of them, Google and Lilly are looking the best and some of the strongest ones, I guess, in the market above a $500 billion market cap. So that kind of narrowed our scan down. Very simple scan, right? We're looking for stuff that's uptrending. So we use a 21 EMA filter and make sure that price, that the EMA is below the price, right? The EMA is below the price, and then we're just like, all right, we just sort by market cap to kind of filter down some of the larger market cap constituents. So you know, definitely institutions and funds are getting involved in some of these as well for liquidity purposes and other things as well. So it seems like we did get a bit of a pullback, at least on Google. They're back down to 322s from that VWAP test. So didn't really get involved in it once again. But that 25K mark, man, still very, very interesting. Still holding, still holding around here. So it seems like we might be taking that bit of a bust up. But Lilly and Google, right away, just a general scan shows us that those are the two stocks in the market that are by far some of the strongest ones in the larger caps when it comes down to that. So I mean, we can also go the other way, right? We can say, give me the smallest caps, give me 50 million market cap and below, and take a look at this. So many stocks, 1,100. So right away, if I'm doing that, if I'm looking at stuff that's really a smaller market cap, I'm gonna do something here and be like, all right, let's just put a price filter. I don't want anything that's below $5. So right away, let me just say, let's say value above or equal $5 right there. So that definitely will narrow it down. That narrows it down to about 143 stocks. So now, see, this is sometimes what my weekend scans consist of. I'm just like, I have pre-built scans for higher time frame stuff. I'm like, all right, what's the stuff that's trending higher time frame? What's the stuff that's trending up, trending down? What's the stuff that's been kind of stuck in a range and maybe hitting the top of the range or hitting the bottom of the range, potentially looking for higher time frame breakouts as well. But right away, you can see here lots of stocks. Some of these prices absolutely crazy, but yeah, above $5 to say the least. So let's just go to the top name here and let's see. Give an example. See, this one doesn't even do that much volume, and it trades on the OTCs. So maybe that's something I don't want. I don't want something that's in the OTCs. But take a look at this: Orion Energy Systems. I don't know what this is, but nice little curl and strong back-to-back action on earnings. You can see post-split, we've been running up. So I have no idea what this name does, but maybe something I want to look into as we push this prior high of 16s and maybe fail to follow through as well. So don't have any idea what some of these companies do. But at the end of the day, I'm more sorting this stuff out based off of price action, market cap, and price. At the same time. So you can also, if you like your fundamentals, you can just be like, all right, well, all of those, which one of these are, cash negative, right? Which one of these are not performing well? And maybe you want to assess on those ones, do they have the ability to fix those issues? And if they have the ability to fix those issues that they currently have, maybe those are good investments. I don't know. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. This one looks like it's going to get a contract here from the Defense Information Systems Agency. So again, company receiving a DISA deal valued at nearly $1 billion for data center modernization. So again, government deal HPE valued at nearly $1 billion. HPQ reports after the bell. Back to you.
Thanks for that. All right, guys. Yeah, we're taking a stab here on MSTR. Our risk is super tight on this one, but there's some signals on it that I'm liking. It's such a weak name. I did put some shares on, but at the end of the day, I can't give this one too much leeway. You can see it's just going oppo the complete market. Someone mentioned it in the chat, and I'm like, oh, hey, I like these prints off of the lows, so let's see if we can get anything rocking and rolling with MSTR. Oh man, this is the strategy isn't going too well over here. It's not the best strategy right there. OB down 70%, and looks like there's no stopping the bleeding anytime soon. So we'll keep an eye out on this. We'll sit in this. If it cracks the low of the day, then we'll just hop out of that one. No worries whatsoever. Now, what are we in, around 170.67? So yeah, we got to give it $1 to prove that we're incorrect. And I mean, VWAP would be the most ideal, but are things starting to slow down and pick up for MicroStrategy? Let's see here, man, because you're starting to get some of those indecision prints. There it goes, guys. All right, let's go MSTR. As we're slowly grinding. Interview Sailor on T. Yeah, I know, that would be wicked. That would be a really good time. Yeah, quick buck is fine. Otherwise, on a big downtrend. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't be getting involved in this. I mean, listen, we're all in panic mode and everything right now, considering, and you got to think about the opposite side of the party as well, too. So whoever's selling, someone's buying it, whether it be the makers or whatever it is. So someone's getting MSTR at these lower prices. And who knows what can happen 6 to 12 months from now, right? They go, MicroStrategy's at $170. And then anything can happen in a year's time from now. This thing can be back up to $300 or something along those lines. I don't know if that's going to be necessarily the case. It all depends on Bitcoin. Yeah, tiny strategy. It's not too good. So yeah, I mean, you got to take into consideration Michael Saylor's earnings report was based off of essentially Bitcoin hitting 150K. That's a big part of the reason why I think that Max Saylor, it's getting smoked, and it's just not finding any form of a breath. So it is what it is on MicroStrategy. I don't think this trade's going to work, but I've seen the indecision prints off of the lows. I had to take a stab on it, Obi, just in case we did want to climb a little bit higher. But right now, we're approximately 50 cents OTM right now, brother.
Yes, sir. So yeah, no, something else that's climbing higher is Amazon finally above 230s now. So some strength there. You can see the market kind of catching a bit of a bid here as of right now. But something I do want to talk about, guys, is this is looking a little lackluster. We got how many people are watching right now? Where's the
up there, up a little bit,
up a little bit.
You see it right there,
right there. Boom, 4,463 of you watching as of right now, and only just shy of 600 likes. Come on, guys.
Gotta get that
up.
Gotta
pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. We're almost done here. We only have about 8 minutes left. So if you had anything, if you had any sort of value, if you kind of you were entertained, you were educated, and you learned what to do, what not to do. I definitely learned. I didn't learn what not to do. I just knew I shouldn't necessarily be as aggressive as I should have been there, because that was the reversion back to VWAP. But again, hopefully, if you guys learned a thing or two, hit that like, hit that subscribe. And yeah, you know what? Hit it for the team there for sure. So 600 unacceptable. Come on.
Unacceptable. Yeah. I mean,
Don't do that.
it's a little bit higher than.
Joseph in the chat saying, I just clicked 10 times. Nice. I don't know if that works.
It definitely doesn't work.
You know what? I'll click it as well. I just realized that I hadn't clicked it. Boom, right there.
Crazy.
596s. So let's do a refresh and see if that kind of comes in there. Where is it? 781. I think we can get to 1.5. 1.5. I want to see the like counter run up just like this market has been running up. A slow, steady grind. That's what I'm looking for.
A nice steady grind, eh?
Where's
to
the
the
next
top
trade?
side.
That's what I'm looking for.
I'm gonna refresh as well too, Obi. 1.5. I think that's a. Hey man, we want to shoot for the stars, right? Essentially, it doesn't cost you guys anything. And think about it. If you got gifted a membership today by our good friend Eddie, who gave over 100 memberships out today. Man, oh man, bang, bang, bang. You have to hit the like after that. So once again, thank you very much, Eddie, for all of that stuff. We got approximately 6 minutes left here. And I'm going to say it one more time. 8 a.m. Be there or be square, guys. Be there or be square. Don't be sleeping. Don't be doing any of that garbage. You got to be up bright and early, participating with the morning show and getting all the information that is going to get your trading day started. And it helps you get in the zone as well, too. I think that's the biggest part. Obviously, running through the numbers, seeing what other traders are looking at, running through your morning scans, and then sure enough, what you can do and what I do at nighttime is just game plan, and then come back and execute. So if you haven't done that before, not one day, how about day one, and you can start bright and early tomorrow morning and get your analysis and your pre-market prep and get in that nice solid habit of being early and getting everything rocking and rolling for when you need it to be. And then sure enough, when the opportunities arise, you're prepared. You're not just half out of bed. You're not like just wiping the eye boogers out and all that stuff and rolling over and getting some coffee and then just scuffling over to your desk. No, get up, wake up early, do what you got to do, come prepared, and be prepared to execute. And then sure enough, you're going to see a drastic change in your game. And I think that's something really important to know. Yeah, exactly, Grant, that too. I know a lot of people are most definitely doing that, but if you're doing that, that means you're not preparing relatively well. Come on, strategy, there it is. Back up to 65s. Let's see if we can get a breakthrough. The reacting has some key resistance. If we look at the tape here, guys, you can see that the flushes are consistent. So we'll head a little bit lower and where the defense is laying. So we did get a bounce back up to 60s, but then it gets flushed right back down immediately and right away, and then constant moves on the bid. So if we crack and hold 170, I'll just hop out of the trade. No worries. I am going against the grain on a weaker name, trying to get somewhat of a bounce, and strategy being down 80% off of the highs is not that guy. All right, what do you got, Obi?
All right, guys, guess what? Your heart will beat 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. AIML Innovations, that's AIML on the CSE and AIMLF on the OTCs. They turn that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with a lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. What's their mission? It's to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML.health and follow at AIML_Innova, that's INNOVA on X. So make sure to check them out. We got those details right there on the side of your screen. AIML Innovations Inc. $100,000, nice. 100,000 beats a day.
A day, yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, thanks for that,
let's see what this market is doing. Market is doing absolutely chop, just beating around this 25,000 mark as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting and watching for. I guess VWAP on that Google was nice, but we kind of pulled back just a couple bucks and holding that 322 prior consolidation range high. as a little bit of support as the market has reclaimed that 25K and holding and just chopping around there as well. So only about, I would say roughly about 2 hours left in the trading day. Hopefully you guys have had a solid time here on the midday show. We did have some decent, I guess some decent moves in the morning session. In the midday session, I guess you had this Amazon push that did come in all the way into the 230s. Nice consolidation. I guess you did technically have this Google reversion, which I did not participate in any sort of meaningful way. Mike DeRuyter in the chat, thank you very much for your super chat. Trader TV #1, facts, Jack. Can't go a day without saying it. And that is a fact, Jack. Thank you, Mike DeRuyter. He doesn't have the P in there.
No, yeah, he's got multiple accounts, man. You didn't know that. Yeah, Mike DeRuyter, you don't know which account you're gonna catch him on. He's preloading messages.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got everything, man. He's ready to go. It's gotta clean up, man. No partying on Sundays. That's the one key thing, because everybody at this desk.
That's my cutoff. Party hard Friday, party hard Saturday maybe, but Sundays just for prep. So you know.
No more partying, man.
Yeah,
no more partying. You got to hit the gym and play sports and do other things, man. No sports. Yeah, exactly. But other than that, guys, you know what time it is?
Okay.
It's 2 o'clock. We're still sitting in this MSTR trade.
Yes.
We're going to wait for that, but you're going to catch me over at the big desk with the rundown, guys. Make sure you get those dollar signs in. We're sitting around 900 likes. Before you head over to the next stream, just hit that like, and then when you head over to the next stream, also hit that like and subscribe as well, too, guys. Just asking for us all. We don't ask for much. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. It is Tuesday. One more full session before an American holiday and American Thanksgiving. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. Peace out.
Take it easy, guys.
It's Tuesday, Sean? What day is today? Yeah? Yeah, it's Sean Assassino. You can't tell? He's got the hoodie on. It's cold out. He's got the hoodie on. He's holding a coffee. He's logged in under Sean's account.
Made some money on Tesla.
See? Right? Pretty normal to me. Apparently you're muted. I'm not muted, am I? Y'all can hear me. I'm not. Well, first of all, it's not actually muted. It's just not on. Which, you know what? Sometimes you're so deep in reflection and thoughts, and we were talking about Rivian just now and how great Rivian has been today. I mean, mildly good Rivian has been today. And what? Mildly? It's okay.
1.8.
Rivian is up 1.8%. That's why we got Randy on, obviously, Sean. That'll be back in a second.
See, I said it, and now look at it.
Yeah, well, you jinxed it, Randy. Oh. Rivian's going to break trend right now, but I'm not going to trade that one for sure. Look, the big story, there's a lot of big stories today. One of the big stories, of course, is going to be Alphabet doing its power run, but it gave up the ghost a little bit, and well, this is taking forever to load. It gave up the ghost a little bit, and it was NVIDIA that ended up powering up. So in the morning, they had NVIDIA down because Google and Meta teaming up and taking maybe some business from NVIDIA, and NVIDIA makes the recovery, and then Google goes in the other direction. So they kind of reverse pole positions there. NVIDIA's still down on the session. Bitcoin was rallying earlier, got to 88, and right back into VWAP. But I said, I'm looking for longs on Bitcoin, which I longed it into that 88, and then shorts on other stuff, which is like Mara and BMNR. So yeah, we'll get into some of the names you guys are interested in. We'll do the rundown. Randy's at the desk for the rundown. Is that what kind of coffee you got there? Did you get the protein one?
No. I got him a coffee, but it wasn't. No.
So we talk up how good this protein, you mock it, but it was actually pretty good. The protein coffee is at Tim Hortons, and then you guys don't get it anymore. I'm just saying. Was it 26 grams of protein? Yeah. 26 grams of protein was like $5, $4. What do you mean that's a lot? That's not a lot. First of all, that's not a lot. That's really not a lot. Just throwing that out there, everybody.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Ramin. Ramin's taking pictures right now.
Maybe it's a video.
It's not a video.
Not a video?
Was it a video? You got to tell people if you're. I'm a firm believer in this. You have to tell people when you're holding up the phone, if it's a video and not a picture, you got to let them know it's a video.
Sneaky surveillance, I think.
Because no, I'm just saying you got to be able to. You got to do that.
Back here in the afternoon.
We are pulling back a little bit. Yeah.
Losses of the
Bitcoin
morning.
is falling. We're about to hit
Are we
VWAP.
the Thanksgiving sleepiness of trading for the rest of the week? Is that a thing, or?
Volume, yes. Movement, not necessarily.
Okay.
I think when it comes, for everyone out there, like you have to understand when it's a holiday shortened week, you can't expect volumes to be normal, right? Like the afternoons will be a little bit slower. Tomorrow is going to be crazy slow, but opportunities are there.
For that?
Well, here's what I always tell the same story, especially around the half days. We had a trader, and so the U.S. markets are closed on Thursday, and then they close early on Friday. And we had a guy who was like, he was a TSX trader. He used to trade on a prop desk at one of the major banks. And when he left that bank, they closed their prop desk. He came to us and he traded for a few years. And everyone would take the day off if the U.S. market was closed, or maybe not even come in on the half day. But he was a TSX trader. So he came in and would always have his best day of the quarter. Why would he have his best day of the quarter? Because all the big boys take the day off.
Yep.
And he's essentially trading in the TSX against all the university team. So he would crush it on those days. So he knew what he was good at, and he understood it was a better opportunity. So there is volume to be had, but you might have to change your strategy a little bit. Like on the half day, you might only get one swing at a good long off the open. In the afternoons, you might want to slow your roll in volume for like today and tomorrow, but it doesn't mean the trades aren't going to be there. You just got to switch it up a little bit. Like you can't be as, I don't think you can be as aggressive.
No.
For sure. So I see some people starting to throw some names into the chat, Microsoft as well. I don't know what's going to be on our rundown here, but I'm sure.
Who's doing the rundown?
Well, you are.
I'm doing the rundown.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We got Joe and Sean ready to tell us. I'm assuming Meta's going to be on the list because I can see it on the board. And then I'm going to make the assumption that Tesla's on there. I can see NVIDIA up there. Alphabet's there. It's hard. It's like a stair step. So I can't assume AMD would be number 5 because you'd have to move out of the way for us to see that. No, after NVIDIA, a little more. Can you more? A little more? I can't even. What is that? CETY. That's that SETI stock. Clean Energy Technologies. Well, what does the Y stand for? Clean Energy Technology with a Y. All right, we ready for the rundown? I think we are locked and loaded to go. I know you're ready to discuss some symbols, Randy.
Oh, let's do it.
What? Oh, we're not ready?
We're not ready?
Oh, so I just heard in my ear breaking news. Sean is distracting Joe, and apparently,
imagine that.
Apparently, he cannot. We're not ready to go yet. That's absolutely fine.
Laughing.
No, Nasser, we will go deeper into Alphabet for sure. By the way, the Raptors are out of control.
Raptors are on fire right now. Call the fire department.
We were talking about it. I was like, they're a playoff team, but I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much because health is such a big factor, and we don't have the healthiest. No. You know, our star player, Brandon Ingram, the dude hasn't made it through a full season. I mean,
we're just having
I actually can't remember the last time he made it through a full season.
We're having that discussion outside about Mr. Ingram. Done well so far. But, yeah, here we go, here we go, Raptors.
Just getting instructions on fixing my microphone. Bills camp, don't worry about how the Leafs are doing. We don't talk about that. It's not important. It doesn't matter how the Leafs are doing. It's the
Leafs are a tire fire.
Not good. Obviously, they're not doing well. Yeah. It's a long season. What other cliches can you throw out there? The Leafs are kind of like Bitcoin, right? You had to get down to support so that you can make a bounce. Sometimes you just have to, a healthy sell-off or a healthy losing streak can fire the boys up. And that's what you might hope will happen. Randy's not in position. Sean is in position, but you got to take a fill for it to show up.
AMD is not
which I'm not going to get you to do. No, AMD's not having a good day at all.
Yikes.
But that's because of this Google Meta news. And AMD, I think, is in a lot more trouble than NVIDIA in this particular case. And we'll get into that. My mic's still an issue? Really?
Oh.
Apparently my mic is a real problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, I think there's static that comes on my mic for whatever reason and make sure the antenna's pointed. I don't even know. but we are still headed to the downside. I'm targeting, well, BMNR is now starting to accelerate flush as Bitcoin, here, this is what IBIT's doing. So when IBIT rolled over, shorted BMNR. When IBIT broke support, shorted BMNR. And when IBIT moves 1%, this has now moved 2.5. Like, this is my whole thing. Like, fair, but you're going to get more movement out of BMNR than you are out of IBIT, at least to the downside, I think. So this one heads to the low side. I'm looking at that morning support here, 49, right at about 86.8. We bounced there. I'm going to trail out of this and then move on to the next trade. I still have Mara in case this wants to continue to join the party, but that's essentially what I'm looking at right now. As
Barcoding here.
I wouldn't expect that to move too much.
Way down a little. Yeah, it's been flat this afternoon.
You got to pull up like Google or something. It's actually going to move.
Google.
Yeah, like Alphabet.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah, you just have to click on it. It automatically goes. There you go.
That's pretty cool.
It's a cool feature. Shout out to P Pro 8. You can just, on your blotter, you can click on a symbol and automatically your chart, which is always going to be good. Are we good to go now? Now we are ready to go over to the desk with special guest. You might know him.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown. This is going to be a special episode because we have a guest, and you might or you might not know him. To start it off, guys, all right, to get it going, you're right in front of the old camera there, guys. This is the segment brought to you by Trader TV Live, where you talk about the names that you want to see in the chat. We've been off to a great start here at the start. Let's take a look at some of the overall market here. We're going to take a look at the Dow Jones first, Katina, man, before we get into things. What do you think about the Dow Jones today? Up substantially, trading higher with the overall market. I think it's a good move across the board.
Oh yeah, no, I think with Apple had a strong move today. Obviously, a big component of the Dow.
Of the Dow, yeah.
As well, right? We saw healthcare stocks get as well, UNH, names like that. So the NASDAQ is something to talk about, that's for sure. It's been a wild ride, obviously, for the NASDAQ.
Oh, it's done. All right, and now we're short-lived. So, guys, let's get right into it, guys. We're going to take a look at Kohl's. We'll start off with Kohl's, guys. Shares are trading higher after the company beat Q3 earnings estimates and raised full year 2025 guidance. The stock may also be rising amid the high short float. You're in the camera. Now, a high short float in Kohl's, trading higher, guys. What do we think about KSS?
The only question we have to ask ourselves here is, does Kohl's get as high as its short percentage? I think it might have already done so. 37% short float, which I was surprised by, I'm not going to lie. I didn't realize that the short float was quite that big here on KSS, and that's a lot of the story. You can talk about the retail turnaround, and that's fine, but squeeze Central. And I understand, like, this hasn't been very good for a very, very, very long time. But this is a pretty undeniable turnaround. Like, this was a $6 stock at the April lows. Not like $10 for a double up. This was a $6 stock that's now at 21. And like a huge level got blown out today at about $18. Just look at the daily chart. So the shorts, if shorts aren't trying to cover here after this earnings, I feel like that's a lot of what's been happening. I think if you get past this 21.5, you've got a little bit more room to go. I don't know if I'd be buying it up here, but ring the register, and if you've got the win, maybe take something off and let house money run. This is not a name that I'm thinking mean reversion on. It just hasn't even shown you any signs of Asian. 35% for Kohl's.
Look, I mean, the retail space has been super hot, right? I mean, we keep on talking about Home Depot with the miss, but Walmart, OpenAI, like some of these deals, Target and OpenAI. We had AEO, Abercrombie, there talked about with my guy this morning. Where is retail over here? Consumer, there it is, retail trade. So like, look what's happening here today. Home Depot, give us 4. right? TJX, give us 2.5, right? Lowe's, 3. Costco back up at 1%. Walmart getting going as well. Amazon's always a different beast, but they're up to the upside as well. There's AZO. So, you know, Gap, everything today is just working out. So it seems like despite a couple red names, Netflix, Oracle, AMD, and NVIDIA, it's a green day. And we started, unfortunately, I don't know what was going on there with Sharif's mic, but we were just talking about the Dow. And I mean, led by UNH and some of these other names, just continue to rock and roll here. Tesla might be a dip buy opportunity at the 200 period moving average. But oh boy, did we get this one right, man. We shorted Google as we were away. And look at what's happening right now. Where's Joe, my guy right here? Check out this IBIT short that we put on. And if you're not part of the midday show, man, get part of it. I'm posting up the trades that I put on. And we put on IBIT against us. Like, we went live with IBIT. And Joe knows, and we were trading it, and there it goes to the downside. So one of the big bangers of the day right there, Sniper City on IBIT, right back down there to the downside. So, all right, man. Hey, the big winner for me today, P&L-wise, was AMD. So let's go talk about it, Mr. Wilson.
Up next, guys, a lot of news going on within the chip world, all right, guys? So AMD stock starting to move to the downside amid shifting sands in the semiconductor space. To start off with a partnership between Meta and Google. So what to know, the report states that Google is accelerating efforts to compete more directly with NVIDIA in the AI chip market, highlighting its tensor processing units, its TPUs, which are designed to optimize performance and cost across AI training and inference. Now, if Meta is starting to work with Google, what does that mean for AMD? And you can see the stock starting to slide more and more as each day moves on, guys.
Trail off a little. It's starting to slide. See, when it slides, you gotta bring the voice down because it's somber.
Yeah, Joe has a great radio voice.
You gotta trail it off like that. That was like you should do like movie trailers, like movie trailer guy. Joe could easily
Joe could
pull that off.
Yeah, Joe could do lots of stuff.
In a world where Trader TV Live, anyways, forget that.
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
But to be real, though, we did see like there was a juxtapose what happened with AMD and NVIDIA and what's going on with Google, where you actually reversed course, right? So you caught the bottom and then you started trending up. And when that happened, the other side of the trade started to formulate. So look, I believe AMD's in the most trouble is the way that I would frame it, because as we said this morning, these were the guys that were supposed to take the market share from NVIDIA. So if it's not going to be them, if other players are coming in to get their piece of the pie, well, that doesn't do well for the AMD story. So it's a little bit sympathy to the NVIDIA here, and then it's a little bit, hey, well, what's going on? How much market share are they actually going to be able to grab? Because there was this assumption that these guys just had to be number 2, and therefore they were going to get a good chunk, and you put some kind of a barrier or a limit on that, I suppose. And this can be what happens. So this stock seems like it's headed to 180 bucks. But right now, the thing that's really falling apart is
Google.
So
yeah, crypto. Yeah, we got a nice little winner right here on IBIT, as it's almost $1 now in the money, as there goes IBIT to the downside. A pretty easy trade had right there. But we'll talk about AMD. Look, we wrote down AMD as our top, not our top stock, but we only have 4 stocks on here that we wanted to look at today: NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, and SoFi. But yeah, there it is. So we were pretty patient with it. I mean, I think that's why this trade really worked out for us right into here. So, you know, we let it drop down. We didn't actually start to execute this trade till around 950, came up into VWAP. We were always going to use VWAP as our trade, so we started a little light there, took a little bit of profit when it fell back in. There was about $1 there. Then we ripped up into VWAP, and I was just like, okay. You know, I liked it. Wow, Google is tanking, man. We're $2 on Google right now. But there it goes to that downside again. So we wanted to make sure that we were in something, and then we just started to double touch, triple touch down here near the low of the day of 195. And then, you know, as we left you guys at 10:30, 11 o'clock, we just started piecing it out. 50 at the time, 50 period VWAP breaking there. So not turning this trade into a loser whatsoever. And boom goes the dynamite. So definitely a big P&L day there on AMD just by sort of catching the drift up and then letting it fade right back down. I mean, we had the idea short from the jump and we did it. And, you know, just letting me know that, hey, when you get the good feels, you know, about a stock and about a direction, you should be there taking it. Oh boy, there goes Google right now. Like, what a monster move here. If this is your style of trading, I know it's not everybody's, we talk about that, but there it is, man, 250 and boom goes the dynamite right to the downside. Watch out though, the 200 period moving average could be a change up. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those, who throws a good change up for us? Bieber? I don't know. Bassett right there. So here we go. Let's get a piece out right now. There it is. All right. I'm going to cancel the 60s. We just got one in front of the 200 period moving average. So 230 now in the money here, 10 in the money on Tesla and $1 on IBIT. I've never heard of this next name. Maybe Neil has.
Well, I have because it got mentioned in the midday show.
CETI.
I didn't know what this
Why?
was. I didn't know what that was.
People, were you just in BMNR? People were talking about BMNR, but I guess crypto.
Yeah, BMR just went to the low of the day.
Okay, good. Yeah, nice. All right.
By the way, BMNR, like I said this morning because crypto's not even on the list. I'm going to go long IBIT. I'm going to go short other things. Because when the trend broke here, I can show you IBIT because I only went long IBIT all morning. That's from VWAP. When it broke into the 18.8, that's when I wanted to get out. And at that moment, where my out was, I could have gone back over to IBIT, but I selected, well, I missed Mara. I'll be candid about it. I actually missed the Mara trade and went over to BMNR because that was my other backup. Got BMNR, and then when it broke VWAP, also added to it. So it was short at 30.68 into VWAP, but when it broke VWAP, I was like, well, if you're going to trail, we said this before, if you're going to trail into a level, sometimes you're going to move your stop down into here anyways, so you might as well add if the trend is, and that's why I added, and it just went to the low of the day. So BMNR doing what it does. SETI doing clean energy things because they're a clean energy technology company, as everybody should know, right?
Yes.
Well, you're about to find out a little bit more about it right now and why it's specifically moving on today's intraday price action. So you can see we have a low and an a pre-market low of around $1.10, guys. We trade up 174% on the intraday session. But what is behind the surge, you may ask? So Clean Energy Technologies announced that it has secured a $10 million battery energy storage system, BESS, project in New York State, its largest storage project to date, guys. That might be able to justify the 174% move in which we've experienced on the intraday price action.
Well, that's the good news. The bad news is it just lost 10%. As it looks like it's rolling. It's up 110%, so I guess that's not the biggest thing in the world. However, I would say something very distinctly just changed at $2.50 right now. So if you were in this one to the long side, it was trending up, and I still have my, there we go. It was trending higher, broke this trend line at 250, and then just rolled over back potentially into VWAP, not quite into VWAP. So that is a very clean trend break from the middle of the day on SETI. This also, oh my goodness, it's also, so it's also a reverse split dumper as well. But the good news is it bounced right off $1. That can be good technically at times, but the inability to hold the prior low off the reverse split, which would be about 225, if it closes under there today, not good at all. That's all I got to say. So if it doesn't close above 225, I think this is, this might not look good for the rest of the week.
Everybody make sure you do scan that QR code because I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, the top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the United States, Canada, or Europe. So that's a bonus there as well. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K right there. So seriously, what are we missing? I don't know. Make sure you do scan that QR code for more info. We want to thank BTCC again for sponsoring, as of course, we just talked about crypto hitting the south side. downside here. I do want to make sure that you guys recognize, because we don't have Tesla on the board, I don't know why, but Tesla right there, 413 VWAP will be the out for this one. Obviously, we took some out at 420 the first time we got there. That magical price, of course, of 420 came into play one more time. And another out right here at 322.22 for Google. So a couple good trades happening on that side right now as we wait to see what this NASDAQ wants to do. So funny that we may go up and down and we're still landing at up 0.12 right now. All right, Joe, it's Amazon time. Get those Black Friday bonanza deals ready.
How much have you spent so far at Amazon? Because I know the Katina household are big Amazon individuals, but no, I think this one's a little bit more interesting here, guys. The executive stating that robotics is going to make people a little less lonely and help individuals with depression, et cetera, et cetera. This is turning out to be something like that movie Her, if you guys remember that specific one. What do you think about Amazon after we come off of these 230 highs, guys? And are robots going to be your companions or no? No,
robots going to do work for me. Get that work for that's what Optimus going to be doing in my household. You're going to be folding laundry. You're going to be cutting the grass. You're going to, I mean, all the stuff that you got to do if you're a homeowner that maybe you didn't want to do because you'd rather live in a condo, but you know you got to have more space for a family. But the companion thing, I actually never watched Her. I love science fiction. I never watched that Joaquin Phoenix movie. But companion, no. You know what robotics is all about? I understand. Robotics is we're already in warehouses, and that's certainly happening. But I think when you start to think about the military applications and the further commercial applications, those are going to be huge. We're probably a little ways away from it actually, being a household thing and some of what we're talking about. But that doesn't have to be true to make money. And I think Amazon can win huge here. If you employ more than everybody else, then by definition, the more automation comes in, the more efficient you get. And it'll be an adjustment, and it might suck. Obviously, when adjustments do suck in the labor market, but I think that works well for Amazon. That's why I like this. One of the reasons to like them. The other reason is, hey, look at it bounce off these earnings levels and the 200-period moving average. So today, I knock on wood, because we might be rolling over a bit here in the market. I knock on wood that we're going to hold this 50 period. But right now, we rebounded the 200 to get to the 50. Well, look what happened the last time it did that. There is your short consolidation, and they had the benefit of having an earnings report to go crazy. But we could get that close above the 50 period again today. Rounded bottom. This is set up for a breakout. Hopefully it can do it, but the market doesn't want to go this afternoon. I had a Rivian breakout, legitimately, Randy and I were talking about, that I don't think is going to happen either with this market rolling over. But Amazon was very close to rounding it out and breaking out here today. Love the stock. I think the best, so you had to be patient, wait for that 200 period for the buys. I don't know if you get maybe you get a fourth time to buy that level. I'm not even sure you do.
Here's crypto. Yeah, just so you guys know, like when we went live, you can actually go back to 1240 on the midday show. My stop on this is $50.05. So 7 cents worth of a stop right here to print 107 cents all the way to the downside. So sometimes risk to reward is your friend. And today we go top of the day to Bitcoin. Like I didn't think we'd be able to do this, but we did. Top right there to bottom. So yeah, we're gonna start just like, we were sitting here like, just boom. Like, can't honestly, like if we were selling NFTs. All right, Amazon. We already talked about Tesla. Google, waiting for that. I mean, we're clearing it out. I just want to say we're going to get out of half of what we have left on a 50-period break. So 65 break, we're going to give it to 75 on Google, just in case you guys were a little bit wondering about where my exit was. Look, I like Amazon, and like I said, we use it a lot, obviously, in our household, with 3 kids, a dog, a cat, a wife that likes to use it, and I'm stuck here at work paying for it. It works, though, so I think in the retail space, I think you got Amazon and you got everybody else, and they're just trying to catch up. Now, there's a lot of opportunity there. I think Walmart can close the gap a bit on that as well, depending on where you get your groceries from and all of that kind of stuff. Like Nike moved back selling stuff on Amazon as well. I'm just talking about the retail side. I'm not even talking about AWS or anything. But look at this on a daily. We already talked about it. 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, boom. Like that's about as simple as trader as I am. Just look for good value on stocks that you like when it dips back in. So I think we already had that opportunity for Amazon. Will we get it again? Most likely, yeah. What would I do today with this stock? I would look to short it if we get back into this area. You have the 50 period starting to turn downside, 21 period already, you know, like a roller coaster down right here, looking to break through the 200. Let's see if it breaks the 200, and then maybe we short and use that as our out. But ultimately, I like to use the 50 period moving average as an out right here. With the NASDAQ being up 0.1 and Amazon up 0.14 or 1.4, it's not the greatest short rate here, because if the NASDAQ finds a base, which it's trying to do, this probably gets back into this area. Then I just say, hey, NASDAQ, like, what do you want to do about it? And then we can either get out at 230.50 or get long at 230.50. So I think right around here is a good short, anywhere around 230, giving it about 50 cents. So we'll have to wait on this trade for now. But what an afternoon it's been so far. Let's go back over and talk about Meta. I mean, those of you that bought Meta, last couple of days, sub 600, well spotted, fine sir, because that one ripping to the high side today, as maybe costs are getting a little bit less for them as they switch over into Google land with those TPUs. All right, Joe, kill them with kindness, my guy.
I'll do my best, my friend. And sure enough, guys, down 26.75% here, roughly, off of those highs in META. But now we're starting to bounce, roughly around 9% off of those lows. So that's a nice bounce here, in which we were experiencing a little bit more than that in META. But why are we climbing higher? Meta Platform shares are trading just due to the Google News is reportedly negotiating with Meta and other cloud customers to supply its tensor processing units, the TPUs, to challenge NVIDIA's dominance in the sector. Now, is this a big play for Meta, or is it just more capital expenditure? What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, the thing is, Meta, part of the reason it made Meta an attractive buy down there on the way down has been the valuation. So sometimes it could just be more, I think it's more of a factor of it was looking for a reason to go up and get that bounce because it was seen as a little bit of a value. So if you throw that in there, you could make the argument that, look, more competition does lead to lower margins and for those selling, and then, of course, potentially some cost savings for those who are spending. So if all that spending is increasing and they can save a few percentage points down the line, that certainly can't hurt them. I think you get that bit of positivity. But then there's also the simple aspect that you kind of broke a major trend yesterday, and some of this could just be technical. Right? Like, it was to break the 600 yesterday, broke a very obvious and clean trend line. And first stop would seem like it's about 640, actually might be 642. I love the number 42. My 15-minute will tell me whether that's just a bad wick or, there we go. Nope, still not yet. Oh, it might just be a bad wick. Yeah, that might just be a bad wick. It's 642. Yeah, 642 would be the next level of resistance. If you get through that, you see that fantastic and level that everyone likes, and it's a 200 period moving average. You will notice that we are talking about the 200 period moving average in a different direction than we were for Amazon. That's because Meta has been in trouble. So I would suspect you run into some resistance if you get there. Right? It was a level before, and it's about it was 680 before, now it's more like 670. So I think you got some room, provided the market doesn't, all over itself, which is not helping that crypto couldn't hold that 88,000 or Bitcoin couldn't hold that 88,000. But Meta, I like it. I think it was more of a value buy than anything else. Somewhat positive news, but I think this was mostly a technical relief rally here for Meta. And if that's true, if you were short-term swinging this, you want to ring register if you see the 200 period moving average.
All right. Meta, yeah, I mean, we already sort of talked a little bit. I mean, those are good ideas there. I was saying anything underneath those levels was a nice buy, to support that Meta. And Meta's going to be back. I mean, I always, you guys have been watching for a minute, I said, like, every time someone's born, Meta gets a new client, and that's been like that for years and years and years that we've been talking like that. I was always, whenever I think about Meta, there's not too many other social medias out there that we can actually trade because they're all sort of gobbled up there, whether or not it's LinkedIn with Microsoft, and obviously that's going to be a lot different than an Instagram type of thing. We can't trade TikTok, and Google is YouTube. I mean, some of these things just getting carried away right now with Google. So I always go back to like Snapchat, and I know that Snapchat's not a name that any of us are going to try to hold for the long term. I don't think that's going to work out too well for us, but you know, for this $7 bid right here, that worked out well, man. 7 to 9, you know, and then back in again. And I think we might be able to rinse and repeat that. I don't know if there's a buyer down here, but there seemed to have been. This was about a month. This is July, August 12th, all the way to September 12th. Yeah, so we had about a month of sort of consolidation before breaking higher. So I don't think we want to buy in this area yet, but we're getting close, man. Like 715, 720 there for Snapchat, I think, you know, has a chance. So if we can drop down 10% or so on Snapchat in the next couple of days, it might be worth month trade, something like that, you know, back up into the 200 period moving average, which would give you 20%. So there is an opportunity there for sure on Snapchat. So be careful right there. Rob just moved these. Pass these to me, Rob. I got them. These vitamins, but the thing is, I actually forgot I had these here. So
I didn't do it.
There it is. Yo, what's up, Randy? What, you want to host a show all of a sudden, Randy? These expired.
How old are those?
I don't remember these were here.
You've had those for years, bro.
I'm hoping this is not right.
Dude, you can see the...
Yeah, you can see the dust and everything on here.
Yeah. What does it say?
April of 22.
Still good. Still good. It's those dates are suggestions. Probably just fine.
Well, no, this actually says expiry.
Well, I think
April.
I think the prudent thing to do would be to do like a test.
This is why Costco wins, man, because you think you're getting good value. So you buy like apparently 365 tablets. And did you forget your vitamins today or what? We don't have there's not too many left in here anyways. Maybe there's 50 or so in here.
Not too many, only 50.
Well, that means at least at least we had majority of them. So we probably still did okay. But I best throw these out.
Yeah, you best be, or...
That was too easy.
Yeah,
that was only 5 minutes.
That was like a dunk. That was
probably way too loud.
Right
there.
It was kind of full.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, it wasn't that full. I think it was
even still 50. You still get.
Oh yeah. Still slightly heavy there, but anyways, shout out to everybody. Take your vitamins. I do like athletic greens in the morning, so that gets like 70 fruits and vegetables, and you guys could look it up. AG1. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's go. Give one to Joey. Yeah. See if he comes to work tomorrow. No, we need these guys around. I mean, no Sharif.
I'm not going to make anybody sick if you have it. It's just not going to have any effectiveness.
Yeah.
You're not going to get. I don't think you get sick by having it.
Yeah. No. Exactly. All right. So it's 2:35. Welcome everybody. Earnings tonight. I don't know. A few names. We'll double check those. Darren normally sends us the list. We can go to earnings.com.
Clean Spark. Dell reports tonight. Clean Spark reports.
Dell will be a good one there.
Why can't I remember anybody but those two?
Turn into a gremlin if you eat those.
Off the top of my head, Autodesk, PagerDuty, Zscaler, HPQ. And that's just off the top of my head. Clean Spark, Dell already mentioned. I do have earnings preview infographics, which are very detailed, including guidance and what they're expected to report this quarter and what they reported last quarter. Those are already ready on X for HPQ. And for our friends Zscaler and Dell, those are likely all the ones I'm going to make for tonight. But there's going to be one on Deere for tomorrow morning, available soon too.
Okay.
Oh dear, somebody liked Zscaler today. Yeesh. That's an uptrend.
Yeah,
that'll play.
Palo Alto following, or
I certainly hope. Well, I mean, after the Palo Alto did this last time, it fell 3 days sharply in a row, and it didn't even. And see the psych out. Like last earning, load. Whoops, what? Palo Alto, not Palantir. And now it'll take forever to load. Wow.
Palantir will buy
Friday
Palo
charts
Alto at some point.
And it's Friday charts on a Tuesday. So this was last earnings. See, 3 heavy days in a row and then trending for another week. This time, you get 2 days and then it's already bouncing. So it's a similar pattern to what happened last time for PanW, where they get a little conservative and then they get sold off and you want to buy the dip, but you waited a week and a half instead of the 3-day rule. This time, you just buy it on the third day, bag your 180s and you're laughing. So Zscaler, I think it's a good space to be in, but the majority of the earnings I feel like PanW, CrowdStrike, even Zscaler before, Fortinet, like they've all kind of just been dipping on earnings, regardless of what the numbers are. So why expect anything different? You wait it out and buy the dip, and you've been rewarded on all of these. Fortinet, possibly a little different because its chart's not quite as good. Like you've been able to catch bounces, but they haven't gone back to the highs, whereas Crowd did, Pound W certainly did as well. I don't know if it can now. Zscaler will look to do so as well. So let us know what you guys are looking at. We are now done the rundown. Like my first thought is currently, if we continue this breakdown, what didn't happen this morning, I'm looking to continue. So I got out of BMNR, it's right at the low, but still Mara has not broken down. So what I want to do is I just move my trail here, and I say if you move trail, then also short the level because I'm trailing out there anyways. So I'm going to try and add in here with my trailing stop move down to just above 1070 and then see if this will follow suit to the downside. So for me, it's been, it was only crypto this afternoon. Well, lunchtime, I should say. So out of BMNR at the low of the day, looking for Mara. This one feels a little bit overextended, BMNR. And part of the reason I felt that was ETH did not break anywhere near the lows. Like ETH is already bouncing pretty heavily, or not heavily, but decently is the word I'm looking for. Decent bounce in ETH. So I figure it kind of makes sense to get out of BMNR. And if IBIT continues to break down and ETH is bouncing, then go to something which is more Bitcoin related, which would be Mara.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna let it bleed. Like honestly, like I don't know what else to do right now. I mean, Google right here is $2 plus and going lower. I mean, I'm gonna take something out right here at 321.75. So I'm going to put a bid right there right now just because it's a 200 period moving average. So we will have to take something out there. So we'll do it. And then, well, we don't have to do anything, but that's what we're going to do anyways. And again, just this comment, we were going to get out at 325 break. So, you know, this trade is already well working for us. And then the IBIT stop, I don't really have a stop on this one. I was going to use, first of all, I was going to use VWAP. That's where it is right now. But what about just a trailing 50 period moving average right here on IBIT, and just to try to see if this one will bleed into the close, 51.21, 49.21, sorry, get out of that 100%. We have these cool keys in here where we could just set up, you know, 50%, 100%, 75%, whatever of your position to get out, or we could set up hotkeys that will punch us out at whatever level we want. We could just manually get it out. Very similar to many of your platforms, but that's just what we're going to do. And look, I think the NASDAQ is looking like it wants to break, like just keep going lower. There's no levels to break here, but 25,000, we just took it out. We tried to bounce around it. We did bounce off of it, then we took it and didn't even, like we retested a little bit with these wicks, but we never closed a candle above 25,000 right now. So yeah, downside bleed continues here for the market. We're at about 2 times our goal here, and we lost it. We were at that real early with this Tesla trade, and then we lost it all back into there and went red on the day before catching lightning in a bottle with Tesla there, $12, $13 to the upside there, and made that money back, you know, to get us into green today. So that's so far so good. But watch out. I am stopping out on this one, breaking through VWAP. So that's going to be 413. I have that 2% left on this stock. So this is just a runner. Like we already let these run up all the way, and we just kept on getting pieces out, like 5% or so all the way up as we try to hold about 30% for the runners. So boom, 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 and right there when we break through the 50 period, we've never really had a bouncing spot. Like I could have got out right there, I guess, but once you're up there at 417, you're thinking, you know, that maybe we've bottomed there and now it's time to go back up. That was where we started the day. But yeah, man, the bleed is on right now. Like, look, we're netting the money about $11, but at the end of the day, they're light shares. We got to look for a little bit more opportunity right now. SMH, Google, I'm in Google already. Amazon, we talked about. I'm just looking at my board here to see if anything's crossing. I don't want to go back to AMD. I was about to type that in. I don't want to show you guys the same stuff as always. Palantir, you know, a big pal of mine is Palantir. And yeah, so this could give it up for sure. Breaking underneath the 50 period moving average, you know, whoosh. But if you take away that last minute, I definitely would not be thinking short. Because again, consolidation, move into the 50 period, make a new high, consolidate again, move into the 50 period. So now we're thinking about making a new high again here on Palantir. So if anything, this should be a long, maybe against 162.70. Right there could be the trade. So you could give yourself 30 cents of room to get back there to the upside. That's just an idea here. The market's going lower. I need to get people yelling at me for NVIDIA. I need to, what's up, John Womack? I need to get some ideas here for shorts. So, ooh, yeah, that NVIDIA, great call on that one as well. Look, I'm happy to be short Bitcoin now. This, if anything, John, is a long at VWAP right here, using something like this as a bottom, 172. But I don't want to give this $1 worth of room in a market that I think is going lower. So I'm looking for a setup like this, but like if I could turn the chart upside down and see something that's hovering like this and about to quadrunk itself to the downside. And that case may be Palantir. Like Palantir might be the one setting up to go lower right now. It's just, we're so strong on the day for PLTR. But yeah, rug pull setup activated. I don't think you're wrong on that one. I even think Tesla.
Did we get up enough for it to rug pull? The NASDAQ didn't.
No, I just mean like where we were today. I mean, we were all the way down here, 24,600. So like if you get to the downside there and lose like 1,000 points or so on the NASDAQ real quickly, well, we won't lose that many, it'll be 500 or so from here if we get back down into this area. But yeah, I don't think, the thing is, remember, let's not, Neil and I talk about this all the time, but it's a shortened week. You know, so you really have today to sort of figure out your positions heading into Thanksgiving. And then do you really want to leave your longs or your shorts on heading into what tomorrow could be? I think we have a little bit of Fed speak tomorrow. No.
I think the earnings is a big, you get some earnings names.
Dell tomorrow,
Dell
tonight.
will probably settle some things. But
Short
then after
diamonds.
that, yeah, like after that, you know, like Friday the market's open. But the Friday morning session is usually for traders.
Yeah.
No, it's not for big money. Big money doesn't take the day off. You know, which can be good for trading. It's just everything ends up being a little bit condensed. So you got to figure they're going to make their decisions now and tomorrow, certainly. So I just look. What I did before on BMNR, I did the same thing here on Mara, which was if I'm trailing to this consolidation level, I'll just short back into it so that if it breaks it, this is now my price. So if we break it on Mara, then I wait for the volume weighted average price. If we don't break it, then I just look for that low of the day. Just trying to find something. I was looking at that Palantir as well. And I mean, the all-day trend line broke a while ago. Like, look at that. And look at what it did when it broke the all-day trend line. Oh, it's working. No, it's not. But then if you draw from, and it gets a little bit nitpicky because I would call this a B setup. If I just draw it from when it broke the opening range, then you could finagle your way into, oh, it's breaking trend right here. I find sometimes if that's the case, like I'm trying to fit it. Like, yeah, sure, that it is a trend line break from there, but it also did not behave when it broke the all-day trend. Right? Like and that was a pretty clean all-day trend line. For Palantir, like very clean. Like look from the morning, and then it dipped hard into that level and bounced clean at 1 o'clock. So it was respecting that, and when it broke, it gave you nothing, and only now it's going to roll over. So that's I just don't like it. Like I wouldn't put a number on it. That's the only problem. Like it hasn't been respecting those types of trends. So I'm kind of looking for something else if we can find it. Apple, when this one loads up. Ooh, there we go. When this, if we were to continue lower, like it's got a bit of a flat bottom break thing happening to 277.5, but it's not there yet. But it's got the lower highs, so like that's something I can mess with. You have the chance at VWAP. Like the way I look at it, it rolled under VWAP when the market was still at the top. We lost 25,000, so you can work with the volume weighted average price here on Apple, or if we just simply break down, then you've still got some room to go. So I have Apple on my mind potentially, if this can maybe eke its way back up to the volume weighted average price. I just want to look for the sort of setups that are not ambiguous. Like it's got to, like it's pretty clean. Like if we're underneath 25,000, we get a pop, and Apple's at VWAP, then I have two things working for me there. I got 25,000 in the futures, and I got Apple as well. So just shout some names out there for anything else you guys are looking at. I just came out of Mara. As I said, if I'm going to trail it to there, just made that my average price. I might wait for VWAP on that one, but then I look over and, okay, well, that was good from the top, but BMNR was better. So I just feel like the short might be better in this one. They both work. Like Mara was good, BMNR was just 3 times as good. So I think that's the one, if we're going to roll over. If we're going to get another pop and fade, I'll probably throw Morrow away for at least the rest of the day and go back over to BM&R. But Apple's on the mind. As I said, Palantir doesn't really set up all that well for me. So I think I'll stay away from that one.
All right, so sick. We're designing new things for the background. I mean, we're really excited about all that. I just saw what Brendan posted there. I know you saw it as well. So we're excited to give you guys a whole different look and a bunch of fun stuff ready to come up for sure. So you guys, thanks for everyone's patience as the studio just is becoming something absolutely unreal.
Yes.
Maybe one day we'll be able to do like a meet and greet and we can show everybody what we're doing here at some point. But we do
way cooler in person.
Yes, yes. We do want to say to everybody, though, scan that QR code that's right in front of you here. We keep on talking about this. You see me trading the TQQs, but if you are located here in Canada, Global X has an absolutely great product, of course. It's a 3 times daily levered ETF, and you're talking about U.S. Treasuries, semiconductors, the S&P, the TSX 60, all of that involved here by Global X and Beta Pro 3X daily. They're also hedged towards the US dollar, so you can get a more pure play performance out of your asset class. They are also, take advantage of this, man. You only got 1 month left. Till end of December, 65 basis points on the management fees. So take advantage of that. Start trading right away with Beta Pro and Global X. And we want to thank them for the continued sponsorship of our segment and show. So thanks, Global X, for that. And make sure you just go check them out if you are in Canada and interested. We always say the REIT is the savvy trader or investor wants to look at that. So go have a quick look and see if you can get any action. All right, so right into here, look at that. There it is, man. We get that 200 period moving average. And hey, it shouldn't surprise anybody, especially me, Rob, that this bounces off of that 200 period moving average right now. So boom goes the dynamite right down into there. We now have, unfortunately, for both Google and Tesla, we have just a small bit left, but big trades there for sure. IBIT as well. We basically wind up making the same amount of money on this IBIT trade right there for the dollar win as we did on Google. And Google was a little bit more profit there. It's $2 in the money, but because of the nature of the beast here, Google has a chance to, rip, obviously, and with it being a $300 stock, I use about half the shares that I did on IBIT. So well spotted, I think, there as well for the risk. And yeah, there it goes to the downside. So we say boom that right now for that name. All right, let's go over to something else, man. Like what's Open Door doing? Let's just see what the volume is saying right now. We did have a stock just break through $1 ASST. So we can have a look at that. Strive right there, 65 million shares there today. And yeah, there's the movement on the stock. Broke through that dollar right around here, right around midday. This morning it was hovering around $1. Gets back into about $1.02. Now starting to go back up to the upside. So here's a name that's been clocked as of recently. Looks like it might have been a reverse split again. It's funny. It's too bad like our software doesn't like mark down an S over here for a split or something. But right in there, 58 cents. Here, I can check it out on eSignal just to see if that was a split. No, I have splits marked here and it's not showing that. So, oh, there it is. No, high, low, no. So I don't know, man. That stock was just on one for a minute.
Real move.
Right now, all 52-week low right now, 34 cents. Oh man, like why can't I know about these before? 52-week low, 34 cents. 52-week high, $13.42. So that's quite the move. It split last July, it looks like down there. So I don't know. But yeah, there it goes, ASST. So that's a mover for you guys today if you wanted to.
Golfing fisherman surfer in the chat just says Vivek Ramaswamy is the 10% owner of that company.
Okay, maybe.
Really?
I bet you he wishes he was 5%. Okay, so that's ASST. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe.
No, that's not usually how it works out. Usually you go all the way down.
No, sorry, Vivek, you have to keep your millions somewhere else.
Just as long as you don't dollar cost average, like you buy a penny stock and then you DCA into it so much that you become an activist investor. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, you have to start declaring you own 10%. Of the company.
Because if it goes down far enough, maybe it gets cheap enough that you can.
I know somebody that really believes in their company or believes in what they're doing, and founder-led micro strategy the strategy is getting more and more micro. Like I know they switched their name to strategy. Maybe they should have kept micro strategy, because right now you are throwing up all over yourself. And I mean, I really don't wish that, because I know there's a lot of traders in here that trade micro strategy, you know, as sort of the proxy for Bitcoin. And I never even thought about this the other day when someone put in the chat and they said, like, look, a lot of traders will be on MicroStrategy because, you know, their country or something, doesn't allow for cryptocurrency trading. So they go over to MSTR. But now you have IBIT. Like, I don't know how that all works.
You can't win the hedge short this and
what the hell just happened? Okay, well, Bitcoin just ripped back up. So we get out, man. That's a face slap. We get out of we told you we didn't have much left, man, 2 to 3% of all of these positions. So there it goes, breaking through. We should have got out on the 50-period moving average. We were being lazy and didn't notice right there, because remember we put it at, when it was up here at 20s before, we could have saved ourselves like about a dime and got out a little bit better. So we're not going to cry over spilled milk, but there it goes, man, nicely cooking now. IBIT back there to the upside. You wouldn't be able to tell looking at MSTR. I almost feel like the IBIT move was grander than that. But Adara, though, was something to say. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just to comment quickly on that, Vivek Ramaswamy, Strive. So he actually did co-found Strive Asset Management in going back to 2022. Now, Strive or ASST actually went public, as far as I could tell, via a SPAC. So that's kind of maybe explaining certain stock-related things here. But yeah, he's been involved with the company since he co-founded it in 2022. That is according to info that I found. Back to you.
It's a SPAC. It's even worse.
SPAC means, yeah, that somebody's long there at $10.
That's no, like my first thought came in. It's like that means there's a lot of people that have $10 on a stock like that. So like,
you know, is it just $1.05?
So, but it also means even when it went to that $13,
$1.05,
like you barely got anything out of it.
We already have the menus for December 1st already.
Really?
These guys are sending us the menus 2 weeks in advance over here.
Early.
I cannot look at it, though. I'm going to keep it in the inbox.
Sorry, point of clarification. Apparently, it was a reverse merger with an existing NASDAQ company. So not a SPAC, but a reverse merger. My apologies there. That transaction closed in September 25, so it's only been public for a couple months.
Do not apologize for getting a story
September of 25? Okay.
You know what's at the high of the day?
Let me check that chart again. Yeah,
How is it that Bitcoin did exactly what it did, falling down, MSTR, all that stuff, and was pointed out in the chat to me, is this finally the moment where Robinhood has decoupled from crypto? I mean, at least for a day, for today, because it's about to break out yesterday's highs while we're just bouncing off the lows. So yeah, it seems like it's trying to do so, but I mean, I remain a little bit skeptical in a longer term sense. And then look at what's going on in the daily chart here. You still have lower highs, which might break a trend today, but it's not, first of all, it's not that long of a trend, but it has a decent chance to at least challenge and break it, but it's at the precipice, Robinhood. So I think it looks pretty good. The fact that it's not down, I think, bodes pretty well for it in a general sense. But it is at a theoretical resistance point because that is the trend line. So I don't necessarily love that type of a breakout because you're trying to break it out the day that it's testing it. Usually I'd look for that breakout the following day because this is the daily chart. So I'll stay away from trying to buy some tops on that. Just going to go back over to what we were looking at before in crypto. Do I like MART, VWAP? It wasn't as good before. BMNR, what's that doing? MicroStrategy wasn't going. So this is actually coming back in. See how far this can get. Like it fell off a shelf at about 29.5 on BMNR. That was like the initial move when it broke 30 and then really accelerated at 29.5. So it's just a little bit further. And I think it would get to a spot where I would look to re-engage the short. But you know what? We're back above 25,000 on the NASDAQ. That didn't take very long. That probably means, what is Apple doing? Let me just double check Apple. Apple is not moving up. So no chance to fade Apple at VWAP when we get to 25,000. But if we reject 25,000, this is relatively weak. So I'll stick with Apple and BMNR. Nothing's really changing my mind. Apparently Reddit might be on fire. I'm seeing in the chat here. Broadcom, new high of the day. Broadcom has just been a beast. Not sure I want to chase it, but it is an absolute beast.
I don't want to get more. I don't think I own Broadcom. I don't want to get more exposure.
But it's like it's so big in the index.
We're
you own it. You just
yeah. Well, whatever. If something's in the index, I don't. I just single stock risk. But right here for Google, I'm stopping out of the last 2%. It's not even 2%, it's less than that. I forgot to mention, right there, we got out of half of what we had left the first time. Because I was like, why didn't my stop hit? But it already hit there, and then we dropped into the 200 period where we got our last piece out. So that's why I said to you guys, like, we're very, very light on everything. So if Google takes VWAP, then that's that, right? We're going to get out of there, especially with the NASDAQ, as Neil just mentioned, they're looking at 25K. I mean, if anything, I may short this move and just use the NASDAQ here to short it. That was a keystroke error. I thought I was on a different stock, but I wasn't. So we already shorted the TQs. TQs is a good trade for me today, but not hugely profitable. I mean, it was okay there, but that was just our first point. We actually wanted to get more short as we were ripping up into the top of the day there, but it never happened. So we did pull it back. We got the high at that point back into VWAP. So that was a good clear. Look, we're up on it, and it's still good, but we could have been up a little bit more. We'll see if the TQs gets back up here. I think we want to short the highs of the day. That's 51.90 up here on the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ can, thank you, Rob. If the NASDAQ can get up into that level 25,000, that's what we're going to look at here for the NQs.
Everybody, with just one stock, 3D Capital, you can get exposure to 60 plus early stage plays in AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. Led by a CEO whose last deal returned 150x 3D trades under IDK on the CSE or IDKFF in the US. You can also subscribe to their YouTube channel and see exclusive interviews and deep dives, and you could possibly win $1,000. This is your ETF for early stage innovation. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you and check out 3D Capital. Well, the D right now is down for Apple. Like, so much for the theory that we pop into 25K and Apple matriculates its way up to be shorted. Instead, market goes up, Apple breaks down because logic. So it's got a pretty distinct trend from 1230 on. There you go. There's like 5 points of contact. So I'm going to short any pop back into that trend line instead of taking a flat bottom break. Whoa. By the way, this is happening on, like, look at Mara. Mara just, it's a good thing I didn't want to short this at VWAP. It's powering through the volume weighted average price. The bounce in some of these crypto names is pretty solid, all while Apple goes down. So what else is going on here? I know everyone was talking about Broadcom and we didn't show the chart. That's, we can do that work. I'm trying to be patient, waiting for Apple to get to my price. Don't want to compromise in lighter volumes.
Right, yeah.
Because when volumes are lighter, even the slightest bounce, it doesn't take as much for it to get back to your price. You kind of travel from liquidity points a little bit easier. Broadcom, someone said Broadcom high of the day. That's not the high of the day. Did I read that wrong in the chat? I'd swear I saw somebody in the chat say Broadcom was at the high of the day. I must have misread that. It's nowhere near the high of the day. Good recovery, not even close. It's got $10 to go to the pre-market highs. And maybe you meant the all-time high on a closing basis. Because this would be an all-time, I think that's what was meant. This would be an all-time high on a closing basis, I believe, for Broadcom, if it were to close here. Still got an hour to go, everybody. As you just saw, it is power hour, so good look for Broadcom. Sometimes the trade you don't make is the good one. Remember I was saying, yeah, there's this trend line, and sometimes I would take that trade, but then this is what Palantir had to think about the other trend line break. It said, I don't care, so therefore did not take that trade. Sometimes that's part of the process. It's not just, hey, does this thing work for me? Heck, is Palantir, and Palantir does this. When Palantir is in a somewhat calm and collected move to the upside, I find that regular short strategies tend to not work on Palantir. Like, your shots on Palantir on days like today is if it goes from just stair-stepping it gently to the upside to doing something stupid and has like a crazy candle or two, then that's your moment to strike on Palantir. But staying away from it as looking for shorts is probably the best thing that you can do. Grunfeld just said, can we cover UiPath? Has earnings next week. Maybe Kathy will buy some more of it. This was one of her top 10 holdings. I can't imagine. I mean, it might not be anymore because she's been buying a bunch of other stuff, so I have no idea. Maybe not. But there's not too much good to say. Oh, this is one of my favorite setups. So this is, I know people talk about the golden cross and the death cross, but when you do when you have a golden cross of 50 period over the 200 period moving average, which is supposed to be bullish, and you line up here, so there's the lower high when it does the golden cross, and then that exact moment triggers a bunch of swing longs. So people are buying up here for a swing long, and then that turns into like a short level. And then you get extra follow through because like a bunch of people are looking at that in the other direction. And so it forms a resistance, and then you kind of take it the other way. Sometimes knowing the counterparty, generally I don't like that. Like I'll like a golden cross or a death cross if I was already thinking that on the stock, and it just happens to confirm it. But most times it's like the opposite setup can be gold. From a risk to reward standpoint, it was just way better to be short. But the 200 period's at least holding. I would wait until you get the earnings print. You need a catalyst to jump off levels here. I mean, I suppose you could guess and just give it to $12 because that's a support level. But I usually like the stock if I'm buying it.
Are they reporting, did you say, or they're?
I was told in the chat next week.
Okay.
Look, I don't.
Might be a good look there.
I didn't even look it up. I don't, typically if I'm buying a stock before earnings, it's because I am confident holding it through, meaning it's fundamentally a long-term play. I don't try to swing things before earnings. It's just not my cup of tea. Like I want the confirmation after the fact. Like I would rather buy it breaking away from here than anything else. All right, we're getting to the highs. So if Apple's going to give me a chance to fade it, this would be it. Just redraw my trend line, hit save this time. So here we go. So Apple bounced off that 227.50. So it didn't break the flat bottom. And now we're headed back into the trend line where I'm going to look to fade it. High of the day. You cannot stop this market, man.
No, you cannot. I mean, we've talked about that a couple of times. It just seems like it's, it could be quite like range bound, but once it gets going, like you can see, like it's only up 0.36. So if we go back to sort of where the day started, you know, like we started right here and made a huge move down and went down into negative territory, obviously on the NASDAQ, and was down 1+ percentage points, and then, you know, ripped back up, basically covering that whole move, and then right back down in, and then just started making higher lows. Boom, 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 and now, you know, we're extending out to where we kind of broke that trend right there, but then supported where we were back in the pre-market. So what I mean by like it can trend is that once it makes up its mind, like look how choppy this is, basically from 10:30 to 11:30, just chop, and then it chopped again, and then breaks the highs, and it's like nothing's stopping us. Gets to 25,000, makes a move back again, down, now back. Like this is just pretty roller coastery. So that's why I think that you know, if you do see yourself sitting in a winner, just try to make it something, and you know, hold something for the run. I mean, you saw me on Tesla and on AMD there early. We were able to hold something for a nice move down. But at the same time, if you feel like you're caught in this chop, try not to play like both sides of this trade, right? And get caught in something. So play the ranges. And right here in Google, I think I'm giving another good example right here. Like that just fell, hit VWAP. So like, I was gonna say, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Like notice that I still have the same ones that we set up 7 years ago. But there it is. So we go, oh my God, as that comes back in, hits VWAP, that could have been a short, you know, but then it comes right back into the 50 period, that's an out. We got to take it. Like if it falls back down in, we still have some shares left just in case. I don't want to take out all of them, but if we're going to hit key levels, I just want to respect the range and then look for a break, and hopefully we still have something on when the break does happen. Yeah, that's one of the old ones. We have actually this is cash register.
Yeah,
that's the same one.
No, I'm on the wrong page. This is the one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
that's
I like
the better
that
one.
Better. That was a better cash register there. But there it goes to the downside. And so just like we're doing on Tesla, you know, should have potentially taken that out right there. Again, we made the mistake there not getting it out. We just ripped higher. So let's put an offer at 418.50, see if we can get out. The problem is we're just entering the power hour right now. So maybe there's a chance that we get going. I was still waiting for VWAP here on Tesla. It doesn't look like that's going to hit. But wow, nice move to the upside right there. Again, NVIDIA. I feel like, what's up, Master P? Make them say, I was just thinking that that might have been the flush on NVIDIA when everybody was, former Toronto Raptor Master P, not Percy, I want to say Percy Jackson, but it's not. That's the book.
Percy what?
No. Williams? Maybe Williams.
No.
I can't remember. But anyways, nice downside. let's just keep going. But nice downside play there. And I was just going to say, like, that could have been washed out. Percy Miller. Oh, I should have known that one. But, okay. So anyways, right into there, 170. You know, big volume there on the flush down. Some little candles that we see, some wick bottoms there on the minute chart for NVIDIA. I don't know what that looks like on the 5-minute chart. I don't have volume there. I should have maybe looked at it, but I'll put it on. But yeah, so we'll wait to see if 170 hits at some point again. But yeah, all good there for NVIDIA, as it looks like it wants to take out the high of the day. I might break that long. Let's watch NVIDIA here. 177. Yeah, that's a great level, actually. What's that? Well, okay. All right, 177 long. Let's keep our eye on this. If this starts going meme crazy, let's go with NVIDIA, because we already have our stop. Like, I don't have anything to worry about with, I mean, if anything, this is going the other way right now. So we got to put another, I didn't think we'd get this on Google. So I'm going to put another bid at 322. That's what I mean. Have some shares left in case the stock runs for you. So that's what we're doing. There it is. Give me that. I'm at 22203. 22203. Come on. There. Yeah, the face slapper coming into play one more time right there. So there it goes. Yes, good move there for Google as that fades back out. So yeah, so good trade there, man. We're pretty happy with that one. But let's wait to see if NVIDIA, like, I know that's a huge run. You don't want to punch something that's $4 up from its lows. But honestly, NVIDIA is a completely different monster. So watch out for 177 break on NVIDIA right there. And then you see my Lulu right here? Lululemon, nice move over the last couple days, man. Now starting to break out finally. The last couple times, and we're in this name, you know, the last couple times, we did not break 180. Like, well, we did, but we had a lot of problems extending said move. So let's see if the next time, I might be like, I'm probably got on their socks, maybe their underwear. I know my jacket back there is that. But let's see if it breaks back above 180.
So you should buy Lulu stuff.
I just like to buy stuff on sale, but
well, Black Friday.
Yeah, exactly. Black Friday, I have to go have a double check there on Lululemon Black Friday deals. But let's just wait. 180, 150. Oh, I'm wearing the pants actually.
I think you'd be patient.
180, 150. Yeah, I like Lululemon, man. We talked about buying that like months ago. Right here, we did step in, bought a little bit before earnings right there, and then bought a bunch a couple days after. So I'm saying that we've been in this name since September right now. So let's see if it wants to finally take that move to the upside. Let's go, Lulu.
If you're looking for bottoms, the monthly chart of Lululemon is gorgeous for trying to bottom pick.
Oh, Google.
This is the 200 period on the monthly. It is triple bottom. All 3 wicks of the last 3 months have held that low, and this one's the green month. So barring, I mean, well, there's still time left in the month, so I might have just jinxed it, but it doesn't matter. It's now held this. I think there's ample room, whether it's 250 or 325. Like, those are the 2 targets from here on. And this is purely technical. The 200 period moving average hold here on Lululemon. And you can throw in the fact that it bounced to 50 on the daily as well. So I like it. I said I was not going to add. I nibbled in, but I'm not adding until the actual month bar closes green, because technically that should be the setup. But that's happening next week, right? The end of the month is
this week. Well, because this is the last trading week.
Yeah, so Friday's last trading day, so literally on Monday. So all we have to do is close here, and then on Monday, you're closing with a green month off that level. So on the trend line of Apple, it's curling off of said trend line, but it's been bouncing off 277.50. If I think a flat bottom break is at 277.50, then scalp it to there, and then allow the break to happen for a separate trade. I looked over, BMNR is looking like it's rolling over a little bit. Hit enter twice there. So BMNR trended up for a little. Okay, well, it's still technically trending up. On the chart, it looked like it was rolling over at this level, but it hasn't really broken the trend line. So also looking to get back into BMNR, but I'd like to see this slight uptrend abate a little bit. It just came all the way to the low of the day, almost back to VWAP. It could easily go higher before turning, but this should be the next one. Just looking for that clear setup into power hour here. The other thing to keep in mind, because we had MSCI yesterday, a lot of big imbalances. Sometimes you see a little leftover residual stuff that might happen at the end of the day today. There's nothing, I don't think there was anything individually. Today's what, the 25th? Yeah, there's no, oh, wait a minute. Okay, Lennar is apparently a decent sell size. like 1.3 million shares on Lennar if you're into that. So that's the only thing that we're expecting might be somewhat sizable. And for SNDK, that'll be effective, I think it's effective Friday at the close. SNDK going into the S&P 500. Well, Friday, I guess Friday at 1 o'clock.
That might be one of the greatest shorts of all time. I'm going to look at SNDK for some options play for sure.
Because it's a stock that was falling. Remember when MSCI got
it's up so much?
Not MSCI. Remember when SMCI got added to the index when it had been parabolic? Yeah. It was like the death keel. I don't think I've ever seen a stock get added to an index and drop the way that it did after. Actually, you know what? I know I've never seen a stock get added to a major index and have the aftermath that SMCI did. It was completely unprecedented. I don't know if SanDisk will be that bad because it would be almost impossible to.
I mean, they're in the right space, and I don't want to crap on them too much. It's more just this move that it's had, and it's just like stocks don't do this because this stock did do that. There's the 50-period moving average when we last broke it, okay? So that's when we last broke the 50-period moving average. So it went up, and I can't even see that. It went up 444%. So it went up from $30, $41 to $280. So it's saying...
Well, that's 7x.
It's saying 444%. I have no idea what this is saying right there, but 45 times 7. No,
it's 45. I thought it was 40.
Yeah. So I think that's right, 4 times. Yeah, so, you know.
That's still 6.
No, 40.
45 times 6 is 260.
260. Well, I mean, yeah, it's saying 444. So 4, I don't know, almost 5, 4, 40.
Either way, that's ridiculous.
But anyways, at the end of the day, that's just an absolute monster move. You know, because it's probably taking it from a little bit of a different price. That's probably why. Looks like it's taking it from 45. But anyways, I just roughed it out right now. Oh, is that today's?
This is today's move.
But they didn't report, right? That was.
They did report.
They did. ANF. I thought KSS. I didn't even realize. They did.
AANF and KSS both reported.
Oh, we have a note. We have something for that.
Thank you. Wow, ANF. Are you kidding me?
Thank you, Adara. I didn't even. All right, so
ANF's back to going crazy again.
Is this?
We're going streaking through the quad, everybody. ANF is back. So ANF was like
Sydney Sweeney. Never heard of her.
Squeeze of all squeezes for a while.
Sydney Sweeney.
And it's now made a bottom. Unbelievable. Good for you, ANF. Unbelievable. 38%. I actually had no idea that this was doing more than Kohl's. We've been talking about Kohl's all day, and we haven't mentioned ANF. Well, I know I haven't. Maybe the midday.
Just look up who
they talked about it, but wow, that is completely insane. And the crazy thing about it is, you look at that day, hasn't even filled in the gap from the August highs. Like, it's probably still got some room to go. What is our short float on this on ANF? Because I was shocked by Kohl's, because Kohl's was higher than I expected. And ANF is 21%, so less than Kohl's. See, I expected Kohl's was about this, like low 20s, and then Kohl's was 37%. So that's pretty decent size. Well, the shorts are in a world of hurt here.
Is that Garrett Coles or just Coles?
Oh, Garrett Cole. He's coming back from injury.
Okay.
Yeah, the Yankees get him back at some point this year, I think.
Yankees. Oh, my God, these Yankees. All right, Adara, what you got over there for us?
Keep an eye here on Walmart, guys. Wall Street Journal reporting that WMT is exploring adding ads to its Sparky AI shopping agent. Keep an eye on TTD with this as well. We know they are an ads-based play, and TTD actually getting a bit of a pop. So again, TTD moving higher, Walmart kind of not doing too much here, as Wall Street Journal reports that WMT is considering bringing ads to its AI shopping agent, who goes by the name of Sparky. Back to you.
Sparky?
The only Sparky I know is that
dog.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. His name, she calls him Sparky.
Yeah,
it's like a nickname there. Chevy Chase, of course. Sparky. Go get him, Sparky. Yeah, go. I mean, who's got short shorts? We've got short shorts. They're not on right now, you know, it's a little for later, but there it is. Wow. Okay, man, are we having a good time now on this move? As there goes Google now, 1, 2, $3 remain now in the money as we go lower and lower here on Google, and it's just like bang, bang, bang right now into the downside there. I don't know who hit that, but thank you so much for doing that. As there it is, man, nice move to the downside right now for Google. Now $3, and we just put it on smooth as you like, man. We took the mic over during the midday, talked about this Google trade, talked about this iBit trade as well. So those are the two trades that I've had on this afternoon, and really trying to look for some more, but I think we've done real good guiding through all of this. We talked about that reload potential there on VWAP, didn't do it, should have, obviously, as that makes the move back in. And then watching out for Tesla, trying to see what they want to do right here. We said the market was looking like it wanted to go to the downside, but that part is not the truth. And then we said that we would try to short up here. 317. Like I said, we're doing fine today. We recovered from that initial move to the downside there where we were long Tesla. Then we were able to catch it back to the upside there. I'm not expecting any kind of violent moves into the close right now, but do you think the NASDAQ goes green? Stays green here into the close? I don't know. I'm still feeling somewhat negative, and maybe that's just because of this Google position. But I mean, NVIDIA was the one I wanted to watch. Oh no, okay, good. So that 177 was the spot for me. So I want to maybe try to sit here and watch that. Definitely, if we pull back to VWAP, I'm buying this thing. That's 174. Look, man, we still have 40 minutes to go before the market closes, 30 minutes until the imbalances. So I think that there still is a lot of movement potential here in this day and in this stock. For NVIDIA. SOXL looks like they've got an early bid underneath it. So that's, again, the triple levered ETF that's representing NVIDIA and Broadcom and the semis. So those are what's printing out right there. That's not NNE, that's NEE. Randy is gone right now. I assume I haven't seen him in a minute. But XOM right there with a bid. Not great, man. Randy, we were just talking to Randy about this at 120 the last couple of days, and whoops, all the way back in for XOM. You know, the name that I want to pick up, if there is any more downside here, I was looking at my portfolio. Enbridge just has treated me real nice.
I love this.
And, you know, a move down here for this energy play, I like it. And again, this is Enbridge. It's the pipeline play where they're the ones distributing. So think about like a highway where they don't really care that much about the price of what they're transporting, but they just want to get it to you. So as ahead of winter months coming through, I mean, we always talk like more oil, more nat gas, all that kind of stuff. They're going to be a gas play. But, you know, with more talk about power and like there's so much nat gas in North America that it's amazing that they can't get these plants like up. I know it costs a lot of money to get these plants going, but like that would be awesome if they were able to do something with gas powered plants. That would pretty much squash all these nuclear plays.
Well, that's why we're energy independent here in Canada.
Are we?
Of all of
okay. I was going to say, I didn't think we were, but right, yeah.
No, we should be, but we're not. But it actually is a legitimate threat. Not threat, because look, all these data centers, you're going to need nuclear as well, but you already have nat gas, and so like there's the increase in power needed. You see all of this AI spend. The biggest concern resource-wise is power. So I think to me, you've got to be like after tech. And what's crazy is I would say after tech, like there's Lilly for me and there's Cat, and then it's like GEV, and Enbridge is actually I think it's my largest single stock Canadian holding because I'm in between two banks and not just one. And it's because I've been holding it forever and just reinvesting the dividends as long as I've been in the market because it was such a good dividend play. But I do like them, but I think there is some, when the CapEx spend goes down, there could be a bit of a pullback for them. I just want to address something that Jam Loki in the chat was saying about Tilray above $1. Okay, so it might actually break yesterday's high. I was just saying in the chat that yesterday Tilray also tried to break $1, and you can see what happened. It got to $1.01 and then lost it. But this is a little bit stronger. It's not every day that we get to say this, but Tilray is bouncing off the 200 period moving average and trying to trend back higher. This actually might be something. And it might be something for 20 or 30 cents, into this range, 120 to 130, until you get to the 50 period moving average. It's really not bad. It's a little late in the day to want a top end break for not much of a reason and not a lot of volume. But I think if this holds $1 tomorrow, So when I pop up to 15 minutes, sort of looking at like what to do, what are some ideas for tomorrow? Remember, it's a holiday shortened week, so you might have some unconventional things that are better setups, which I always find it's good to have in your back pocket, maybe looking at some smaller cap names that could do some different types of moves. Rounded bottom breakout, even if it's just a scalp trade tomorrow on Tilray. I just don't want to buy it at 320 right at the resistance spot. That is certainly not going to be my cup of tea. And I continue to be glad that having a process, because if I said I want to short BMNR and then just waited for the first red candle, maybe I'm short there, maybe I'm short there, maybe I'm short here, and none of those would be working. Instead, I like to say if it's trending up, wait for the trend line to break. This is literally back to where it shorted it when it broke the volume weighted average price. So if it doesn't break trend, I don't have to trade it at all. Whatsoever. And Matt Carnes is asking specifically, what was the halt yesterday in MSOS about? I didn't even know. Did it halt yesterday? I guess it did. But there was the House of Representatives joined the Marijuana 123 Act of 2025 as it's new. Who was it that joined the act? It was one House. I'm trying to find the name of one of the House representatives. Yeah, okay. So it was a House Representative Mast joined the act as a new co-sponsor. So that was yesterday for the cannabis stocks. I suppose MSOS did halt. I didn't realize it halted yesterday, but that would have been the news yesterday. You're seeing some follow through. Here, let me just double check. I can zoom out and, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Yeah, I guess it did halt to the upside. It doesn't take really much to halt it. It's only $3. But let's go to Adara.
Yeah, a couple things to mention here. First, keep an eye on Warner Brothers discovering WBD. I'm seeing reports suggesting that they are seeking an improved buyout bid by December 1st, and they are asking their potential buyers to sweeten their offers. Their potential buyers reportedly include Comcast, Netflix, and Paramount Skydance, PSKY. Keep an eye on DKNG as well, and anything kind of in that prediction market space or gambling space. I'm seeing a report suggesting that Kalshi is subject to Nevada gaming regulations as per a judge. So again, DKNG and any of these prediction-related names, and then WBD on watch as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
All right, we can have a quick...
I'm failing Hydration Nation.
Oh, are you? Here, we have a hydration.
Like, badly. I'm doing
2 of these a day, which is 2 liters. And this is...
But usually
30 ounces? 30 ounces.
Yeah, I've only had... I have one, I down one when I come in, and then I fill up a second one, but usually I'm already on the third one by now, and I didn't even fill
What do they say, 8 cups? Is that what it is?
I get that pretty easy.
8 cups a day?
The first thing...
I'm not sure if that's...
Rehydration, the first thing I wake up, I have 2 cups. Like, one of the first things I do is have 2 cups in the morning, and then another 2 when I get here. So I've had, like, before I've even eaten anything, I've had 4 cups of water usually.
Yeah.
Don't drink and trade, says Bull Shark. You are correct about that. But water is certainly okay, I would think. Right?
Pardon me?
Well, water's got to be okay. Someone's saying don't drink and trade. Yeah, well.
Don't drink and trade. Oh, yeah. No. Nothing like that. No, I would... You know, sometimes we'd have a beer here or something at the end of the day, but yeah, really no, I don't. The only time I've ever traded is, you know, basically here on a prop floor, and never really was like, yo, let's get blasted here and trade. No, that's not my style. I think it's pretty immature to do that, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're just going to play around and use less shares,
there was a guy, and we don't use names, but we were this was years ago, so we were in. It's the same trading floor, but it was a different location, and there was it was a good sports bar in Toronto next to the office, which usually on Thursdays and Fridays you'd find the traders at aftermarket. One particular Thursday, one trader decided to go there a little bit early. He wasn't shut down or anything, probably would have been better if he was, and decided to partake. But then instead of just sticking around and waiting for everyone else to come, he decided to come back and trade the close. And you can probably imagine what happened to said trader. They went from not being shut down,
not much risk management,
to being very, very, very much shut down. So unfortunately, and again, I won't name any names, but it's what you would expect to happen. Your judgment is not the same. It's like when they say don't operate heavy machinery.
8 gallons? You're supposed to drink 8.
8 gallons? Who drank 8 gallons of water? No, that's
it's
the problem.
8 cups.
It's 8
I'm
cups
pretty sure. Or I mean, I could ask. You could ask Gemini.
You couldn't physically drink 8 gallons of water. You could not. No. I don't even.
You could, but I don't think
in a day. 8 gallons of water.
8 gallons? Well, this thing here. This is what's we had here.
8 gallons. Hold on a second.
Here.
How many?
This.
8 gallons.
This is a gallon.
No, it's physically
1 gallon.
impossible.
Yeah, I mean, that would be 1 gallon is almost 4 liters.
You
Do 8 of these.
drown.
You drown?
Wouldn't you? I don't know. I don't know, man. No, because you can drink too much water. You can definitely drown.
Oh, yeah, you'd be sick.
I don't know if like the medical term for it might not actually be drowning, but so like the only trades was DMNR and then Apple on the trend line. But the problem with this trade is it's 278 and then support is at 277.50. So really you just have like a 50-cent range. And even if I were to reload it, like because it's downward trending, you then get less and less out of it if it doesn't break this 277.5 support, which it's not. Someone is just buying the stock at 277.5, 277.5, and then again, so just parked in front of it. If we don't bust this down, there might not be another chance. I am going to look at I don't have my locator up. You might have, but I didn't. Still just stock sell. So 1.1 buy on stock sell. That's about it. Nothing doing there. BMNR was hunting for a reversion in BMNR because, well, heck, the short was good before. It's at VWAP, but still has yet to break the trend. Unbelievable. This is trended up for $1.20. Like you've got to be kidding me. That is not what I expected this to be doing. Like this is supposed to be falling all over itself. Yeah, but why did it just rally? Like it just rallied $1.50 on a $30 stock, and the market's not even doing that much. You know what? Probably ETH is making a move. That's why. And I'm not paying close enough attention. Yeah, ETH made a move, but it's not even at the high of the day either. You could get yourself to the ER with 8 gallons of water, real dangerous. Yeah, for sure. It's
yeah. We're not going to be doing any bets. I mean, by the time you drank like 3 gallons, I think you would tap out. But I do want to do this now because we do have risk alert right here. So I am going to, now that we've fallen, quite nicely off right now and made that potential bottom there at 320, we're just going to put the stop right here at the 50-period moving average. So honestly, 322.11, and we're out of this one, man. We will take $2. What up, Ozan? Hope you're good. We'll take $2 no matter what on this trade, and then just, be pretty happy about that trade there. So we'll watch out for Google, see what it wants to do here into the close. We have no idea. We just showed those imbalances. We'll see if there's anything kicking for that. We did show you before Abercrombie, ANF, yeah. And now we don't have American Eagle, AEO as well. KSS leading the way to the upside there, though. Like, I mean, they're both up 40%. There goes KSS, and heading into holiday season, not bad at all. This was a $6 name back in April. Now 22 and change. Just coming back to where we were last October. So basically a year ago today, what a round trip. You would have said, what have I done if you bought this name a year ago? This is October of 24, and then make the move down, and you probably got stopped out or took yourself out at some point here. That looks like a big miss there on some kind of earnings as well. And then boom, last earnings call, then probably rate again here, and then rate again here, getting back up to the upside as it is now on like Donkey Kong for Kohl's, all the way back to $21 and now taking out 23, 22, trying to go higher. So KSS definitely pegging off that. So I would say watch out, like breaking back down below 21. I should almost put this on Neil's iPad over here because that's a good trade. 21, 30, or 50 breaking back down to the downside tomorrow there for KSS.
Shouldn't we have a second one?
Huh? I was just joking about the iPad.
No, but this iPad is literally dying.
Oh no, I had that one too. I don't even know where that is anymore.
It's so it's literally.
No.
I use it for Notepad just so I can write stocks and levels down, and it's starting to fail at that even. So at some point, I should replace it. I mean, I have an old one at home, but it's not an iPad. I have an old tablet I can bring.
AMD.
Whoa! Someone's saying that there were some positive crypto comments somewhere from JPM. So I would like to. Yeah, I haven't heard this, but it would maybe explain. I'm not going to short this BMNR. Like it broke the trend line here and closed underneath, and normally I would short that, but I looked over in that moment, and this is what iBit did. Like, okay, and ETH is still breaking out. So sometimes it's like, yeah, the short was great until it's not. But something is really lighting a fire under these under this crypto bounce. So my plan was to re-short it, but you know what? It just has not looked good at any point.
And I'm not seeing anything with regards to these crypto comments from JP Morgan. If the person can give more details, definitely let me know, because I want to make sure I'm seeing everything. But I did a Google, I looked at Jamie Dimon, I looked at JP Morgan with regards to crypto. I got squat.
Squadoosh.
Squatty.
Mara could go green today.
All right, I'm late to the party. Damn it. There's the break of NVIDIA. We said we would look at it and we missed it, man. I wasn't even paying attention, but we'll go long here at 19s. So we wanted this trade break, 177. So there it is. It breaks it right there, just literally right now. So we're about a minute and a half late into this trade. I'm only going to give it to this momentum indicator right here. And we're not going to trade it heavy. 176.50. Let's see if it goes into the close. I mean, we only have a half hour left, and, you know, this is any man's guess, woman, man, anything's guess right now. And I know I'm guessing you just mentioned AMD. Like, this is such a nice run up there. NVIDIA, just in the last hour alone, is 173.50, 177. So, you know, up $3, 3 and change to the upside there. And AMD
$5 from VWAP.
Yeah, so $5 from VWAP. Yeah, similar on this one too. 173. Yeah, $4. I mean, AMD is a little bit more expensive, obviously, than NVIDIA, but there we go. All right, we're long NVIDIA, man. I mean, this is the trade I want. So we're in it. We took it. We did talk about where our out for Google will be. Tesla's now running, so that's going to be obviously a good trade. We're long Tesla, $12 in the money. It's real. It's real and it's fantastic. You might know something about that. 418.50 maybe for an out there. But yeah, I'm just running NVIDIA now. So let's see what winds up happening. I'll take another bid, you know, maybe right around here. Where did we just dip into? 73s or so. But then, yeah, a break of like this 60 area. 73 might not be enough, maybe 80s, something like that. We're going to get out. So let's see what happens here with NVIDIA. So far, so good. We're long, baby. So let's go NVIDIA alongside, see if it will work out for us.
Yeah, and as the market broke the high, Apple decided to go opposite and broke the low. Its local bottom, not the low of the day. Apple's low of the day is way further down, but the 277.5 finally broke. So it turned and trend to 280, 278. And sometimes this is how it's been, where, you know, AI stuff goes up and Apple goes down, and when AI names are going down, Apple's going up. So I think you're getting a little bit of that correlation, because the NASDAQ is literally breaking the top. But I said this one's trending down and we'll take the break in addition to shorting it. So we're going to have Apple here. We'll see where it goes. I'm glad we got away from that crypto move, regardless of what the explanation is. They're all flying right now and looking strong. But a bit of a level break here. Matt Karn saying Genesis mission. What are we talking about there? The Real and the Spectacular is the top 10 episode, by the way, of Seinfeld. Shout out to Lois Lane. Most people will know that.
Oh, man. Shout out to this obvious NVIDIA long right now. Like, we're doing it again, man. Again, thank you, everybody, for watching. But here we go again. Let's see how far up NVIDIA wants to go. We just took some out at 40s, like as if. So now, there we go. We're waiting at 46. We just get some more out right there. As this trade's starting to work out for us, it's NVIDIA's world, and we're all living in it, apparently. Go, NVIDIA. Go. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on APO. Asset managers are reportedly, according to Wall Street Journal, including Apollo and Ares, have been sued over alleged credit market cartel. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But this headline just came out, and APO just made a new high of day. So again, Apollo and Ares and some of these other asset managers reportedly, according to Wall Street Journal, being sued here for some cartel-like behavior in the credit market. If I get more details, you shall be notified. Back to you.
Cartel-like behavior. But that's what all the markets are. There's cartels everywhere. No, there are not, Neil. Absolutely not. Price controls, that stuff doesn't exist. So market goes up, chips go up, Apple continues to go down. It just seems to be that's the way it's going to go. There is still having there's a little bit of a checkup here. There's still some time till the imbalances come in. If I see a distinct change in behavior in BMNR, I don't mind if this loses VWAP, but it has to happen in the next 5 or 10 minutes. You know, like this would be the time. If you're not going to do it now, the problem with the reason I say that is BMNR's had imbalances every single day. So I don't want to get too close to, oh, it could randomly be 2 million to the buy or 2 million to the sell. So if I don't get it soon, then we don't get into it. But the continuation in Apple kind of continues to fall. So started at 78. It's now at 78 and a third. We added back in. We got out at the $half and then jumped back in at the $half. So it's basically the same thing. And we're looking for this to get down into 77s. As one of the strongest Mag 7 names was going to, actually that is not going to be an all-time high close, is it? On Apple. No, it wouldn't have been anyways. But it got very close, let's put it that way, to a potentially all-time high close. And now, for whatever reason, seems to be bucking the trend. Sometimes it's technical. You don't have to try to explain it. I think it could just be rotation. You know, they buy up the chips and they sell off a little bit of Apple. Breaking news, was that a different story? Oh, okay. Apparently it was just a test.
Yeah. Okay, 337. We looked at some of those imbalances already. So, you know, if there's anything, yeah, SMR continues to get hit here. You know, 1850 right now. Not a great stock. Obviously down another 7%. We thought we got going there the last couple of days, but no, you did not. You cover up those days with this move, and you say bye bye. And we also say, yo, what up to all of our friends watching, no matter where you're watching from. You know, make sure you do hit, you know, the like, the subscribe, and all that as we continue to broadcast live every single day for you at 8 a.m. now. So join us at 8 a.m. New start time. So I noticed that this morning, you know, we had some people joining us. We didn't have enough. So make sure you're joining us tomorrow at 8 a.m. And, you know, you can enjoy everything that we're doing here live. Earlier, we used to start at 8:30, but as I just finished saying, 8 a.m. is going to be the jam now for us. So make sure you do join us and go over everything that we normally do, right? Levels, stocks, sticky note stuff, ideas, how everybody's day was, so on and so forth.
And morning earnings.
Yeah, any earnings that hits in the morning.
You got
good call on that.
Deere tomorrow morning, and Sharif's favorite, Li Auto. I mean, NEO reported. No one really cared about that today.
No, and also did Alibaba. So here's Alibaba, and they're down to 156. So not doing the greatest there for Alibaba, but we'll wait to see if it can regain its you know, its levels again. And in the morning we are getting ready to break. Wow, what time is it? 3:40. Too late, but right there.
It's down 2.5 now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we looked at it during the midday, and there it is, man. Down now, Alibaba, 156. We'll see if we can get some love there for Alibaba, down to 156.
Where's that on the daily? Just at a morbid.
Not great on a daily. So what just went? Okay, Google just went back up. So there's the stop out on Google. Bang, 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 bang. $2 on that one there as we stop out of our last little percentage point there on Google. But yeah, Alibaba on the daily actually looks pretty fine. It's, you know, you're looking for that 150 bottom, trying to hold. I don't even know where the 200 period is on this. I think it's a little bit lower into here, 130-ish. I think there it is. Yeah, 135. So, you know, trying to get back through. Look, it just failed. We may be making moves down here on Alibaba.
I'm sitting 200 period on that one.
Yeah, that's the right spot.
I've stunk bid. Yeah, but so what? Nothing is filled for me. Well, none of my stink bids filled. The only thing that I got was IBM on a bid recently. Is what it is. But Apple just came right back through that 277. It did fill the quarters, so it got most, like, stair step down from 78 even to the 3/4 to the $half, reload at the $half, get the quarter, but then it came right back through that prior support level, so I jumped out, and now you're starting to head higher. Don't know if I like anything else going into the close. Like today, like yesterday, nothing was crazy bad yesterday, but it was still a red day, so to get it all back and a little bit more today, I'll be happy with. Just not really sure. Like every single day I've kind of come in thinking there's going to be a short in crypto if you're patient for it. It's going to be a short. You wait for it, there's an opportunity. But that rally off the bottom here is kind of felt a little different this afternoon. And of course, I don't take this trend break in BMNR, and it might still be good. So, you know.
NVIDIA, like, I don't know how, I have nothing in my ear, but NVIDIA's
like, what the heck,
cracking.
Man?
The market is cracking right now. So here comes NVIDIA. Like, we just got long on this dip down in. I mean, we actually got out of a decent amount up there, but not enough, as there comes NVIDIA. So we talked about where we were going to hold this against the 60 break. So let's see if NVIDIA can make this sing back there to the upside one more time here. But yeah, for right now, NVIDIA cracking just a little bit lower. That is for sure. But yeah, man, you know, IBIT is one of the top P&L names across both shows today. And as Neil said, man, be patient. And that's exactly what we did there. Like, I was saying before, this could be like that NFT trade for me there, as it just kept on going all the way to the downside. You know, getting out at support there, getting out at the 50 period, getting out at where there was VWAP, getting out right here, and then absolutely nailing the bottom of that stock. So yeah, to Neil's point, man, I mean, there's a trade every day. And if you're interested, you know, I put up the sticky note. I'm here and trading every single day. So there it is, 117.16. So, you know, we're long at O's now on NVIDIA. So let's see if it wants to go back up to the upside, take advantage of this. Okay, we'll take 24s, why not? And then we'll take a 30 if we can get that as well. How about that right there? So here we go. Nice little move back to the upside here for NVIDIA to end the day. Great way to end the day here with this banger on NVDA again. So yeah, all we did was, there we go, get some 30s out. All we did is just put on more shares down there, and boom goes the dynamite. Nice move now on NVIDIA, looking like it wants to just climb back north side. So far so good there. You know, pretty happy putting on that one. And let's just see if we get even higher now than where we currently are on NVDA. Our stop is still, maybe we'll stop out here now. A break of 70. Let's just change our stop now, because it just gave us that 176. 69, is that right? Yeah, I mean, we'll just use that anyways. We'll stop out of there. But there it is, Matt. Now you're 50 cents in the money and going higher. Let's take out some 45s. Why not? Another out for us there on NVIDIA as it come through again. Again, thanks for following the trades, man. Nice move back up there to the upside. And there we go. So up, and away goes good Sir NVIDIA. Good day today to be trading that name, it seems like, as it's just ripping high side now. It's NVIDIA. Yeah, good look over there. And for drop system, a small capper like CETY is probably not going to have an imbalance, but for what it's worth, I don't see one. Is it even it's a NASDAQ stock anyways, so you won't get imbalance data on NASDAQ stocks until 3:50. So 6 minutes to go. These are all New York names, or you will see maybe Amex, NYC ARCA is what I'm supposed to call it, but it used to be Amex. So Lennar is currently a small buy. It is supposed to be a 20 million sell, I believe, on Lennar. On one index, and then on another, it's 1.2 million. So 1.2 million to sell in one today, and then on Friday, it's supposed to be another 20 million to sell on Lennar. And right now, it's a buy. Well, I would suspect I would not be touching that unless it's the correct direction. I'll be mad at myself for not taking BM&R a second time, but there's always a chance it could maybe pop back up and give us a little bit of volume weighted average price here. But, you know, I don't want to take anything. Like, for me, if I short it here, then I have to hold it like way too far against, which I just don't want to do. Not at this time of day. So 5 minutes till the imbalances come in here. If there's any name that you're interested in for the imbalances, just let me know. We can pop them in the chat. Apparently, Rocket might be going RKT. Rocket companies. Is there news on this today? Why is this up 9%? RKT. I don't know, maybe they reported. Let's see, did they report? By the way, NVIDIA just touched out at the highs again. Neil's gonna look I don't see Rocket. Any news on Rocket, but it must be something. There it is. So look what just happened again. Right back into those highs. So yeah, clean them out, man. And there it is, 177.56, our best out there. So long down here, 90s, out 56, and we continue to climb a little bit higher. Just so you guys know, man, 30% left on this trade. So just a bunch of outs there, like 10% or so every out. And now we'll wait to see for those imbalances that are now just 4 minutes away. A little nerve wracking because we never know when they're gonna, what they're gonna come out and look like. So that's always something to be weary of. I'll put another offer right there for like another 5% or so, up at 47s, which I'm at right now. Hopefully we can get that fill, and then we'll see. Ooh, did we get it? No, we did not. Hopefully we'll be able to get that, and then we'll watch to see what happens there with the imbalance. But always good to, there it is, always good to end the day like this. Catching this nice little runner there at the end and watching Tesla scream as well back there to the upside. Here, let's adjust our Tesla stop just in case that comes the other way. I mean, the thing is, none of my stops are hitting, so which is always a good thing, that's for sure. But right into here, Tesla, we were going to go get out at the last time 412 or so, but what about just this break right here? I mean, 417.70, 417.50. So let's go to 416.99. Just give it a little bit of room. Like I said, we don't have very many shares back in on this name, but it's been a great run for Tesla. We're just 12 bucks in the money off that low, but giving it some room now. Tesla, see if it goes back there to the upside, as we are excited for the imbalance data to come through, and only now 3 minutes. There's not a whole heck of a lot on them, I mean, right now. So we also had MSCI yesterday, which was pretty uneventful. We did see a lot of shares on there. I think it was NVIDIA started to move yesterday. Maybe Apple started to move yesterday on that news as well. Yeah, so our NVIDIA, what I wanted to do too was change. Well, the NVIDIA stop, we're getting more and more out. Like we just got another piece out. I'll leave that NVIDIA stop here. Now we only have about 20% left. So if it comes back in and we wind up getting hit there, let's just put it at 90. All right, so we don't lose anything. 176.89, that's where we're long. So if we break through 90, we'll just get out. That will automatically trigger and get us out if that does break with only 2 minutes to go now. So yeah, so far so good. AMD making it a move off the bottom. We just talked about that crypto trade earlier, BMNR on people's minds as well. But join us tomorrow, 8 a.m. if you're watching us, 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Mara is going to get green today. It's been a pretty hefty rally in some of the names here. Bitcoin still going to be down 2%, but Mara is going to get green with just a little bit more of a push. Just wanted to quickly show you, only 2 minutes to go till we get set imbalances. Sometimes, like I said, it doesn't make sense. You don't have to be in it. Like just because this was the top before and it was a good trend break does not make it good now. And ultimately, I'm still relatively bearish. I mean, we're not going to close above 88. That's the crazy thing. Bitcoin's still underneath 88,000. So, and I said this morning, I'm like, I'm not feeling good about this, or better is a better way to put it, unless we're closing above 88, pressing toward 90. Like this is, I'm not doing any cartwheels. I mean, I wouldn't do cartwheels anyways, but you know the euphemism. I'm not doing any celebrations on this bounce here because we're not really breaking out the next level, which would be holding 88 and breaking 90. I was long IBIT this morning and flipped to shorts because of the failure that we've had here at that 88,000 level. So tomorrow, if we're not breaking that out, I think you do a little bit more of the same. Luis Valencia, I didn't see your post. If it wasn't a super chat, I'll have to check the messages. But we have 1 minute to go until the earnings imbalances, and we'll see. Maybe Bitcoin breaks out tomorrow and we can all be happy. But for now, I'm still feeling bearish because we're under 88. And there's BMNR, but only 600,000 to sell. Usually this is at least a few mil the last couple of sessions. So this might be a bit of a nothing burger on everyone's favorite crypto treasury. Or maybe least favorite, I don't know. Probably least favorite given its...
Unless you're just long now, get a nice little price included.
Well, if you magically bought it only at the lows, then yes.
We may, yeah, or you're just Tom Lee getting everybody else buy when you're already in. That's always a good thing. Okay, here goes NVIDIA right now looking to make $1 on this trade heading into the imbalances. Quickly take a piece out right there. Take a piece out at 61. There it goes to the upside. So yes, sir.
It's a buy. 1.7 NVIDIA is a buy. Amazon's a buy. Open door 6.5 million to the buy side.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Neil, for that brief recap there. But there goes NVIDIA to the upside there as well. So we're celebrating that one. Giddy up right now, guys. A 419 for Tesla. I just hope you guys are enjoying the show because we sure as hell are sitting here trading these names for you. There it goes. Bang. Nice move up there for NVIDIA. Now there's almost basically the $1 that we just put on for you. So we put that on. We put Google on. We got Tesla on. We got IBIT. Everything's busting out right now. Nice move to the high side. 419. Why not? The best we've gotten out for Tesla today is this 419.50. Let's just do it again. Let's do the rewind on this trade. I just can't believe where we're getting this out. So let's just put it out there. We'll offer in the 20s. Maybe we do get in there one more time as it's trying to fade out a little bit. Here, go, Gadget, Tesla. All right, enough. We'll see if we can just get it out right here at 419, and we don't, but we almost will. All right, Super Chat, you want to do that? Urban Outfitters after the bell. I guess that's going to just go up 45%.
No chance
today. There's the out on Tesla, guys. $14. We'll take it.
Open door
for
just
the
paid
out.
off, by the way.
All right, and explain. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can do this, but I mean, the market's going on. Right
I think the best thing to do is we have a video. We actually have a video with a very good, more detailed explanation of the imbalances. So to try to get through it live while the market's still open believe me, I can explain it, but it's best served to just get that video. So what I might do is I'm going to find it. You can DM me, but I'll put it in the chat. And even if I put it in the chat, like at 4:01 or something, I will find the video and post it for you guys. But we have an in-depth one. What I wanted to mention is Open Door it went from pairing off to flipping to 4.5 sell. So 6 million to buy, and now it's 4 million to the sell side. And at 355, it might flip again. So without getting too deep into it, at about 355 is a major pairing event for most of the larger imbalances. It'll happen again at 358. So some of these numbers will change dramatically. But this is what can happen when you have a rather large imbalance, like the buy imbalance on Open Door, and then it goes from 6 million buy to 4 million to sell in one shot. So it can be very dangerous to trade those. And if you are trading them, you better have the imbalance locator up. Right? It's one thing for us to tell you what they are, but in real time, if you were long this, you'd need to see it in real time. Because the algos, the second it makes the change,
Tesla,
the algos are already selling that one off very heavily. So I'm going to quickly find that video for you guys. It's a great question, certainly something we talk about every day. And as you can see, they will move.
Yeah, they will move for sure. Booyah. I mean, honestly, it's just been a great afternoon. We put on a couple bangers there. Really happy about the performance today in the NASDAQ. It's nice to see it closing up where we're closing up, man. I mean, it's been a rough ride, obviously, for the NQ and for many different names to go through over the last little while. And it's nice to see that today's ride ends at a peak. That's really nice. So you know what happens when a roller coaster is kind of at the peak. Sometimes you do this. Heading into tomorrow, it'll be a full day tomorrow, and then we're off on Thursday, and then we're back on Friday for a half day. So there should be some talk there about a good opportunity to get back into these names. If you had missed, I could see tomorrow being a relatively flat day, but we'll get pressure on this market because Google, again, like closing where it's closing. Look at that move up there. Like, what a good job getting out where we did. Honestly, like we'll Barry Horowitz ourselves again, but that was a really good move there to get back in, and there it is to finish the day off. Dollar Club. Again, just thanks for watching, guys. Like, honestly, I'm doing this, we're doing this every day. Like, putting on big trades, giving you some opportunities to hold them or scalp them, up to you completely. But the thing about this trade is, remember where the stop was. So there we go, long 90. Our stop was 60. That's 30 cents worth of stop, 4-1 there to the upside as we just keep on going, man. Love being here with you guys every day, and it even seems better when we're able to do stuff like this. So again, thank you so much to everybody. Thanks, Neil, Brendan, everybody for putting on such a good show. Hey, I'm just here to trade, but it's obviously a pleasure to be here with everybody else. So all right, over to you.
And in order to make money trading and get paid out at the end of the month, for a lot of traders, it meant risking your own money or not having enough to start. You'd have a fear of losing. It would keep you on the sidelines. That's changing. Why? Because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit said profit targets, you can keep 70% of the profits. No fear or barriers, just a real opportunity. And this revolution of limited risk trading is powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Thank you to them. As you said, you can scan that QR code you see in front of you. Open Door is now pretty much nothing, 700,000, so it did pair off. The sell imbalance also paired off. Actually not even balancing there. And I did for, I believe it was Pack 44. I put the link in the chat twice, once directly to you. It's a good video. It's actually, I didn't realize how long it was. It's like 11 minutes long. We did an 11-minute video on the imbalance locator, so obviously it makes more sense for you to go ahead and watch that. And if you still have any questions, hey, we're here every single day except for Thursday, and and half the day on Friday. So we can always try to. Oh, we got another super chat. We can always try to answer them. Another super chat in here, Yaka 2776. Thank you for covering video. Made 12K on some calls. Congratulations, brother. All about profitability at the end of the day. That's all you can ever ask for.
Yeah, I mean, big ups to that one, man. That's literally why we do this, man. We talk about the trades that we put on and everything. I have one losing stock today, Tesla. So AMD, bang, the number one stock today, AMD. Google, come on, man, you just saw me trade that. IBIT. I like doing this. This is a review. Like, this is what they do on the midday. They review their trades. So AMD, Google, IBIT, NVIDIA there at the end of the day. So that's 3. Here goes our 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 wins here. There's TQQs. And then here's the L on the day, which is Tesla. Just took the L there and then, messed around with it here. And then boom, right back in, got out near the highs there. So we'll go 5 up, 1 down today for the market. So that's for me specifically there. But it looks,
that's interesting. Whatever. I find the value of this, because you don't get enough time to actually explain the trade, is a little bit limited, but why not? Apple, win, who cares? BM&R, no, seriously.
No, up to you. Yeah, no, I just liked what they did on the midday. It doesn't matter to me.
Alphabet, so I said this in the lesson of the day, Apple's a winning stock, or Alphabet's a winning stock for me. This is an abject fail of a trade. Why is it an abject fail of a trade? Because this is it breaking the trend up. There's a scalp trade. This is it breaking the trend down. Where's my trade? Didn't have one. So it might be up on Google, but that's a fail. You see me trade these trend breaks all the time. So if I don't have that trade, I cannot categorize this as a win, despite the fact that I'm up on it. IBIT was good, and no need to show that one again. Mara was good, don't need to show that one again. SMCI took a hit on SMCI, took one shot at SMCI right here on a trend break. There's the trend break. Immediately didn't work, prior bar out. So I actually had it was 5 for 8, but the more important thing was down yesterday. It was up twice as much today as what I was down yesterday. So it was small down because I think I was 50-50 on most of it, but just try to keep the losses small. But the thing that, and you'll see me get irritated at myself, this is one of the better setups when you have this trend break on Alphabet. So to not have it when I don't have the excuse, there's only a minute left, I don't have the excuse of saying I wasn't looking at Alphabet. I was just in the stock. I had just exited a long position and was 100% looking at it when it made that trend break. And I don't even have a good reason why I didn't take it. That's the other point. I can't tell you why I didn't take it because of reason X. I was simply biased long on Google. That's it. I had a bias because of the news that I was only looking for longs. So when an A+ short stepped up, I just didn't take it. So again, that's the way I look at it. Sometimes that's going to happen to you. With only 1 minute to go, I did want to show you. I'll show you open door. When it pairs off, sometimes it bounces. So there's your bounce off the volume weighted average price. This is not the first time, and actually still a sell. It's actually 2 million to the sell side. And Netflix is now a buy of 1 million shares. That wasn't true before.
And there it is. Thank you so much, Other Zinc, man. A fantastic show today. I mean, thank you so much for that. I mean, we're trying to do our best here, putting on these trades, talking about them with you, going over them, having a good time. And, that's what Trader TV Live is all about. So remember, tomorrow at 8:30, join us. Let me see how many of you guys are actually even subscribed right up in here. Make sure you hit the subscribe, because there you go. 22% of you are not subscribed. So looking at the chat, man, you gotta, hit that to get part of our chat. So I'm looking at the chat now. We're always looking in there. So
I'm late with the count.
Let's get going on that one there. So is Meta too high? We could talk about that. 3, 2, 1. And now we are now closed. So we want to hit the bell a little bit late on that one. Thank you to Origenics for sponsoring that. But we go out here with the NASDAQ down up 0.5, which is pretty good. Right there, the ES up 0.9. So a good little look there for the ES and the NASDAQ. So I don't know, just looking around, gold, we can see that. We did talk about Meta just real quickly there. I think it's overdone, but I mean, the NASDAQ is potentially overdone to the sell side. And so we've seen Meta big move down. I mean, it's still ways away from its highs of $800, but nice move back into 6 and now recovering. So it's just like, see you later the last 3 weeks as we cover it all back, right back up. I'd look out for this 670 area. So if I was into something, that would be right there. That's the 200 period moving average. I think if you're long anywhere in this area, you definitely want to cover something right there and then wait maybe for it to turn back around. So yeah, good look on Meta for anybody that was able to buy the dips.
Netflix was bad today.
Yeah.
2.5% to the downside. Did not participate in the rally, Netflix. Sometimes you gotta figure these ones out or find them, like what was relatively weak, what was relatively strong. So Netflix post-split lows, almost testing again. This will be something to watch tomorrow. Obviously, we got some earnings that we're gonna get to post-market tonight, but then tomorrow morning we have some more. So 8 o'clock, bright and early, we're going to be back. Dara's going to be making the watch list. She's probably hard at work right now, already curating all of the notes that we're going to need for everybody in our community. It's been a fun one for sure, everybody. And we've been brought to you this afternoon by Beta Pro by GlobeX.
Yeah, that's right.
And we'll see you, remember, at 8 a.m., our new permanent starting time. We're Trader TV Live.